Those of you join. Okay, so let's do it again. Good morning. Good to see you guys, and for those girls and those of you attending remote, thank you for joining us. It's wonderful to be back out. I am only live in 3 states this year, so Michigan was one of my choices. I'm just not traveling as much. One, I'm old. I'm going to be 65 in a month, and two, we've just learned to live in a virtual world, haven't we? But I wanted to come back to Michigan. I find I learned as much as hopefully you will learn from you. And we always have lively discussions here. You are not a shy crowd. That's all I can say. So hopefully we'll have a lot more discussions as we go through. So we've got 2 days. That means there's room built in there, even though there's like 5,000 slides. We won't, let's see, it's not going to work. Do I have it on? Yes. Where is Stephanie? I don't know what happened. It was just working. Anyway, we're going to cover a lot of things. There's a lot of things in your slides that I just want to make sure that your regulators see you have. You know, a lot of this training stuff, we have to document the core, document we covered what's new, and some of the things that are happening. So we will be covering a lot of ground, some of which we'll spend more time on, some of which we won't spend as much time on. And we have a loose working agenda, mainly for the remote people. We'll stick to it pretty much, just simply because that way they can come in and out if they have different people that want to see things. So we're going to start off with beneficial ownership this morning. The new proposed rule is out. Some of you have read it, some of you probably haven't. We'll talk about the good, the bad, the ugly about that. Then we will talk about customer identification programs at CDD. Want to talk about online account opening a little bit. There's still people who are keeping identification. You can't keep identification. You can scan it, you can use it, you have to destroy it if you open accounts online. And then we'll talk about high-risk customers. De-risking is heating up as an issue. It was in the AML Act last year, so saying we don't bank is going out of style. So you'll have to look at, we don't bank money service businesses, we don't bank third-party payment processes, we don't bank non-resident aliens. That's not a good practice anymore. You will be criticized for that, especially on the MSBs and the charities, some of that thing. So we will talk about high-risk customers. Then we want to get back to risk assessments a little bit. I think in February it was, the national risk assessments came out again, were updated. So you want to make sure your risk assessments are updated to kind of mirror those national risk assessments that were issued. There were 3 of them. One on money laundering, of course, financial crimes. One on proliferation, terrorism. And what was the third one? I'm trying to think what it was. I'll think of it later. So anyway, there's 3 of them, and you have them on your supplements. And then last year also, there were 9 sections changed in the FFIEC exam manual. They were not new regulations, but they were completely rewritten, so that will affect your audit. Do I have auditors here today? Okay, usually I do. So that will affect your audit, so you should have changed all of those sections. So there is, in your supplements, I have reconfigured the FFIEC exam manual. I don't like being able to get 1 chapter at a time now, right? You got to go, it's online. You can only get 1 chapter. So we reconfigured it in our office to look the way it used to look, 1 big document, so you can go through and see it. It's dated. In the table of contents, you'll see the 2021 dates. So you can just go through there and update your audit procedures for the things that happened last year. And then we want to talk about making your training plan. And then, of course, if we get to the end of the day, we still have time, let's talk about pot, whether we want to or not. I'm sort of over it. But one of the reasons I like coming up here is you're like the cutting edge stage on pot. Did y'all know that? I mean, like, you're the pot capital of the world. You have a whole department, like cannabis regulatory department. Have y'all looked at that thing yet? Oh my gosh, yeah. So we'll talk a little bit about your risk assessment, your policy and procedure, and that'll get us through today. Tomorrow will be more about the reports, the CTRs, the SARs, the crimes, the OFAC, all that stuff. But today it's going to be more about customers, know your customer programs, and CDD and the way all that stuff looks. So any questions about that so far? Anybody got anything on your mind about any of that before we start? You want to add to this agenda? Just catch me on the break if there's stuff you want to cover. We've already talked about some things. That'll be tomorrow, more about those suspicious activity reports. So again, when you start breaking down BSA, and let me just see hands of anybody who might be a new BSA officer. Oh my gosh. Okay. Do we say I'm sorry or congratulations?
I'm sorry.
Let me see your hands one more time again. Okay. All right. So less than a year?
2 months.
2 months.
4 months.
And you're new too?
Few months.
Few months.
6 months.
6 months.
Last week.
Last week. Did you miss the meeting? That's how my cousin became the BSA officer at her bank in Virginia. I said, what happened? She said, I missed the meeting. You're not there, they make me. But we had somebody else. I thought I saw another hand. Okay. All right. So under a year. And do any of you work in a BSA department before you were made BSA officer? No, you did. Okay. And the rest of you know. So what background are you coming from?
I was a banking center manager.
Okay, that's good. A lot of operational.
Yeah.
Okay, what else? Who else? Where were y'all coming from?
I was a loan processor.
A loan processor. Well, that'll be interesting. A detail oriented then. Okay, and you in the back also?
I was a BSA assistant administrator.
Okay, so they were grooming you for that. And we had somebody else that was new over here. Yeah.
Deposit operations.
Okay, that's a good background. I really think sometimes operations helps you because you know how things move, how money moves, and there's 5 big channels of money. So when I'm going to do a little overview here, just take a couple of minutes for you new ones. But when you do your risk assessment, you have to look at your products, services, customers, and geography. And you should be coming into an established risk assessment, which is nice. But a lot of times people feel very overwhelmed about the risk assessment, inherent risk, risk mitigators, and residual risk. It feels very fake, I think, when you do it the first time, right? It's like you're just kind of making stuff up, which you are. You're trying to guess where you might be exposed for financial crimes, and then how your bank uses your CIP and CDD and stuff to reduce that risk. And so it is an awkward thing, I think, the first couple of times you go through it. And you will update that every 12 to 18 months. The 4 big pillars of BSA are your internal controls, your audit team, which a lot of you have your audit team here with you, your BSA officer, by the way, you're an internal, you're a pillar in case you didn't know, your BSA officer, and then training. So what I'm saying about that is that you don't miss any of those things. That's in the beginning of the exam manual. Really focus on them, make sure those are attended to. Don't let your audit drop just because we've got COVID and things like that. And so these are the big things that has to kind of happen. If somebody tells me, well, the BSA officer quit, we didn't do our training, we didn't get our audit, you're going to have a bad exam. That's just the way it goes. And that's pretty common. A lot of people used to call CIP the 5th pillar. In the regulation now, they actually have that CDD statement that is the 5th pillar. But in the statute, there are only 4 pillars. In the regulation, there are 5 pillars. So I stick with these 4 because I think they just didn't know where to stick that CDD statement about risk, and they put it in a pillar. And then there are our reports, which we spend a lot of time pleasing our regulators with currency transaction reports and suspicious activity reports. But the suspicious activity report is the backbone of the whole deal, because that's where we're helping law enforcement. So like we were talking about before, people argue, is funds transfers the Reg E definition on the SAR, or is funds transfers the travel rule definition? Think of your end user as a cop. So the cop or the FBI, they don't know Reg E, and they don't know the travel rule. They just know the funds were transferred, okay? So you gotta kind of watch some of that stuff, over complying and then not helping law enforcement, which is what we're supposed to be doing. So always go back to that. Think of your end user. Is ACH the fraud or is ACH the mechanism? Does it really matter? You know, but be consistent. That's all I would say is you be consistent about how you do things. And then the know your customer thing is still, I think, the big thing, because when we bring them in, if we get to know them, then we know how they plan to use their account. Then we can watch the over-unders, and they go over and they go under these activities. Then is there something going on? CIP and CDD are kind of the know your customer program. And then we do record keeping. These are deterrents. I would argue that beneficial ownership is record keeping. All we're doing right now is beneficial ownership, scanning it in our system. It's not useful to anybody. It's really not useful to us because we're still going to have people sign resolutions and signature cards. And there's been some mistakes on beneficial ownership, which we'll talk more about, where people are getting at each tier of the customer relationship. Like if it's a business with LLC and an LLC and an LLC, they're getting beneficial owner forms on every tier. That's not what you're supposed to be doing. You're only supposed to be getting it on the top customer. If you need to get it on every tier, get a resolution on every tier, but not a beneficial ownership form. Again, beneficial ownership doesn't protect you. And this is like yesterday, I just, I wanted to hit my head against the wall. This bank that I know very well, they're only getting one person to sign a resolution on a business, meaning there's 5 members of the LLC, they're only getting one. That's why even bother? The whole purpose of a resolution, all the principals sign so that then they can say they have the authority to open the account and these people can sign on the signature card. Why do you even need a resolution if you're not going to have everybody sign? There's no point in it. A resolution creates authority to open the account, to make loans, to handle deposits and deposit checks. That's all. So this has been interesting. Plus, there was a big old discussion about last week in Louisiana about online banking. And everybody's hooking everybody up to everything. And I'm like, please, I left there sick to my stomach. I thought, might as well let us hook up online, right? And that sounds like dating, but it's not. But it's like, you know what I mean? It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. It's like corporate accounts, 3 or 4 corporations hooked up online. Well, that affects you in BSA because that's now you've got common ownership. They're treating it like one account. Are y'all looking at that? Because I sure would. As soon as the regulators figure that out, that y'all are doing that, that corporations should each have their own separate login to maintain that separation. But they're like, no, 4 or 5 corporations because this guy or girl owns them. How do you know that? You've seen the share of stocks? All you got is president, vice president, secretary, and treasurer. So I don't know. There's been some things going on, and I'm thinking, maybe it's time to retire. I said, I remember people saying this. One more reg and I'm out of here. And it did happen with your last instructor. You remember Ken Gallagher, right? A great BSA guy. He's an EMT now. So he got married again and became an EMT, and he stays home. So anyway, and then our 314A and our 314B sharing list. These are the big things that we do. And then of course, OFAC. And right now you're watching, how many emails do y'all get a day from OFAC? 3, 4, it's changing. So if you're running OFAC once a week, that's not going to be enough. You need to be running OFAC daily, every night, because what you don't want is one of those Russians that you're not supposed to be doing business with, flag. That'd be $1 million fine if you end up letting those transactions go through. Those are a lot. BSA fines are what? They're indexed now with inflation, 5,300 some odd change or something like that. OFAC is substantial. They can fine you a lot more on the Office of Foreign Assets and Control. So that's sort of where we go with BSA. That's our big picture. And always, if you get a new board member, you have my permission to use those first slides to tell them the same thing. Okay. You have to do training for your board, and people are like, what should we be training them on right now? And I would certainly say I would be training them on the change coming with beneficial ownership. I would certainly, we'll talk more about this later today. I would certainly be apprising them of the OFAC situation out there. I would be going over that consent order on Community Bank in Texas. That was a real eye opener for a 35 branch bank. They got fined $8 million on their BSA program and had good BSA exams for years. So that was not good. And things like that. Hopefully we'll get the final change for the CTRs instead of it pending. But there's a lot of things going on right now. So the fifth pillar of BSA and risk assessments, you see here where it says a system of internal controls, audit, BSA, and training. The fifth pillar is that risk assessment of your customers. Procedures for conducting ongoing customer due diligence to include but not be limited to understanding the nature and purpose of customer relationships for the purpose of developing a customer risk profile. Now, you noticed in the new exam manual, and if you have it, we'll look at it as we go through in the next 2 days. There's a lot of different new language, and it talks about not one group of customers is inherently risky. Yet they have a whole section of the manual devoted to the fact that they are high risk. So it seems to me very contradictory, but I would look at that language, and if you were going to update maybe even your policy sometime this next year, I might pick up some of that language, that no one customer group is in and of itself, just because it's in a government publication, high risk, even though they treat it like it is. So there's been a lot of messages like that. It was in the PEPs, it was in the charities, it was in the, in the private held ATM section this last time. And they have changed that section. It doesn't say high risk customers and services and so forth from products and services anymore. It just says customers. So they're really configuring this a little bit differently in the language of this. And there were a couple of FAQs that came out that said, you don't have to run this 10-page questionnaire on everybody, that kind of thing. So then that gives you some freedom to say, well, in consumer savings accounts, we're not asking all those questions. So it gives you a little flexibility if you're starting to get pushback from your, sales team on certain things. There may be some room, I think, in this new tone to do things a little bit differently. So that goes with this theme of de-risking, and that we don't want to say we don't bank. And I remember 2 weeks ago when I was in Louisiana, one of the BSA officers told me, FDIC told me, I got to go get me some MSBs. No, we just spent years walking them all, right? Now I got to go get me some MSBs. I'm like, well, go get the chicken shack. I mean, they just cash payroll checks or right down from your bank. You know what I mean? So has anybody else heard that kind of thing lately? The FDIC doesn't want you to not have any MSBs. They want you to have a few. So now you're going to go back after all this, getting rid of all these customers, go back and say, we'll take you back if you just do this one piece. Like you might not want a money transmitter, but you might want somebody that cashes checks locally, just payroll checks or something like that. So that may be where we're going. A lot of things. It feels different. It feels so friendly now. And inclusive, which is probably good. So now I'm thinking the way I think now is CIP, right? One and done, one time on the way in, we ID them. CDD, we get to know them, how many deposits, how many withdrawals, what's the purpose. And then the third mile, that's the 2 miles. The third mile is we do enhanced due diligence, which is never mentioned in any regulation anywhere. We do enhanced due diligence to feel comfortable to bank them, not to feel comfortable to exclude them. Everybody get the tone? Because that's the way you got to think now. We're going to check your website. We're going to check negative news, not so we can't bank you, but so that we can bank you. So it's a different kind of tone. And that's something I think the sales team and management is actually going to like. Oh, we're not going to like it because it was easier for us to just say, we can't bank these groups. We can't keep up with them. How many of you bank non-resident aliens? Everybody or nobody? Well, maybe I should ask you this. Anybody who doesn't bank non-resident aliens? Because that's been one. Yeah, a lot of people, just because of the interest-bearing rules, have said, forget it. But that's been one I hear. We don't bank non-resident aliens on the consumer side. So mostly it's business stuff we don't bank. But a lot of times you'll hear now non-resident aliens because the interest reporting rules got so complicated. But somebody had called me and they were like, bank down the street is opening non-resident alien accounts with a passport and that's it. And, you know, the passport number. And I'm like, they can't. That's their CIP as long as it's in a non-interest bearing account. The W-8s, and this is where your operation side's going to help you. The W-8s and all of that are on interest-bearing accounts. They're not on all accounts. So yeah, you could have a policy to bank non-resident aliens, but only put them in non-interest-bearing. You're not de-risking that way. You're doing them, but you're not doing anything hard. You're only doing a checking account that doesn't pay interest. So sometimes that's the way we see people thinking today, because the W-8 bends is not for BSA, that's for interest-bearing accounts. And that's where the trouble has come. I don't think I think very few banks in this country know what they're doing on non-resident alien W-8 bends. It's a hard topic. I teach it probably once a quarter on a webinar and then still get questions, 8, 10 questions a week around the country on it. People are having a hard time with that. So if you are, then that may be the option, is do non-resident aliens, but do them in non-interest bearing accounts if you have struggle with that. So we want to talk about beneficial ownership. This is our first big topic. I'm sure you heard around that we are going to have a national database. Okay, so it's a 3-part process. I would imagine we'll get this final rule sometime this summer. And then that will be what will our customers do. And then we will have also behind this, how we, the bank, will gain access to it. And then we will have the third part where they go in and change our beneficial ownership regulation. And they're going to line out, it looks like, everything but the first paragraph. So unless they add something to it, all we will have to do is identify and verify the customer on the national database. So I think I wrote an article for the Michigan Bankers magazine this month. If you see it come out, it's called Beneficial Ownership, the Great Undo. That's how much money did we spend doing it. And now we're going to have to go back and trace every thread wherever it is in our organization, and probably in a year and a half, undo it. I think that's a Carrie Underwood song. No. I think it is, but anyway, we're going to undo it. And so what's going to happen is, I broke it to the girl in my office. I said, now you understand, when this finalizes, every manual we have is wrong. Every new account manual, every piece of BSA training, every business account webinar is all wrong. Because we have how to fill out the form and and how we're going to get ID and all that stuff. And that's not going to be the way we do this. So we don't mind, but it means that you have to trace, and that's what I would start working on now. Where is it? What checklists are it on? Is it on? What training pieces of paper is it on in your organization, your training departments? What's in your audit program? Does it spit out of your platform system? Where is it? And because we won't be using that form in the future. Now that's good news, because we're not doing it right anyway. So it'll be good if we can get rid of it. So that's it. So what's going to happen is in one of your supplements, what we always do, I know a lot of you are familiar with the way I do things, is we get a regulation, we turn it into a handbook immediately because you can't read those federal registers, they're too little. So this is what you have, the executive summary, the scope of it, the background, section by section analysis, the regulation, and then we put all the footnotes in the back if you want to read those. Sometimes the footnotes are more important than the regulation. So, and then we put in things like these flowcharts. So the proposed regulations address who's got to file in the national database, what they must file, what information they must provide, and specify when a person violates the reporting requirements. So when this finalizes as a business owner, I will have 1 year as an existing owner to go in there and register my business. Now, how I will know that, I have no clue. I'm thinking they're tagging it to Secretary of State, and when I come up for renewal, they will tell me in Florida, you got to also go register with the federal government. I'm thinking. Otherwise, guess who's going to break it to them? You are. So when they go to open an account and they go to add a service, you will be the one breaking it to them that we have to check beneficial ownership and you're not registered. So one of the guys in my last class said he's in rural Louisiana, and he was like, we're going to have to do it for him. Because a lot of bankers are saying, you know, why do we have to learn this part? You don't really, but your customers are going to have to do it. So you're going to have to explain to them how to do it. And as soon as I can register my business, I'll get in there and do it and screenshot some of this stuff for you so you can see what it looks like. But it's not built yet. So you can't get in there yet and see what it's going to be like. But I'm going to have to file Get Technical Inc. because I'm a subchapter S corporation and I don't meet any of the 23 new exemptions. No, I don't have 5 million in transactions and 20 employees, so I will be filing. So that's kind of one of the exclusions. And there will be 2 distinct types of reporting entities. Now, what do we call businesses now? Legal entities. They're going to be called reporting companies in the future. Okay. So there will be domestic reporting companies, which means homegrown in the United States, not like we do with state stuff, where it's homegrown in Michigan or out of state. And then foreign reporting companies. And the domestic ones will file at the Secretary of State or Department of State, DOS. And the foreign ones, it looks like will file anywhere. Anywhere they file, at the county, at the locality, at the Secretary of State, they will be considered foreign entities, which I really don't understand this. I did comment on this. I commented on all of it. It was a long comment. I didn't put my name on it, I mailed it. So you could go in and read the comments, but you won't know they're mine. And there's 23 exemptions from a reporting company, which are not the same as the ones that are exempt today. So they're different. They're going to exempt charities. That's good, right? So 501(c)s, 529 plans. And so what happens here is last year, the AML Act of 2020 got stuck into the National Defense Authorization Act. And so it passed over a presidential veto and it got in. So we got the Corporate Transparency Act, and it is a section of the AML Act, which is a section of the National Defense Authorization Act. You're with me here? That's how they get stuff through now, or this probably never would have gotten through. So it's a matter of now national defense, BSA, in case you didn't know. And you're on the front line now. So FinCEN is going to disclose information to certain government agencies and to financial institutions. So this is a private database that bankers will have access to, and the 11,000 law enforcement people in our country will have access to, where I have to scan my driver's license in there. Now, how excited am I about that? Not very. Okay, and that was a lot of the comments were about scanning driver's licenses into those. And so again, here, it's going to revise our section 1010 of the Bank Secrecy Act. Now, if you are new to this job, which we have a handful of you here today, you poor thing, no, good. We only live in two sections of the regulation. We live in 1010 and we live in 1020. So that's all you have to do as far as the regulations. So you have your regulations, then you have the exam manual, which is different than the regulations and much more detailed, right? Then you have your FAQs, which explain what they meant in both of those. And then you have your instructions. So you have instructions for the CTR and the SAR, and they're in the XM users guides. A lot of people don't know their instructions. They think those drop downs are the instructions. There's actually instructions, but you have to get past 100 pages of batch filing before you get to the real general instructions for the SAR and the CTR. It's crazy stuff. And then you have the old SAR review tips and trends. Remember those? Then you have the advisories, the guidances, the alerts, and then you have to know all of that. I know, it's a lot. And so, but the regulation itself, which will sometimes save you because you can tell a regulation, it's not in the regulation. Sometimes that helps you. So you got to know what's in the regulation and what's an advisory and a guidance and a da 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 da. And that becomes important sometimes in your job. And so FinCEN is going to issue these three sets of rulemaking. So rulemaking to implement beneficial ownership national database, to implement your protocols for access and disclosure, and the third to revise our regulation, as I said earlier. And so what's going to happen here is that 1 year after this effective date, then we will have to register our businesses. They're going to rescind B through J of our current regulation for beneficial ownership. So when you get your handbook, all that should be left is A, that little paragraph in yellow. Now they're going to have to change that because it still says legal entity, right? Second line. But all of that other stuff, the form, the identification, the photocopying of IDs, all of that has been rescinded in the statute, in the AML statute. And that's another thing you're going to have fun with. There's statutes and then there's regulation. They try to make them match. They don't always. So they take out all of this stuff. Then all we're going to be left with is we got to identify and verify beneficial ownership. No form, no certification form, no photocopying of IDs, none of that stuff. So that's good. Except you got to undo all of this stuff. And it's still a year and a half away. And I've been told by some of the big auditors in this country that banks have already quit doing it. Don't do it. It's going away, so we're not doing it anymore. Can you just imagine a loan officer saying that? I mean, they heard it, so it must be true, right? It's on the internet. So loan officers are the worst. Of course, you know, they already have a packet of paper they have to do this thing. So you can kind of get why they get frustrated with the whole thing. So the regulation says the reports that we businesses are going to be required to file are an initial report, an updated report, and a corrected report. Well, you know, I will do an initial report. I've owned my business. I've been a subchapter corporation forever. And so basically, yeah, they didn't have LLCs back in my day. So otherwise I'd probably be an LLC. But I will file that initial report and I will probably never update it and never correct it. And that's what's frustrating for me. It's like, if you own a business, if you're the owner and you're the authorized person and you're the principal and you're the, the control person, can't you just check one box and not have to fill this out 13 times? And that was one of my comments that I made. Make it easier for the user, that check a box that says, I'm all of these things. Because most of the people that are filing are going to be small businesses because they're eliminating the big businesses. So can't we just say we're all of these things and be done with it? But anyway, so the initial report, the new businesses in our country, which evidently we file somewhere in the neighborhood of 2 million businesses in the United States every year, which I think is really remarkable. Divide that by 50, that's a lot of businesses. And so they're going to have to register, they say, in 14 calendar days. Now, I didn't comment on that too. I don't think that's enough time. They can need 30, 60 days from the time they form and file at Secretary of State to have this paperwork done too. But the ones that are existing are 1 year after the effective date. And if they no longer meet an exemption, then they have to go back and file that they don't meet the exemption and file within 30 calendar days. So there's going to be some timing on this, and you'll probably have to know this. And if it's an updated report, you'll have 30 calendar days. Now, remember how we have trouble right now when somebody dies, right? Somebody dies in the ownership structure of a business. You know, you're sitting there waiting for them to update their beneficial ownership. It's a triggering event. And you're like, you can't even get them to update Secretary of State or Department of State. So is it Department of State here? Secretary of State. Okay. I know I've been on that website, but I couldn't remember. Secretary of State here, but they didn't build that in this time. If somebody dies, they have till the estate is settled to update that beneficial ownership. Because that's been a problem for us, because they don't want estates on the beneficial ownership form. But if somebody has died, then sometimes it sits there for a year or 18 months till the estate gets settled. So that's been an issue today with beneficial ownership. And then 14 calendar days. And again, if there's a corrected report, they're going to give them 90 days after the date in which an inaccurate report is filed, which doesn't even make sense. But summary here, initial reports, new companies, updated reports. So if you want to train your board of directors, I wouldn't show them the regulation like I'm showing you. I would just go in and grab these tables out of there. You're welcome to use any of this stuff. Okay. And the form and the manner of the report, this is the next section of the law. There's an initial report, additional voluntary information, special rules, contented updated report. And there's going to be this weird thing called a FinCEN identifier. So like if I own a piece of another corporation, and I don't want to give them my private information, I go get a FinCEN identifier. I register myself and give them my number, and they use that instead of putting all this information up there. So I'm not really sure how that's going to work yet. I'll let you know when I do it, but I'll see if I can do that also, just to let people know. And then again, there's going to be in this reporting company, in the initial report, the reporting company, the beneficial owner, and the company applicant. Now, the beneficial owner is going to be your 25% owners, which they did define ownership this time, and will be your controlling people. Substantial control will not be one person, it could be many people. So that's going to be different, because right now, if you have a husband and wife partnership in a law firm, they're both attorneys, one of them is the control person, which never works well for a partnership. So usually you say to them, well, give us the one that deals with the bank. And then they give you one. But that's not really what that means, right? It's really the one who controls the business. And so that's been difficult right now, but that will change. So they're going to be looking for the reporting company, the full name, the address, the tax ID number. If they don't have an EIN number, then they'll be looking for one of these other numbers. And basically for the beneficial ownership, they'll be looking for the full legal name, date of birth, and they want an image of my driver's license uploaded into their system. I don't like that. Remember, this is still proposed though. So a lot of people commented, a couple hundred people commented. And so that's the way this works. And then, so this is a summary of what the reporting company has to do and what the company applicant. Now, they're going to ask for our social security numbers, but since 11,000 law enforcement people can get in there and all the bankers in the world, do you think I'm putting my social security number on that? No way. Even though today we asked for social security number. So you know why we're doing this, right? Does everybody know why we're doing this as a country? We are deficient. We formed a task force called the Financial Action Task Force, FATF. And they go around and they say where countries are deficient. And the United States, since 2006, has been deficient in their beneficial ownership. And so it's a point of embarrassment now. So the first stab of it was to let, 2006, 2018, we got the final rule, right? And the first stab at it was for us to do it as the banks, the financial institutions, which really isn't working because law enforcement can't look at that. And so basically we're still deficient. We're still on their list. And so that's why they're doing all of this. Now, I think you could do it a lot easier if you made all 50 states do this. But you can't make states do things. That's the way we're set up. We're a federal system, right? With the federal and the state. So you can't make them do things. Now, you couldn't do it on your tax return. So I'm thinking on my subchapter S, don't I have to disclose ownership on that in that 1120? Yeah, could do it on the tax return, but no. Instead, we're going to do another whole third day, another database. And again, they're going to ask us for our social security numbers, which we're not going to have to do. So they also thought out some of the other things we have problems with. Right now, we have problems with minors who own businesses. Do we put minor information on our form? And today we would have to, but in the future, they won't. The legal guardian of the child will go on the report. And there's also the foreign pooled investments and a deceased company applicant. So right now on our form, we have the person who basically is opening the account, right? And they certify beneficial ownership. In the new world, they're going to have a company applicant. And so the company applicant is the person that filed the company originally. And I think this goes back to some of those scandals like the Panama Papers. Do y'all remember that one? Where it was like 400,000 companies were opened by that law firm down in Panama, British Virgin Islands. And a lot of those companies were then opened in the United States and Wyoming and Nevada and some of those, Delaware, those kind of states. And that don't ask for a lot of information. And so go back and read that. A lot of this goes back to that because, again, the company applicant was that lawyer. And if they saw 400,000 of these coming through with one name on it, that would probably help them figure out that that was all bogus stuff and money laundering back then. That was the same year as the FIFA scandal, the soccer scandal. Remember that? Okay, all those kickbacks and stuff that was going on. But the Panama Papers, that was a 314A deal. You got a list. That was what, how many years ago now? 10 years ago? You got a list and it said, oh, if you got any of these companies in the United States, you're in trouble. So you had to run them real quick because you get those special 314As, those special lists that come through. That was one of them. But anyway, so the reporting company, if it's owned by an exempt entity, then will only put the entity, minor child parent, and foreign pooled investment vehicles will be individuals that exercise control over the entity. And a deceased company applicant, because think about this, some of these companies were formed 100 years ago. So the person that filed it originally might be deceased. So you just put what you know about whoever started the company. They will put, not you. But you'll be looking at this stuff, right? So then again, I wonder if they'll have asterisks on this stuff. Like you have to have these things or you can't submit it. I'm thinking they will. And I'm curious as to whether we will have a report we can download Or is it gonna be more like MSBs, and you just go do a search, but you can print something off of there. So that's nice. So I'm hoping we can print something and put it in our files when we open accounts. And then the contents of updated, you just have to update. The FinCEN identifier will be available to individuals, and it will also be available to companies. So I'm not sure exactly what that's going to look like from a company point of view. We don't know yet. But they must have some understanding of this, I'm thinking. You know, they must be building this. They must know what this is going to look like, yet we have nothing on it yet. And then the domestic reporting companies we talked about, and the foreign companies, I'm just walking you through the regulation here. And then these are the exemptions. Now, some of the exemptions are the same. SEC companies are going to be exempt because they're already scrutinized, right? Government authority, they're already looked at by the legislative auditors. Banks, credit unions, depository institutions, holding companies, money transmitting businesses, broker dealers and securities, all of these investment companies, these are pretty similar. State insurance companies, commodity exchange, accounting, public accounting, and then they start changing. Then you start to see your 501Cs will be excluded. You know, right now on a corporation that files at the Secretary of State, if it's nonprofit, you have to do the bottom of the beneficial ownership form, at least the control person. Where you won't. That won't happen in the future, which is great, because aren't you tired of things like they're sharing tax ID numbers, you know, like Girl Scouts? Well, guess what? Then you have to do the beneficial ownership form, because now you're a corporation and not a little club. Okay, maybe you should have gotten your own tax ID number, then you wouldn't have to do this. So what about the First United Methodist Church, the First United Methodist Church women, the First United Methodist Church men, the First United Methodist Church choir? They're all using one tax ID number, so they're all in for beneficial ownership. They're right now. But in the future, the answer would be no, because you could go to irs.gov and look up, are they a 501c? Because there's a list of them there. So you could just look it up. Anybody with 20 full-time employees and $5 million in gross assets. Now, how easy was it today to say they met the exemption? Because you could just go look on the New York Stock Exchange. There's Honeywell, exempt, print the screen. How are you going to document this? How are you going to document the exemption? Because you know the regulators are going to want you to document the exemption. I mean, I'm guessing it will. So, can you bring me the W-2s? Or you're just going to have to rely on what your customer tells you. And that probably is what's going to happen. Maybe their CPA can give you a little thing that says, here's their income statement. Yeah, just to open a checking account. So that's, we just want a checking account. Okay. And then if they're inactive, you don't have to do them. And then, of course, the definition of beneficial ownership. So the definitions are kind of clearer now. They have given you a whole list of what it means to have substantial control over a business. And I'm glad to know that I meet that definition. I own it. I'm the president, I'm vice president, secretary, and treasurer. So far, I haven't lost an election either. Every year I have an annual report. It's great. But, you know, senior officers who can buy, sell, and do stuff have substantial control, basically. And so this is a summary of that in the flow chart. And then direct or indirect exercise of substantial control, which is new. And then the direct, there it is in flow charts. And then ownership. They get into what's ownership, which I think is pretty interesting. Equity, puts, calls, any instrument that would take ownership. Joint ownership, they get into. What if they jointly own 25%? So that's going to be a little different. But again, you're not going to have to do this. The business is going to have to do that. And like Joey in Louisiana kept laughing every time I said that. He's like, our customers will never get through this on their own. So we're gonna be helping them. We're gonna be sitting there and walking through this with them. And I thought, oh God, I hope not. But I hope their accountants do it. And they're like, they don't have accountants. There's no accountants in our town. So, you know, there's a lot of rural places in America. I imagine Michigan's a big state, so I'm thinking you got a lot of rural areas where there's not a CPA on every corner, right? So the customer does it or you know, so much for no tax and legal advice, right? So, and the other thing is, you know, right now, if a trust, right now, trusts are very complicated, right? If it's a business trust and it files at Secretary of State, you do beneficial ownership. If the business trust owns the business, the legal entity, then you only have to ID one trustee. And then consumer trusts are out. But what happens here is the trustee, the beneficiary, and the grantor, settlor at this time, they'll be looking at all three parties, which I think they should. I was at a small town in Louisiana called White Castle, and they said, can you look at this business thing for us? I'm like, okay, there's only a couple things in White Castle, a blinking light, a bank, actually it's two banks, and there's this big old plantation home. So I'm like, okay, so they're banking a plantation home. And I'm like, wow, that's cool. Well, the plantation home is incorporated, and the corporation is owned by a trust. The trust is out of Australia. And all they had is the front and back page of it. They don't even know who the principals of the trust are. So I'm thinking I'm a Russian oligarch, right? I'm gonna have my trust done in Australia. It's gonna own a plantation home in Louisiana. You see how crazy this stuff can get. But I said, you better get the rest of that trust, at least enough of it so that you know who you're doing business with. I don't necessarily think we need 300 pages of the trust. I'm not of that school. I'm always less is more on trust. But, you know, again, you need to know who the principals of the trust are. And then, again, these will be some exceptions like minor children and so forth on that. So I don't think it's terrible. It's just different. And that's the rest of it there on that. So what are you thinking? What are your thoughts on this? Just hearing it the first time through.
My software better come up with a way to go in and, you know, connect the website.
That would be interesting.
Yeah, and maybe pull to see if they're there. I mean, we already, our software already searches if you have a 314B percent, so it already does that kind of thing. So we can exchange information.
What about MSBs? Does it check for MSB registration at the federal level?
That's
Verifin? Okay. Who's on Verifin here? Is that everybody these days? What else are y'all on? Is it BAM? Anybody doing BAM? Rest of you are doing manual? You're doing manual transaction monitoring? You don't have software? FCRM? Fiserv? Okay. Who else is any, some of y'all don't know because you're new, you're like, you haven't even opened the software yet. Yellowhammer, that's a Jack Henry, yeah, okay, Jack Henry product. So it's really getting down to vendors, isn't it? Like Fiserv has theirs, they have theirs. And then Verifin crosses over, that's through FIS. I hear a lot of FIS people use Verifin. But anyway, if you haven't bought software yet, they start pushing you around 250 million. By $500,000, they want you to have software to run your anti-money laundering program. And it's not cheap. So, and then when you get there and you get it, you won't be able to really understand it for 2 years.
Right.
So don't.
That's true.
That was on those 2 consent orders, actually. The USAA one, I mean, they got all
Oh, I
this
see
new fancy software and then they couldn't use it, so they didn't use it.
Well, then they set their alert thing, they're
Yeah,
too high. And so because there was too many alerts, so we set it too high, and the examiners are like, you're not looking at the stuff you should be looking at.
Yeah.
Because you've set it like at 90%.
Yeah, Texas, that community bank was some similar stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that community bank one was the one that disturbed me the most, because I thought, I think every bank I know does stuff like this, but I'm not gonna, the CIP worksheet doesn't get filled out completely, so they send it back from the back of the house to the front of the house. And instead of calling the customer in and filling it out, the CSR, the officer fills it out and they send it to the back of the house. They do that on signature cards. If you don't know they do that, they do. So they got caught doing it. So somebody must have told them they did it. Don't let your people talk to the FDIC. Somebody had to tell them they were doing that, because how would they know?
They usually wouldn't.
Yeah, unless it was two different handwritings. So that's the worry about the paper forms. Remember, because the paper form, maybe you need to go to an Adobe form. So at least it's typed in. Yeah, that may be, those of you still using paper interviews, because you can convert those to Adobe pretty easy with somebody that knows some software skills on that. So I'm thinking maybe Adobe, and then they could type it in, and then if they type it in again, because every one of you had that problem. If you don't think you do, you don't know your staff. Because the frontline staff, having been one, doesn't want to bother the customer when they know them really well already. They already know the drill of that business. And so, they don't want to bother them. So a lot of that kind of stuff happens. But somebody must have told the examiner, or it was two different handwritings on the forms that they pulled because they weren't completing their CDD questionnaires. They were getting completed in the branch. They were sent back and were completed by the branch. That's what that consent order said for Texas. That was only a 35 branch bank. And the other thing they got criticized for was they were looking at 100 alerts a day. That's too many alerts, evidently. So I don't know if any of y'all look at 100 alerts a day, but you should look at that roadmap that they said that was too many. So, and I'm pretty sure I know banks that are looking at 100 alerts a day. I just think these systems, they don't know your bank. So you buy it, it's in a model that doesn't fit your bank, and then you have to go back and validate and adjust the model till you get good data. And that's the problem. If you're looking at 1,000 alerts and you get one SAR out of it, that's not good. So that's just a waste of time. So you got to keep adjusting that to get a good number. But you got to adjust it not randomly, like we're just going to bump up the numbers because we can't get to it.
Right.
Yeah. That's where they got into trouble, both of them.
Yeah.
On those things. So it was really interesting. So when you new BSA officers, when y'all get these consent orders from FinCEN or from your regulators, you don't read them like, na, 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 that's them and not us, right? You look them, what are we doing this stuff? And then you get your auditors to go look for it. Go ask people, are we doing this stuff? Because we'd rather know before the regulators know that we're doing any of this stuff, which could easily happen, I think.
But didn't USAA, didn't they get warned once to fix it?
They were warned several
And
times.
then they didn't.
Yeah, but the other bank, I don't think so. Usually there's several times you get warned before they put you and fine you. Like, I've always heard 3. But if you get it on a consent order, like there was a little bank in Louisiana, 100-year bank that got on a consent order, 6 branches, okay? That was probably cost them $1 million. They had to do a look back. They had to hire a CPA firm out of Dallas that does transaction look backs to file SARs, right? That's $300,000, their BSA officer told me. They had to go get the best BSA officer they could find. So that was $150,000, okay? Yeah. So they had to go get state-of-the-art software. That cost money. They had to learn the software. They had to change everything. They retired their president that owned the bank and put his son in place that was younger because he wouldn't change. He would just keep overriding everything on BSA. And you'll hear stuff like that. Like if I hear, I was at a little bank and they're so sweet. They're only one location. So I'm at this bank and I'm like, they said we didn't file enough SARs last year. I'm like, oh, yeah. I said, who's on your committee? Oh, 3 of us, bank presidents on the committee. bank president's on the committee, you're never gonna file enough SARs. Get the bank president off the committee. It's not safe for them to be on the committee because they could be influencing the filing of SARs. It looks bad. And the other thing is they love everybody. They think everybody's good. And we're looking at it like, oh God, look what they're doing. But they're like, oh, we play softball on Thursdays. They don't look at it the way we do. Now, every once in a while, I run into a bank president that's pretty critical and wants to file more SARs, but it's rare. And every time I ask, is your bank president on the committee? You can bet they are. They've been criticized for not filing enough SARs. And if you're not filing enough SARs, you're not looking. Just on Reg E fraud right now. I mean, how much have y'all lost on Reg E? Just go talk to your Reg E administrator and file those SARs. You'll get plenty. Because right now, those new FAQs that came out, you got to give everybody back their money just about. If the customer didn't initiate it and they didn't benefit from it, then you got to give them the money back. So this is a bright line we're walking on Reg E right now because the CFPB says a fraud, you get them back. But they still left you some squiggle room. The customer goes in and buys a dog, they authorize it, they did it, they didn't get the dog. It's not you initiated and you benefit, it's you initiated or you benefit. So that may be a deal, but you don't pay them back their money. But if they're tricked into giving their information to somebody and that person goes online and does their transactions, then you got to give them the money back on Reg E. So we're in a mess on just that piece alone, not to mention all the COVID fraud we had last year. You should have filed a lot of SARs on that. But this Reg E stuff has been, and check fraud.
Oh,
So I got an emergency phone call. Like I was at the vet's office, my precious little beagle got very, very sick. But anyway, I knew that number as president of the bank. I picked up small bank again. I picked up the phone and I was like, is this urgent? Can I call you Monday? And he was like, yeah, it's not that urgent, but it's kind of urgent. So the city in their little town has all these fraudulent checks done. It involved 4 banks and it was like, I don't know, it's hundreds of thousands of dollars. So they did fraudulent checks from the city and they don't know who the criminals are, but several of the banks picked up on it. Bank of America, a little bank, it was the credit union, they caught it as fraud, so they got that money back for the city. And one of the banks, which in this case was a big bank, starts with a C, they let them go through. So now they're in a situation of counting days because the UCC says, and you got to go check your signature card, the public fund had to review this within 30 days, right? You get 30 days from the site examination of your statement. So some of it, they're not going to give the city back, but some of it they're going to have to eat, and then they're going to have to file it on their bonding company, right? That's a SAR fileable situation though. So if it's fraud, it's fraud. Check fraud is a big thing right now. I mean, do not leave your purse in the car, please, or your wallet or your checkbook. You want to go watch your kids play ball and you're sitting there and you think, I'll just leave everything in the car, click, you lock it, you go bring your little chair over there to watch your kids play ball. And $20,000 later, they will have had $20,000 of check fraud because they're going and banging everybody's window, grabbing the purse, checkbooks, then they got your driver's license, checkbook, they put it on a wig, they go to the bank, they cash a check. So, again, we're training our tellers, watch that furthest one out because this fraud has been big right now. Everybody got this story, some version of this story. There's been a lot of check fraud. And you can take ink off a check, which is still a big way to lose money, with tidy pens, with fingernail polish remover, ammonia, vinegar. You can take ink off a check and have a perfectly good signature and have an altered check. And then they mobile deposit it. And the mobile deposits are creating another, kind of crazy thing going on out there. So if you think you need to file some SARs and you don't have any, you better look around in the other departments. And the big thing right now, which we'll talk a lot more about tomorrow, cyber crimes, is your IT people telling you. It's an attempt. They don't have to go through. It has to be attempted. And so I'm thinking we need to develop a little SAR referral for IT people to tell us the basic bones of what happened, what's the IP address, what was the type of, you have those drop downs on the SAR. So you could go through and make those, just have them checked off and send it to you email. Otherwise, you're not getting them and you're not filing them. And this is heating up as a bigger issue right now. So are y'all filing on cybercrime enough? That's what it happens like 10 times a month. It's attempted. So I think we're weak on that part too. So that's, again, some of the check fraud is below 5,000 and that's what's saving you. And you know what's tricky about this too? And this is, I love BSA officers, y'all are so fun. Were they really a suspect?
Or are they a victim?
Or are they a victim? Is that my number 5,000 or is my number 25,000? And you're going to argue the $25,000 number so you don't have to file the SAR because it's below those numbers, right? Yeah, I know how you are. I've been doing the same thing. It was me. All right, so let's just talk about this for a couple of minutes, where we're going on this. I'm going to re-walk you through CIP. I think it's time to revisit CIP. You guys have real IDs here in Michigan, right? The little yellow stars. Do y'all have one? It's been pushed back to what, May 2023? Yeah, so pretty soon, but those are good IDs. And what that means is you might not need 2 IDs because DMV already ran them through CIP for you. If that license is good. So that might be a good thing. We'll walk through this. We're going to talk about online bank opening. Who's opening accounts online right now in Michigan? 1? That's all? Y'all are too? How's it going?
It's good. It's not fully opened. It has to be approved. So it's not a fully online opening.
Okay,
Documents are approved.
so you're running a hybrid. I call it a hybrid. Is that?
So quite a bit of fraud, so we shut our online account down about 2 years ago.
I think there is, you saw those 3 briefs that came out from the Federal Reserve Bank on remote authentication. One of them was on new accounts, and they said 85% of banks have experienced fraud that open accounts online.
I think about 40% end up being closed pretty quickly.
We didn't open enough to make it worth our while. The ones we did open, large percentage fraud.
Okay, so I don't know if anybody heard that, but both of them are saying 40% were fraudulent, large percentage were fraudulent of account opening. So it's getting better. I think the process is getting more in depth now, but it's still a lot of fraud when you're not face to face with the customer. I don't know how we don't go there though. That's the other problem. You're talking about these millennials. Millennials are now mainstream. They're in their 30s, right? That's a lot of you maybe in the room. So the ones generations below that, what do they call them? The Xers or the Nexers or the whatever. They're never going to do anything. They don't want to come in and talk to a banker. So they're only going to open accounts online. I mean, my little nieces have accounts online with their grandpa. So
We have a virtual branch, so you can call it with the app, video chat.
I like that. That may be fancier because I know I did my mortgage loan in Florida through an app. I never met my banker because it was in the middle of COVID. So we did everything with a push-pull. It was a kind of a hybrid too. You do the initial stuff, the initial application, and then the tax returns and stuff had to be pushed back and forth through the app and through email. But it was a secure app to load your documents like that. So that was nice. But again, apps are expensive and some banks aren't going to spend that money to do that. But I think we almost have to go there. It's just how to go there safely. So we'll talk about CIP and some of that. So before we get into this, let's go ahead and take a little break. We'll take about 10, 15 minutes and whatever it takes to go to the bathroom and come back. And that way we won't get into this and then break you. How about that? Literally. Stop recording. Yeah, I like that. I can edit it.
That's not true, yeah. But they were issued.
That's not,
That's not right.
unless you're not online on
Right, so how is that gonna be different? Because right now, existing beneficial ownership is by account. So it's not going to be.
But that's what- Well, it's not, but I think the game is just gonna look at something. Keep our studies. I'm sure that's. I know, I just know it's there, like, look, it's more-
They did, or.
Yeah, I think remember the leadership. That's what you crack up. That's the only sentence we have on that.
Correct.
But
Yeah. I'll be glad that's.
yeah, I think it's gonna be good.
Should have done it with. They should have instead of present.
Yeah. I'm a little south of, I'm in Osceola County, I'm a little south of Disney, in Central Florida. And about an hour to Melbourne Beach.
That's fine.
Never thought you'd say that. Not far. That's nice.
I'm sure
It's different, it's very multicultural. I'm in the St. Cloud, little South Kissimmee. And, I moved over there during COVID. My brother and his family lived there. I'm a mile from them. And I was really crazy to move during COVID, but I thought you can't go to church, you can go do your normal.
Right.
You can't go play, even then you could play golf with the regular people. And so I was like, you can't do anything, so I might as well move.
Are you affected by the whole Disney county change that's going on?
I guess I'm gonna be affected. I don't know. I don't have to pay state income tax, so it's really hard to get too depressed about Florida. I get like, oh, these chill cats. I'm like, you haven't paid state income taxes.
That's not too bad.
Yeah, so and it's been cheaper to live in Florida for me. Louisiana had a state income tax. And we had a lot of, insurance. I mean, I have 3,000 a year hurricane type insurance. And I don't have that in Florida. I don't have that in Florida, which sounds strange, but I'm in a central Florida.
Right.
So I'm 5.5 hours from the Keys, 45 minutes to Melbourne Beach. You know, it's pretty nice. If you live there, you know. Plus you can play golf all year round. Very poor for golf. But, but then everybody says that, right? In my case, it's actually true. So, I'm a double bogey kind of girl. This is my coach, you know, my coach is like, you should at this point shoot for a double bogey. I thought, that's pretty much what I should do. If I get one par in 18 holes, I feel like I have victory. Yeah, just want to be outside. Yes. So doing something. So, yeah, I started playing. I played a little golf before, but now I play more because I'm not on the road. It's nice. It's different life. I take but it's only a few steps to the kitchen, so I also picked up by COVID-19. Now I gotta start working.
because it would say. I didn't know what that's software.
And there's a link.
Never feel.
Yeah, pass it. Unless you check it. But it doesn't work.
Yeah. Before Ken Gallagher.
There's so many other ways.
I remember Phil. I love when I see students like that. I'm like, what are you doing here? You know, it's like, we don't always know everybody's name, but we will recognize faces. And a lot of states I know even names because I've been there. But, you know, it's like, it's really fun to see somebody like, what are you doing here, you know?
Tough transition.
Now I
It's nice to see somebody.
got different risks, but this is a high risk state too, because of the cannabis. Y'all are kind of cutting edge on a lot of stuff. This day. Well, yeah, they keep saying, somebody wanted me to treat them safe banking. I'm like, it's not the facts. I mean, I am not optimistic because of Connell, it's the one in the Senate, Mitch. Yes, he wants to go comprehensive. He doesn't want to say that. And so until the House pushes through something more comprehensive, I don't think they're going to pass it. Or the Senate's going to have to sit down and write the law that they want, because it's been 6 months. He doesn't like the fact that says banking doesn't worry about the other business stuff. So you have so bankers just trying to. It's a tough issue. You're very open-minded. Disturbing. For bankers.
But you can't see them, they don't roll on these stuff. They're not that open. So I just see them and they start to do what I It's not bad with wine, simple things. Yeah. Yeah, I don't.
I wrote down like the 8 million. Yeah. The other one I remember reading. I must have missed it. To report to your board. I haven't done that. Yeah.
The big ones
Out
I
there.
don't really care about.
Yeah.
The smaller ones are-
Because I've had some typos out there that I'm like, yeah, yeah, they caught that.
Ready?
Oh, very good. Oh, you didn't make it any, it's way big.
Like, right. It takes like, yeah.
Yeah, there's quite a few. Yeah. There's a lot of it in the US. People call it in a different state. It's a mission.
But it's like
People pay.
or you get.
My heart needs to talk to me. I just, it's virtual text now. I get so much numbers. I don't know why. All right, well, we'll make our way back. Any questions about anything that we've been talking about so far? I mean, I'm trying to stay on topic, but I'm known to jump around a little bit.
We had 10 years never to figure this out after FATA cited us in 2006 to put something in place. They rammed down the beneficial ownership
Yeah.
rules, which really too bad. This should have been.
They should have done this the first go round. Yeah, the comment is for those of you listening remote that should have done this the last go round in 2018, which would have been nice. Because, you know, and again, for you new BSA officers, you know how I showed you that little CDD, the fifth pillar in red, that little one sentence? It's like 5-6 pages in the exam manual of what they really meant. So, you know, that's just sort of the way they do things now. They come back and they kind of soften things that they made mistakes on, but then yet the exam manual has these very kind of harsh things in it. But I think the beneficial ownership thing is the same thing. It's like, it's not that long of a law, but in the exam manual, it kind of goes through quite a bit of things. And I think we've had trouble with it. I think people think the person opening the account, here's what I've seen wrong on beneficial ownership forms. CSRs, new accounts, loan officers think the person opening the account is maybe either themselves, because they think they're opening the account, or they think it's whoever that runner is going back and forth between the business. They don't really understand it's a high level person. The person opening the account on our certification form has to be somebody, and in the Federal Register it talked about somebody who signed resolutions. So I was always like, why don't we just populate this? You know, why don't we tag it in the back of our system, and whoever signs the corporate resolution signs the beneficial ownership certification, because they're certifying all that stuff that is true on a federal document. So it needs to be not, you know, Betty or Bill bookkeeper. It needs to be somebody high level in the organization, and that's where we've had trouble with it, misunderstanding some of that stuff. I think people get 25% owners, and usually you can tell who the 25% owners. If it's an LLC, you have the operating agreement, partnership agreement, you have a partnership, you know who the partners are. It's the corporations you really have to rely on their word, because you're not going to see shares of stock or anything like that. Well, we've made a lot of mistakes, but yeah, this should have been done the first time, the national database, if that's what they want to do, because that's what other countries do. A few years back, I taught a webinar, opening accounts, foreign accounts, businesses. And almost every country that I used as an example, you have to file with the federal government or their version of the federal government, the business, before you get a bank account. And it's different here. We're less strict, if you can imagine. So we're considered a haven for shell companies and criminals. Great. We think we're so proud of ourselves, and then, you know, here we're probably one of the worst countries in the world on this issue. So that continues to be a struggle, I think. And I'm not sure it's going to get much better. I don't think your customers are going to want to file. Now, that's not a divine statement or anything, but y'all are like, duh. Well, I'm already thinking, well, I'm kind of downsizing anyway as I get closer to retirement. Maybe I should go back to being a sole proprietor, you know, and then I don't have to register. That's the way your customers are going to think, though. Maybe I can be something that doesn't have to register, because I'm still not sure they're going to put general partnerships in. I don't know if you really were looking at that, but and they're saying you file the Secretary of State. Well, in a lot of states, right now, it says it in the reg, right, and partnerships. But in a lot of states, general partnerships don't file at the Secretary of State or Department of State. And are y'all one of those states where you're don't file? Well, anyway, if they don't file, then all you have is your LTDs and your LLPs. You wouldn't have general partners. Well, that means everybody's going to go back to being a general partner to get out of the thing. And then you're going to have to file a SAR because they're evading beneficial ownership registration. And I've heard that already. Customers are structuring their ownership. Like, Why want to be on somebody's form? So they're going at 24% buying the company. And that's structuring. So you have to file a SAR on that if you heard that. So again, it comes back to what we know. We file on what we know. If they're structuring beneficial ownership, that's structuring. So yeah, should have done this the last time. And it's going to cost some money to undo it. So you got to let your board know. Every time we have to do something, it costs the bank money. And right now, money's tight. Money's tight. And some of these big banks, have you noticed, are dropping their overdraft fees, which is going to kill y'all, because then how are you going to make money? Because right now it's kind of taking overdrafter to lunch, right? Because we love them. The ones that pay their overdrafts. But right now that's the second fee income for most banks in the country. And some of these big banks are eliminating it because they have had so many lawsuits and so many problems with the CFPB on overdrafts. So that continues to be it. And before we get into this, you did hear, because I'm sure a lot of you cross over to different areas of your bank. You did see in the CFPB, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, in the news, March 16th, that they're going to look at discrimination in deposits. Ha! Go to jail. No. Where do we discriminate in deposits? You waive overdraft fees for some customers, but not for others?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Can you waive a CD penalty for one customer, not for another one? Oh, yeah. Can you charge if they lost their debit card for one customer, but not for another? Oh, yeah. So when I complete my audit, you are all discriminating on deposit accounts. So what you would do differently would be something like every customer gets one NSF waived. Every customer gets one debit card replaced, free. And that way you're not discriminating, you're treating everybody the same. But that's going to go over really bad on the deposit side. And it's tagged over to fair lending, because what happened was you're waiving the CD penalty to pay one customer's loan, right? And then you're not waiving the CD penalty to pay another customer's loan at the same bank. So you charge the penalty, then you pay the loan. That way you don't get into that. Or you always waive the CD penalty to pay the loan. And that gets into, you know, Jack Holznick's area of discussion. Jack's the loan guy. I love him. He's great. We all know each other, but we're all getting old. Okay. So we need some of y'all younger ones to come into this business and start doing training. So let's look at the regulation for CIP. CIP operates more at the customer level, but you still have the definition of account, and that's the same definition we use for beneficial ownership. So it's a formal banking relationship. And we used to say, when this came out, 10/1/2003, we used to say anywhere we sign a contract, anywhere we sign a contract with you, that's an account. And I don't know if that's true today, but it used to be a pretty good definition. If you sign up for cash management services, if you sign up for whatever, because it was services too, safe deposit box and all of that. An account does not include check cashing or wire transfers for non-customers or anything you acquire if you're in merger mode. An account opening for purpose of participating in employee retirement accounts. Then there's the definition of bank. And notice, which I don't know that a lot of people notice, but a customer means a person that opens an account, and then it uses the word individual. Okay, so what's the difference? In BSA regulation, what's a person? It could be a business, it could be a trust, it could be an entity, it could be a nonprofit organization. But a customer means a person, an LLC, a human being that opens an account, and an individual, which means a human being who opens an account for someone that lacks legal capacity, such as a minor, and an entity that's not a legal person, such as a civic club. But we don't do Debbie doing business at Civic Club anymore. Okay, that stuff is gone. But we used to. We used to do a lot of stuff. So a person that opens a new account and an individual, it does not say signers here. So on your little notes, Does my policy say a person and all signers? Or does my policy say a person? The practice is to get all signers, but what does your policy say? Because when your auditor comes in and writes you up for a CIP violation, if it doesn't say signers, they can't write you up for a CIP violation if it doesn't say signers. Unless you define the definition of customer as customer and signers. So you gotta watch what you're writing up as CIP violations, because that's a $5,300 fine as opposed to, gee, you just didn't follow procedure. Most policies I've seen do not say and signers, but I'll tell you what happened. Well, what happened was, you know, like the Delaware. Now, what happened was, when this came out, the temporary law said a customer that opens a new account and all signers. But when it went into final form in 10/1/2003, they took that out of there. But some of you had already written your policies and gotten them approved by the board before it finalized. So your practice is to get the entity and all signers. Right? Don't y'all pretty much run CIP on anything that moves? Right, but it's probably not what your policy says. Okay, so again, when you get into, you know, like I got a call from a bank, we have a 52% error rate on our business accounts. Is it really CIP you have errors in, or is it other stuff? Because we got to be careful about our language, right? We have procedures that we follow and we have CIP there, not the same thing. That's why everybody's having trouble with non-resident aliens. That non-resident alien CIP is easy. You got a passport and a passport number, you can open an account. If you take one ID. But the interest-bearing rules are not easy. That's a different thing. That's where you get into the W-8s and all that mess. So be careful about this here, because again, a customer is not everybody that signs on a business account particularly, and sometimes you don't get everybody, and you might have one missing. But that's not a CIP violation. That doesn't mean your little person in the back of the office that runs CIP. Who's that? Is anybody here does that? Y'all should have brought them. They're the best. The ones that check CIP in the back, the mean one. Y'all got one? Okay, that's you. Good for you. Nobody likes you, right? Nobody's asking you to go to lunch. There's one in every bank. There's somebody in the back of the house that not only checks CIP, but checks the signature card, checks the resolution. They're checking the whole process. But that doesn't mean that's a CIP violation, right? So that's what you have to distinguish, I think, to not get yourself into this 52% error rate. Very rare somebody have 52% error rate. And if they do, can you imagine? But they did have a higher error rate, I'll give it that. But they didn't have 52%. You don't have to run CIP on other financial institutions and on B2 through B4. That's your government entities that's traded on the stock exchange. And I get this call. I mean, if I don't get this call once a week, it's a slow week. It's the government entity, it's the sheriff's office, it's the this, or that. What do we need? Nothing. You don't need anything. You don't need CIP, they're exempt. You don't need beneficial ownership, they're exempt. What you do need is whatever makes you feel comfortable. So maybe it's a letter from the sheriff's office, maybe it's ID on the signers. Just because the entity's exempt doesn't mean you can't ask for ID on the signers, right? So I would sure want to go to the sheriff's website and see these people really work there. That would be a good idea since there's a lot of fraud, public fraud, at least there is in Louisiana. I don't know about here. Florida's a new state for me, so I'm learning. Florida's different. It's a lot more crime, I think, in Florida because Louisiana's more rural except for New Orleans. So Florida is more multinational and you got all those high intensity crime areas. But anyway. So again, a person that has an existing account with the bank, provided that the bank has a reasonable belief that knows the true identity of the person. So this went in 10/1/2003, and everybody before that was grandfathered in. So Jack Smith, and Mrs. Jack Smith were grandfathered in. Y'all still got it, right? Okay. And are they still using the same social, or did you get her social? We used to put his social with an A and a B behind it. Because the ladies didn't always get social security when I started because they weren't working. Right? Same thing with your precious Amish customers right now. You'll have one social security. The head of the family has the social security, not necessarily the spouse. Everybody with me here on that? And so again, when we talk about this, these are exempt persons, department agencies, government entities traded on the stock exchanges, and the subsidiaries. So subsidiaries are not in CIP though. Subsidiaries are on CTRs and beneficial ownership. They're not consistent even about that. In CIP, you have to, identify a subsidiary. And then it talks about here that we have to follow, this is 1020, that we have to include risk-based procedures for verifying the identity to the extent reasonable and practical. They must enable the bank to form a reasonable belief that you know the true identity of the customer. Not everything we do for customers is about CIP. A lot of things we do are about fraud, like resolutions. That same resolutions Walter Kluwer has today, I think we used in the 80s. It hasn't changed. I think there's been one update to it, but that's about it. It's the same thing. So you have to get the name, date of birth, the address. Address is a big deal. And 4, tax identification number, and see where it says 2 there for a non-US person, you could actually use a passport number. So if I want to open accounts for non-resident aliens, all I would ask for is a passport and a passport number. Put them in a non-interest bearing account. Just that simple. And you don't have to have this elaborate thing. If you want 2 IDs, then you ask them for something else. Maybe you're going to take a Canadian driver's license. They're in the ID checking book. You can look at anything in that ID checking book, I would probably take. And what about matricular cards up here? Y'all take matricular cards? Mexico matricular, let's see hands. Who takes them? 1. Oh, there's a few more. Okay. Some people love them, some people hate them. You're in Chicago, they're taking them. You go to New Orleans, right down the center of another multinational, multicultural city. They'll never take them there. Not the bank I know takes them in New Orleans. But I'm in Chicago, everybody takes them. You see what I mean? How this is so different from one to another. But in New Orleans, they'll take TWIC cards. Do y'all take TWIC cards? Transportation worker ID cards issued by Homeland Security. But yet it says you take US government ID, and that's what it is. So you would have to take it. And it has an embedded chip, but you would need something else that proved address because you can't read the embedded chip. It costs $125. Truck drivers have it, and anybody working in a plant's got it. Anybody where there's a risk of blowing up a plant or something like that, it's got to have a TWIC card. Yeah, I know. Just take a whole bunch of gas into, Exxon and run it into something, blow the whole, world up. So, yeah, so that's it. And then it talks here about verification through documents for a bank relying on documents. So do you have to rely on documents? Obviously not. It says, but if you do rely on documents, then for an individual, unexpired government ID. So that's why we get, and there are 2 favorites here, driver's licenses and passports are mentioned, such as. For a person other than an individual, it's talking about certification, articles, government issued business license, partnership agreement, or trust instrument. It doesn't say you have to get the whole trust instrument. Boy, that's been a trend that's gone back and forth. When I started, you didn't want to bring in a lot of documents. You wanted the front and back page of the trust, front and back page of the partnership agreement. You just wanted to know who signed the partnership agreement so they signed your resolution. But today it's gotten a lot different, and everybody wanted everything. Now everybody's getting sued because you have everything and you're not following it. So now we're back to, we just want these 3 pages, or we want you to fill out our form. Guardianship accounts, 1.2 million. Bank out of Mississippi lost on a guardianship. Well, you bring it in and the court order says We're gonna make distributions quarterly for living expenses. Why did somebody give the gal a debit card? Why was she going to the branch that allows you to take out $1,000 cash? And this went on for a long period of time. And so they got sued and they lost because they let it happen. You can't help with crime now. If you're not monitoring cash withdrawals on fiduciary accounts, especially court-ordered accounts, you're gonna lose money. States, guardianships, conservatorships, would lease those. I'd probably monitor power of attorneys too. Somebody called me about filling out a CTR. I hope it wasn't one of y'all. I don't remember a lot of times. See, that's the good part. I can tell a story. I don't remember who it was. It's good. It's a blessing. So if it's you, you just know I didn't remember it was you. But this girl called me and she'd been doing CTRs for 30 years. Now, first of all, if I've done CTRs for 30 years, I would probably shoot myself. Be like, I gotta do something else. I'm going to the Keys, I'm gonna be a bartender. So, I mean, that's a hard job. CTRs are hard. I don't care. And filling those out perfectly every time, that's hard. And so she called me and she said, oh yeah, this executor came in and they gave her in the branch $14,000 cash. I said, she didn't write a check, cash? And she said, yeah, $14,000 cash. And she said, I'm trying to figure out how to fill out the CTR. So what are our choices? If it's for the estate, then
For the benefit of the estate.
yeah, so the estate is the person on whose behalf the transaction, hopefully, which means, and then she was like, do I fill it out that she's benefiting herself or she's acting on behalf of the estate? Well, I hope you're gonna put that she's acting on behalf of the estate, or otherwise you got an admission of guilt right there. But, right? But I said, do you understand I'm more concerned that you gave an executor $14,000 cash than I am about how to fill out that CTR? You need to go talk to that branch, because executors don't take out cash. They put in cash if they dig it up in the backyard, but they don't take out cash. And I said, if she is the beneficiary of the estate, then she will ultimately get the money anyway, but make her write the check to herself, cash a check. And it's one little step, but it also gives you the paper trail, you know, that you need. And ask a few more questions. Otherwise, you want to close this account and get it out of here, because you're going to be in the middle of a mess. We've had a lot of losses. I know a bank in Maryland lost $300,000 on the state cash withdrawals. They're making us give the money back because the fiduciary is doing something wrong, because we're supposed to catch them or we've helped them in some way. So this is the trend now, and it's like, this is crazy. So the trend now used to be get that 300-page trust. Now we're back to get as little as possible. Okay. Or get some kind of a affidavit or something that your lawyer dropped. Is that what y'all are doing?
Working out a form to get the affidavit.
Yeah. And then you have a big statement that says, attaches the front and back page of the trust, but we are not responsible for the actions of the trustees, of the successor trustees, or anybody else. Yes.
We had a situation where we had a so guardian asked for money. Issue that she didn't ask for another question. I thought it made sense.
And pay bills and stuff. She's talking about online banking. That's what I would look at. I would look at the court order. Okay. Then you have to do what you feel comfortable with. Yeah. But online banking is not a cash withdrawal. And debit cards make sense sometimes. If they're able to do and pay bills with a debit card, it certainly makes sense if they put them in a checking account. But the ones that say you can make, you know, quarterly withdrawals, that money, that much money needed to be in CDs. Make them come in and withdraw it. That's what I think. I'm about to the point that they need to be in CDs or don't do it. And here's another thing. A whole bunch of you are doing, you know, where they say co-guardians and co-executors, and they have to act together. You can't manage that. If you can't manage it, you can't take it. So you either have to put a freeze on the account and you have to look at in the back operations is where it's gonna come in helpful. You're gonna have to look at every transaction as it comes through and approve it that both have signed. Which is gonna be-
signatures required on a business check.
The same thing on that. If you can't manage it, don't do it. People say, well, we just tell them. Forget it. That telling people is not protecting you. So a lot of times it's nonprofits like churches, like my girlfriend was telling me, well, at our church, we have to have 2 signatures. I said, the bank cannot manage that. And she said, we know that, but we agreed to that. Well, good luck. The 2 worst, the worst and the best group in the world are churches and churches. The best things that happen in the world happen through churches, and the worst things that happen in the world happen through churches. I know a minister that was going in Beaumont, Texas on little old lady accounts, joint, with rights of survivorship. When they died, he got the money. Or is that fraud, or was he being helpful? But he has a really nice house. So if ministers are trying to put checks made payable to the church into their personal accounts, that's a red flag. And I don't know if our systems are super great at monitoring, does the check match the account? That's our tellers are supposed to do that, right? And tellers don't know that anymore. The front of the check matches the back of the check matches the account. And if you knew how many times I got asked, we just stamped the check for the customer. That's not an endorsement. That's you endorsing it. That's not them endorsing it. If you go to court, that didn't help you.
Then we had a business, customer had a business that no longer existed, but he got a check paid out to the business, so he just put it in the ATM machine.
Yeah.
Put it into his personal account.
Yeah.
And it was a significant amount, and we caught it. Our software caught it, and we called the branch, and we told them, you gotta pull that out, and we're not gonna take that check. And it was, $7,000 or $8,000. We're not gonna be responsible for that.
Yeah.
If the business no longer exists, he needs to go back to the issuer and have them issue him a new check.
The business, a lot of times when we close accounts too, we close accounts the way the account reads, we write it out. So I tell people if the corporation is dissolved, have them write the check, balance close it first, have them write the check to themselves, cash it,
Right.
then get it to zero, then close it, because they're not going to be able to negotiate a check made payable to a corporation that doesn't exist anymore.
Right.
You have to think about some of that kind of stuff.
Right.
That's operational, but boy, it ties into BSA these days, right? BSA is everything. So again, verification of non-documents. So Secretary of State, you know how many times I see this wrong on people's CIP? A lot. Secretary of State is not a document verification. It is a non-document verification. Now, you might be looking at the documents online, but it is a public database. Anybody can look at Secretary of State. It is not a document. A document is something that was issued by the government that the customer walks in with. It's a public database. Consumer reporting agencies. A lot of people run their customers through Qualifile, Telecheck, whatever brand, LexisNexis, credit reports, all that kind of stuff. That's a non-document verification. And you have to address situations where individuals unable to present unexpired government-issued ID. And that was specifically geared for the elderly and for minors, but we also use it for religious exceptions like Amish. They'll still have their name, address, date of birth, and social, but they might not have a picture ID if you're really old or really young. And so we wrote into our CIPs those exceptions. They should be in your policy, what it says for a minor, what it says. By the way, don't put minors online account opening because you got that COPA rule. 13 is the age for minors online. And so again, it goes on down and it says, and where the customer opens the account without appearing in person at the bank. And so that situation back in 2003 was for us, we used to mail documents to customers. And especially business accounts. We'd mail the corporate resolution to New York, it would come back. We'd mail it over here, it would come back. We'd open the account. It was never written for online, so you're gonna have to go in when you start an online account opening and revamp your CIP for what that's gonna look like online. Are you gonna do document verification? Are you only gonna do non-document verification? What are you gonna do when you're not face-to-face with the customer when you open accounts? And a lot of people use those out of wallet, what do they call it, out of wallet questions? But they're still able to get around that because they can get to people's credit reports. If they hacked into the credit report system, then they can answer those questions online. So that's problematic, although one of them was really good. I had opened 16 bank accounts online and closed them. $50, close, open, close, open, close. But anyway, I'm probably on somebody's watch report. Oh, I'm sure I'm on my bank's watch report when my sister and I were testing person-to-person payments. I wanted to see what they looked like at my bank and her bank on our statements. My bank had them all in capital letters. Her bank did not, but we tested like 10 different person-to-person, payments. I'm sure I was being watched then. And then my whole office freaked out when I ordered a marijuana dispensary kit. And they're like, we're going to jail. I'm like, this is research. Yeah. But anyway, so you have to adapt it to, your CIP to when you're not face to face, because it does happen. Somebody's going to take documents out. And that's when we get to trouble. I was in Missouri teaching a conference a couple of years ago, and a lady told me, I got to go do a deposition after lunch and I'll be gone. I'm sorry. I'm just letting you know. And that was very nice of her. And so, because otherwise you think, oh, they hated it, they left, So she told me, she said, no, I got to leave. And I said, what's going on? And she said, well, one of our branches let the signature card go out and they added a dead person to the account. But the family member had the guy's driver's license, so they got a copy of it. $200,000 has gone through this account. Checks were coming into the house, the endorsement was forged, they put them in there. And I'm like, yeah, that's our worst nightmare. That's the ones we hear about. And there's really no way, because they said he was elderly and he couldn't answer the phone, but he needed an account. Well, they fell for that. But anyway, and then lack of verification, what to do when you can't verify the customer, and then the required records. The record keeping is tricky here. You keep the documents for 5 years after the account is open. You keep the name, address, date of birth, and social for 5 years after the account is closed. So if they only had a CD with you and that CD closes and they're gone one day and they come back, you got to rerun full CIP, even though that record is floating out there of the name, address, date of birth, because they're not an existing customer. And there's FAQs on that. So they came out in 2004 on that. So again, this is the big piece here, a description of the resolution of any substantive discrepancy in the information. So that's that address. We're always trying to resolve that address. So we have to somehow verify that that's their address. And a lot of times driver's license address doesn't match where they live. So a lot of you get cell phone bills and, some don't. Some send a letter of welcome. If it doesn't come back, they verify the address. So there's those kind of issues that happen also with this. So again, comparison with government lists. This list never got populated. It's still in the law. We call it the 326 list because it came out of the Patriot Act, but we do 314s and specially designated nationals. We don't run a CIP list at this time unless something happens and they need it. And then we put this little notice in our lobbies, and if we do it right, we are in compliance. Now, last time I was here, you sat up front right there, right? We were in the big room though. Were you there? No? Okay. Well, there was a lady there and she had certified annually to the bank that it implemented its anti-money laundering program. So if you rely on another bank to run your CIP because you're in a loan participation, something like that, then that has to be certified annually that they're in compliance, or if you're the lead bank, that you're in compliance. So that lady was telling me she drops hers in January. She was sitting in kind of the same corner. And that was a good idea. I think first of the year, you put in your tickler, are we entwined with any other banks? And if we are, then we either need to send a letter, or they need to send a letter that we're in compliance. So that's an annual certification. It is in the procedures of the exam manual. It's not often checked, but somebody could check it. And this is the Michigan Real ID, right? So this is your enhanced ID right here. As you can kind of see that yellow star. That means they've done a good job. If that driver's license is correct, if that address is correct, you're in great shape. You just found out possibly though that a customer you had didn't have the same name on their 15 loans with you. Now they have their real ID, you'll have their real name. And then what do? Can't change the loans. So like, yeah, you're just gonna have to have them sign something that also known as thing that the lenders do. Deposit people don't do that. Yeah. I would think that ought to cover it. Yeah. But otherwise, it's just been interesting that this is going on, especially ladies. Men keep their same names. What do we do?
Get married,
And then what do we do?
get divorced.
And then what do we do? Then we get married. Then we get
Divorced
Yeah. That's us. Men keep the same name. No, we're in love, so we change our names. Not anymore.
Maybe go for the hyphenated name.
Yeah, yeah.
that's fine.
I've been down that road. No. How many names have you had? Yeah, I'm going to stay with Crawford till the end now. But anyway, here's the one thing I wanted to tell you about online. The few of you that are opening accounts online, you see what this says? This is the Economic Growth Regulatory Relief and Consumer Protection Act. And it says if you initiate an online account opening, you can use the driver's license, but you have to destroy it. Because the new ones are done on the mobile phone and your driver's license just gets uplifted into the system. Pretty cool, really. But then the bank can't use it. They can use it, but then they have to destroy it. You think that would have prevented the fraud that y'all had? Yeah, they would have had their driver's license too. This is newer. I don't know that this was probably around a couple of years ago, but this was scanning up, uploading this.
I would say that most banks probably don't pay attention to this if they're opening accounts online. I think they're probably keeping.
They are. Yeah. I teach this online account opening webinar and I get questions about this every time. Where is this? I just gave it to you. That's where it is. How many days can we keep it? I don't know. It doesn't say. I mean, it doesn't say.
There it is.
That's what this is what I know. There's nothing deeper here. Someday, so keep it for 30, well, look at where your fraud is. If it's in the first 30 days, keep it 30 days. If it's in the first 90 days, keep it 90 days. And then people are saying, well, what if they come into the branch later? Yeah, you can ask for it then. But it will be inconsistent whether you have it or not, right? But again, you can ask for a copy of it if they come into the branch, but your online customers are not coming into the branch. And you know what people really worry about? And this one I like. How are we going to know their signature? They're not going to write checks, this group. They're opening the account online. They want a debit card. They're going to pay online. They're not check writers. And if they are going to deposit and they did write a check, it'll be made payable to them. You could see their endorsement on the back. It might begin to build a history. The people that open bank accounts online are not check writers. And I don't know about you, but how many checks have you written in the last 30 days? Because I haven't written any. No, I'm a millennial. I got an inner millennial. Even the last thing was church, and that's gone for me too. I can draft that. So every once in a while, the kids are selling, my nieces are selling something at their school, you have to write a check. But even the schools don't want checks anymore. They want. So daycare is probably your last thing, but I bet that's over too.
I was gonna say, most of them take Venmo or whatever.
Most of them are taking Venmo, okay? So be careful about this. So you're thinking that most people ignore this and the regulators aren't checking it, so nobody cares, the risk is low. Okay, so this was, if you're gonna do online account opening, go get these briefs. This is the remote authentication landscape. This is where they tell you that most banks experience, 85% banks experience fraud on this. This is from the Fed. And they have types of fraud, new account fraud, account takeover, and they're giving you a whole lot of new acronyms. Isn't that precious? So just what we need. And then they talk about new account fraud targeting multiple payment accounts via mobile or digital channels, including DDAs, credit cards, online, merchant, third-party accounts. Fraudsters open accounts individually or use automated scripts to execute these attacks that can target multiple institutions. And they use that same device repeatedly to perform fraudulent transactions until it's detected and access is disabled. So this is, they have fraudsters use identity data source from data breaches, phishing or hacking to circumvent authentication, to intercept communication. And once they have gained the trust, they can perform any function the financial institution offers its customers. So once they're in, they're in. We usually make funds available the next day. Once you make funds available the next day. So you've got to really watch this. It doesn't sound like this is affecting too many of you at this point, so we won't spend too much time here. But those of you that are doing online account opening, you do want to kind of look at some of this, because this is actually, this is stuff you could use for your risk assessment. These are your risks. So I would just go down through this handout on the new account with brief number 1 and go through and use it for your risk assessment when you add online account opening. Because you got to find the risk. You're not going to be intuitive, expert at online account opening when you haven't been doing it. But these are the risks. And again, so talks about the impotence of legacy identity proofing approaches. And, that's what we're doing today. It's just not working. And account takeover fraud occurs when the fraudsters use card or bank account credentials, usernames, passwords. So if you have identity theft, it may be, if it was electronic, it's going to be account takeover. They've taken over somebody's account. So when you fill out the SAR, you want to make sure you're checking off that box also. So it goes on through that, wanted to make sure you have it on your slides. But account takeover is a leading fraud now. So how many times have y'all had to check the box account takeover? Huh? Yeah, quite a few. So if you've got ID theft, you've probably got account takeover most times. So that's going to be, assuming it's cyber. Not all ID theft is cyber though.
Or you just have the customer give their information.
Yes,
Hey,
yes.
it's like,
Yes.
hey,
Here's my online
They
banking.
told me they were gonna deposit some checks and throw all the money again.
Yeah. They give it
It's
to
their
them.
boyfriend and Iraq.
Are you telling me it's a romantic scam?
And he's stuck there because the government left him there.
Who's gonna help you out?
He was going to help you out a little bit, give you money,
Right.
and then he ends up taking all your money or some regular amount every month. Yeah. Okay. The whole, what do y'all do about that? Do you close your customers' accounts? And do you reopen them? No. Once they're gone, gone.
Depends on the customer, if it's some elderly being defrauded, like we had a lady who they literally took her savings and moved it into her checking because they sent her money and wanted her to wire it, we got her all set back up and changed everything for her and helped her, but she needs to bank somewhere. We gotta take care of them somehow, and then we just pay a little special attention to their accounts.
Yeah, I mean, for those of you remote, she's talking about elderly customers might be your exception, where you just changed all their accounts and they're not gonna do it again. They're not gonna date online on silver singles anymore.
And they call you every other day. Is this weird? Is this, should this happen? What is this on my account? Yes. Special attention.
That's right.
So, well, let's ask it this while we're on this topic. So when you go to close an account, what do you do? Who does it?
Yeah,
I mean, how does that work? What's the procedure?
our customer service department.
Your customer service department closes it. So you tell customer service close and they close it. You direct it though. You're the BSA officer.
She's the meanie.
She's the one that says close it.
Yeah.
So if you tell an account officer to close an account, do they have the right to make a decision about that or they have to close the account?
We usually talk back and forth because the customer service department at our bank, it's a lot of, obviously the phone calls, they've made that call out to that customer to see, are they a victim? It's kind of the question back. Are they a victim? Are they a participant? And just to get a little bit deeper, are they gonna do it again? Have they learned their lesson? Or is it a brand new account or have they been a customer for 20 years? There's a lot of factors. I'm the ultimate one that says yes or no, but I do let everybody weigh in just because I want to see their perspective.
Okay, so once they weigh in and you say close, do they have to close it?
Yes.
Okay. I like that. I don't mind people weighing in, but it should be you that makes the final
Yes, yeah.
decision, right? And that's not always.
Right.
So if you make a recommendation to close an account and that officer doesn't close it, how does that look? Pretty bad, right?
Yeah, because then if there's more fraud on that account,
And we got more paperwork.
yeah.
Right. So the letter from you goes out to your customer service center. This account is closed. What does it say?
Again, on the situation, if it needs to be done immediately, if we can give them, maybe they have social security and we want to give them 30 days to get that changed over. Like there's no do this, it's this. Every situation is so unique.
Okay. Is that true for the rest of you? Because that actually sounds unusual.
Sorry.
And I don't mean, are you small bank?
We are a
Okay.
small community bank.
That
so
makes
we
a
do try
difference
to-
because the bigger you get, the more the letter says, according to paragraph, and my signature card contract, we have the right to close your account at any time. Here's your check. Have a nice day. And it usually goes from BSA department.
It does say, no, it says BSA on the bottom of the
Okay.
line. It has my name. It goes out.
So if it's a criminal, then they'll come after you.
Yes,
Okay.
100%. I've had those phone calls. I've dealt with them after that.
Okay, no, I'm just curious. So
Yeah.
smaller you are, the more flexibility you've got. I think the bigger banks, and I hear 3 or 4 stars, you're out. Is that still going around at big banks? Anybody do that? 3 stars, 4 stars, you're out, or just 4? 4?
Well, you have to get a determination from senior management at that time,
Okay.
whether or not to close them.
And are you a small bank? How many rounds?
18.
18, okay. Starting to get bigger. So 18, so that seems reasonable. Once it goes to senior management, then you make the decision. 4 stars, you're out. But your general rule is if I gotta keep filing stars, they're going. What if it's just structure?
Doesn't matter, it doesn't matter the reason.
Okay,
If you file 4 SARs, it's really, at that time, after 4 SARs, it's, the determination is the risk to the bank.
okay,
Right? Because sometimes it's a fine line between how long to keep them open, to provide more information to law enforcement. As long as it's not a risk to the bank,
okay.
keep it open. I mean, filing SARs once every, every 20 days or it's not that big of a deal, but you get that determination. We have a loan customer.
Does it go to like a committee and the committee makes a decision or it's just senior management that
It's senior retail.
senior retail? What about on the commercial side?
We have not had to go through that route. It's
Okay.
always senior retail.
Okay. I'm liking it. I like both of it. It fits your bank. I mean, it fits your bank. Bigger banks are 3 or 4, you're out. Here's the letter, quote the paragraph, here's a check, back. They don't fool with it. They don't keep fooling with it. And so I like that goes through senior management because I'm thinking of customers just structuring, no real risk to the bank necessarily.
It's not usually we haven't had to close because of structuring.
Yeah,
Marijuana related activity we have. That's where we're closing them.
because they don't tell you they're marijuana related businesses and then they are. And your policy is we bank or don't bank? You do not knowingly bank.
Right, knowingly,
Don't forget that word. But you know you bank. You got a landlord
Yes.
somewhere. I mean, you're gonna have CPA who's handling a marijuana business. You don't even know it. So that's where you don't knowingly bank. No. So that's good. Okay, that's interesting. Anybody else do anything different on closing accounts? Do y'all ever close? Yeah. Right, and for the remote people, she's saying her signature card terms and conditions, you have to follow that. If I wasn't clear about that, some of them do say that. Now, we have to give you notice, unless it's fraud, and then we don't. It's usually got some kind of language like that. And if it does say that, the old school way of doing that, we used to send certified letters. We'd send one regular mail, one certified mail. We'd send out 2 notices. I don't think people use certified mail so much anymore, but to notify the customer so they'd have time to move things. Yeah, so I'm with you on that. Whatever the signature card terms and conditions say is what we need to do when it comes to that closing of accounts. All right, well, we're just gonna get out of this then, since most of you are not doing these. Phishing, these are your risks though. If you do decide to go down there, malware, man in the middle, these are what would go into your risk assessment. And the one thing I would tell you, if you're thinking about doing accounts online, think about what ownership types you want to do. I don't know that you want to do all ownership types online. Like, I'm not sure about opening a trust account online or a guardianship account online or I think you'd want to open your individuals, your joints, your maybe pay. Y'all don't do paying off debt here, right? It's in trust for. Am I remembering that right? Do y'all do PODs? Okay, maybe wrong M state. But anyway, if you do PODs, you might want to let them name beneficiaries and so forth on that. But what I see is the biggest weakness on opening accounts online. There's no CDD questions. There's no questions about purpose or the source, and they're online. They would answer anything for you. They would, what's your income? They would answer that online. And you'll be surprised what people will do when they're on their computers. I mean, they're dating people on the internet and they're, putting everything out there on Facebook and all this stuff. So it's really kind of interesting on all of that. And then the UTMA. So go down your list of ownership types and make sure you figure out what ones you want to do. Like this is it Ally Bank or Ally Bank? Yeah. It's Ally. It says this account cannot be opened online. They put this in their terms and conditions. This account cannot be opened online. They just went down their terms and conditions. Now, could you put it on the first screen of your computer that we only open individual, joint, pay on death accounts? Yeah, you could do that. You could do it some kind of way. But I think this is very fair, meaning we don't open everything online. They go through it pretty clearly. And then this is Regions Bank, which is in the south east corner of the United States. It's in a bunch of states. What you have to think about is where's the money? Like say you get motivated to test out some of these systems tonight. And you go over to your hotel room and you say, I'm going to open a Capital One account. Well, when you read that terms and conditions, that's going to be Virginia law. Because where's Capital One based out of? Virginia. So the money's in Virginia under Virginia law. Which means when you settle the estate, the money's in Virginia under Virginia law. So if it's rights of survivorship or pay on death, okay, that's going to pay at death. But if it's not, then it might be something that has to get settled with a Virginia estate settling. I don't think really people are thinking of this yet. So Regions is the only one that I know of they will only open in their zip codes. So they're in all of these states. And they're the only ones that said, if you open in Texas, this is how you own it. They're saying wherever you are is where your money is. But most of them say wherever the bank headquarters is where your money is. Everybody see the difference? Okay, so that's a legal thing, and I'm not a legal person, I'm not a lawyer. But I do see where this could get really interesting from, because I used to be a financial planner, so I can see where this could get pretty interesting from. You'd have to plan that out if you're in multiple states. See, they go through all of their different states, and like, look how short Florida is, Tennessee, Louisiana. Louisiana does not have with rights of survivorship. So if you're opening from Louisiana, where Capital One is now, they bought out my old bank, you would have Louisiana law without rights of survivorship. It's their version of it anyway. Very interesting how each state does stuff. And I haven't seen a Michigan signature card in a long time. Do y'all have to initial rights at death, or do you just check individual or joint?
Or check, I think it's individual choice.
Huh?
I think it's still individual choice.
They don't have the initial rights at death. Yeah, some of the states are getting very fancy on this stuff, and it's hard to get the signature cards right with the new stuff. So customer due diligence, remember we said the 4 pillars, remember those, just a refresher there. And the 5th pillar was that sentence in red that said we're going to get to the purpose and the source and all of that stuff. Well, in August 3 of 2020, in the FAQs that came out, now they have a CDD webpage, so you can go find all things customer due diligence, which is that risk and the questionnaires and the beneficial ownership. That's all CDD. Basically, you can go to that page and find the whole history on it, but they put out these questions. Is it a requirement under CDD rule that covered financial institution collect information about expected activity on all customers at account opening or on ongoing periodic basis, conduct media searches, do all of this stuff on all of these accounts? And they've said the answer to that is no. And yet, I still have the Federal Register that says all accounts, right? But now they're saying not all accounts. We didn't really mean it. Okay. It happens when you've been doing training for 30 years. You remember stuff. It's like that line in that movie Beaches. My memory is long. Okay. I know a lot of weird stuff. Okay. Nothing particularly useful in the practical world, you know, but in BSA world, I know. All right, is it a requirement under CDD rule that covered financial institutions use a specific method or categorization to risk rate customers or automatically categorize high-risk products and customer types that are identified in government publications? Well, yeah, we have all these publications, advisories, exam manual that said these people are high risk. So, but now it's saying, do we have to do that? It is not a requirement that you use a specific method or that all MSBs are high risk. You see the trend changing here? Because it's discriminatory what we're doing, really. I mean, if you think about
But
it.
isn't that the same thing we do with marijuana related businesses?
Yeah, because we say they're all high risk,
Right,
because they said they were all high risk.
right.
We said MSBs are all high risk, even though they're low, medium, high, high, low, medium, you know. Because they said they were. Did we really think the Chicken Shack that cashes payroll checks for that little community is really high risk? No. We don't want them as customers. They don't want to have bank accounts. They would cash their check and take out everything but $1 every month. We'd rather them go cash it at the Chicken Shack. So, is the requirement under CDD rule that financial institutions update customer information on a specific schedule? No. Some regulators were telling them, you got to update this stuff every year. No. have time to do that. We're running lean and mean like everybody else right now. So this is, I'm trying to start showing you this change, this trend change that's kind of happening here. So with that in mind, could you say on a savings account that's a consumer, we're going to assume all of them are low risk and we're not asking all of this? You probably could. You wouldn't have to do a 10-page questionnaire and they just went open a savings account. You're thinking, no, I'm making them fill that out.
I'm thinking of the high cash value.
And going in and out of savings. Okay, but that would trigger it to then be put on high.
But if I ask the question at the beginning of the account opening,
Okay.
or the customer and what the process is gonna be, I wouldn't worry so much. I don't have this different point.
That's your decision to make. But it seems like a lot for a savings account.
I'm not doing questionnaires.
I was just gonna say, I think it's a little bit easier for the front line if they know that every time they open an account, no matter what kind of account it is, they have to do that questionnaire. Because I think it's harder for them to remember, okay, if I do this, I gotta do this, and if I do this, I gotta do that. At least that's what we've
No,
experienced, especially with a lot of new
Yeah.
employees. So if you got one thing that you're gonna do every single time, then it gets to be a little bit more habit. Do they still miss it? No. But we have to remind them.
Okay,
and fix it.
So you're not saying you're gonna change, even though they just told you you could.
Not yet.
Maybe at some things I would say, yeah, you know, certificate of deposits are different, questions already. Deposit accounts, checking and savings, we might stay the same for a while.
But you might go to CDs then, time deposits. We gotta quit calling them CDs. Good luck with that.
That's what I was.
Who uses the Walter Kluwer CD form? Okay, so at the top it says certificate of deposit, then it says non-negotiable, then it says endorsed here. Are you with me here?
Yeah.
It's funny. So, not that I love Walter Kluwer, but I think that one's funny. That's just to appease old people, you know? So they have a piece of paper they go put in their safe deposit box, like, and y'all are probably still doing lost affidavits, which you don't have to do because it's not an instrument. Why would you need it? You only had to do lost affidavits on a real CD and a passbook savings. But these are time deposits. You could use your regular signature card. You could use your regular signature card, check off time deposits, give the correct truth in savings, and have the signatures, and you would not have to, because y'all are treating them like savings anyway, right? You're allowing partial withdrawals. So you might as well just, I'm just thinking it's funny. We can't change that for some reason. And I have banks that I work with quite closely that only have one person sign that time deposit. And I'm like, I tell the bank president every year, you see this language that says right here in your terms and conditions, only those of you who signed can withdraw. So you've got a Bob or Carol account, only Bob signed on that time deposit, only Bob can withdraw. And he's like, we don't care. It's a reasonable risk. I'm not changing it. He was an FDIC examiner, this particular. But see, this is where, if you stay in the business, which I hope you all do, especially you new younger ones, this business is fascinating. I'm like a little drip of water on a rock, and I bring it up every year. Sooner or later, I'll win. It just might take me another 5 years, but I'm not retiring till I win. Okay, because he's going to lose money sooner or later on this. He's going to give money to the other owner that didn't sign. And then he's gonna have to owe it back. It's probably gonna be a minor that didn't sign. And then we will get that fixed at his bank. And I will never say, I told you so. Because I don't feel that way, actually. I just don't want banks to take obvious losses. And when you have joint accounts where there's only one signer, you're gonna lose money sooner or later. Whether they're minor, whether they're adult, whoever it is. You can only give money to signers. One of those fundamental things on that. All right, so here's that last, this is what this supports, understanding the nature, purpose of the customer relationship. So let me ask you this. we're gonna do another survey here. How many of you are doing paper questionnaires? Still that small that you can do that, okay. How many of your CDD questionnaires online when they open accounts now? Okay, and they can't skip it if it's online, right? They have to fill out all the data fields. That's working for you. Eventually, y'all will try to build it online and that will help you. But if you're little, the little paper ones or whatever, but like a doctor's office, you're filling out paper. And even the doctor's offices have changed now, right? You get these iPads and you fill them out. So a lot of changes in that area. And once we get our customer risk profile, then we monitor them based on their risks. And like you said, there's people you're going to look at a lot more closely than other people. And this is the current beneficial ownership program. So when we're talking about beneficial ownership today, we're talking about legal entities where we do ID and verify. And it is a form in Appendix A of the regulation. And your requirement is to ID them. So are you copying their driver's licenses? Are you recording their information? How are you doing your beneficial ownership forms? Copying ID, I would think, driver's licenses. Are you doing non-document verification? I'm thinking just docs, right? Like a driver's license or something. I don't think I would do third-party verification on somebody that's not even going to be on the account, you know, and otherwise, if they're a signer, they're going to go through that anyway. And here, the account is the same definition as beneficial ownership. But Mary, like we were talking about before the class or on the break, what we were talking about is that this goes by account. So every time your legal entity opens another account, which could be a service, then you have to revisit beneficial ownership. They have to at least recertify that their old form is correct. And you got to check those driver's license expiration dates, especially if you're FDIC examined. They're crazy about that. They love to make sure that you're updating your driver's license and your expiration dates on everything. I don't know why, but that's a big thing for them. It's no reg that says that though. Okay. And then beneficial ownership, if the trust owns the business, then you're going to ID that trustee. If it is a business trust filed at Secretary of State, then you're going to treat it like a legal entity. And so this could be a corporation, an LLC, an entity created by the filing of a public document with Secretary of State. And see how it specifically says a general partnership? It doesn't say that in the new reg. Yeah, everybody's gonna be general partnerships and sole proprietors and get yourselves out of it. And these are the exemptions that are there today. Some of them are similar. Some of them are different. And so again, you have to do the bottom part of the form when you have that nonprofit corporation. I think that was a big adjustment in the beginning because everybody looks for Inc. First Baptist Church Inc. is never going to happen, but the First Baptist Church is going to be a corporation filed at Secretary of State unless they're using their parents' tax ID number. Like my brother's a Presbyterian minister and he called me, they want me to fill out this form. We're adding an account and they want me to fill out this form. And I said, And I said, well, what's the problem? I mean, you have your deacon or elder sign as a controlled person, another person opening the account, blah, blah, blah. He said, well, we use the tax ID number of the head presbytery because we never were little. We never filed our own 501c. And I said, oh, well, then they have to fill out the form. And then your person is the person opening the account. And they finally figured that all out, but that was in the beginning. He was about to have an account. He said, we've been with that institution for 50 years. No. You know, y'all heard that before, haven't you? I thought, this is funny. I'm laughing through the whole thing. But I was like, yeah, that's not fun. But maybe you should get your own 501c. Y'all got plenty of money. You're Presbyterians. So I was kidding with him. But it's funny. And he actually rides the circuit. I guess that's the new model. You take 2 or 3 little churches, but they won't merge. So he has to go preach every Sunday at 2 different churches right now, make it a third. So anyway, so these are some more of the exemptions. These are your private credit cards, your financing for postage, your financing for, I think we got all this down. So this is beneficial ownership, and you keep records, again, very similar to CIP. And so this is what has happened. CIP is one and done, like basketball. So one time on the way in, we do CIP. Beneficial ownership is every time we open an account, and CDD is ongoing, the rest of CDD, risk. We ongoing get to know our customer. We ongoing see the change in their behavior. We're ongoing looking at their transactions. So again, the first mile, which is CIP, is one and done, one time on the way in, we ID our customer. We don't have to do it over and over and over again. One time. CDD is different, and beneficial ownership is at the account level, where every time you open an account, you get this done. So some people use the Word version of the form, and we're going to CIP legal entities. Some of you CIP signers, 25% beneficial owners and a control person. And again, here, entities involved, Secretary of State, partnerships and foreign entities. And then we have a lot of exclusions. Sole proprietors are out, but yet some people are doing beneficial ownership on sole proprietor. I'm like, can't you tell who owns it? Jack Smith doing business. They're afraid to miss one. And they just get panicked about this. It's like nonprofit organizations. You don't have to do it on a nonprofit organization. It's nonprofit corporations. But yet a lot of people are doing it on organizations just because they're afraid to miss it, that maybe they're not checking, the front line is not checking Secretary of State to see if they're really incorporated. So better to get it than not to get it. And I understand what you're saying on that. But sometimes that kind of thinking also makes people like me who might be looking at your stuff think you don't know what you're doing. See, I'm not sure about that thinking anymore. It makes me think, do we really know what we're doing? It's like when I go and see substitute checks box checked off every time y'all open a new account, I think you don't know what you're doing on disclosures. And you're killing a bunch of trees you don't have to kill. We haven't had to check that box substitute checks on our signature cards since we eliminated original checks. You used to have to do it when you sent a pack of original checks home, which could be original substitute checks. That only goes out of the back of the house now if you charge back a substitute check. So you're wasting paper. See, I look at that and I think they don't know what they're doing. That's what you could risk here if you're doing over complying on some of this stuff. It looks like, do they really know what they're doing? So if I'm your regulator or your auditor, I got to ask, why are you doing that?
And they'll say, someone told me to.
Yeah, and I'll be like,
That's the way we always did it.
yeah, it's that roast beef thing. You've heard that joke, right? Grandma, why do you cut off, ask wife, why do you cut off ends of the roast beef? Because grandma did it. Grandma, why do you cut off ends of the roast beef? So it would fit in the pot. You know, the reason, we don't even know why we're doing some of the things we're doing, but we keep checking some of those boxes off. So again, existing customers, you add, if they add an account, if there's a triggering event. If somebody dies, that's a triggering event. One of those 25% owners dies, then the ownership just shifted. And how long before we get that information, that's the tricky part of that. How long before you actually can tell who the new owner is going to be. So this is all really, tough stuff. And it's at the heart of what we do in account opening, because this is what I hear all the time. They want us to open an account in 10 minutes.
Yep.
Well, what do you think, BSA? Not going to happen, right? Because why? They're filling out that questionnaire on everything. That's all right, because you're keeping your bank safe, right? So that's what you have to determine. How much risk? Is there real risk? That's why risk management is becoming a career. Do we really need to worry about this? Or is the risk minimal? So which things do we really need to be worried about? And which things don't we need to be worried about? And that's where I think if I was younger, I would go into risk, because I'm in risk management. We're all in risk management. Is it gonna rain today? Should I bring an umbrella? Risk management. Do I really want to carry that umbrella? Maybe not. So there's the risk management. I decided not to carry the umbrella and it's pouring rain. So I might have made a mistake, but it's my risk to take, right? But that's what we're doing at our banks now. Is this something we really need to be worried about? And so that's kind of where we are. And that's why that's kind of going hand in hand with BSA and security now. You'll start to see those departments sort of intertwined a lot of times at banks. All right, any question on current beneficial ownership? Anything you got written up on or anything your auditor questioned or that you can share? So everybody in this room got beneficial ownership perfect.
Didn't even look at it.
They didn't even look at it. That's what she said. Her last exam was so easy.
State led.
The state led. They didn't even look at it. Awesome. Who examined you?
Yeah.
Was it FDIC or not state, right?
Yeah.
Did you have a virtual examination? How long did it last?
Forever.
That's what I heard, 6 months on the last bank. That was
No, it wasn't that long.
No, ours was 3 weeks,
Yeah.
maybe 4 the most, and ours was virtual with the state.
Yeah.
And that was our first BSA with the state.
And we haven't had a dedicated BSA exam here in the state, so it's always been the federal regulator
Yeah.
that's taken over that portion. We just now recently had it.
Okay, so that's good then, I guess. In case we're doing something wrong and we don't know. Maybe they'll catch it, but maybe it's not good. So better than a regulator that maybe doesn't know BSA as well, although you probably could fool them. But I don't know. Sometimes you can snake around things, but I know in Mississippi, one of my friends that was a BSA officer at a bank is now the state regulator for BSA for the state, and those people are crying. They talk so bad about him, and he's the nicest guy. But because he ran a BSA program, he knows where the trap doors are, and he is finding them. And I'm like, boy, that state's gonna be whipped into line here because he's very detailed. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I created a monster. So I knew him when he was a baby. So now he's got the whole state traumatized. And they think they think they're anonymous, but y'all go to peer groups and y'all talk to each other, this one's coming and this is what he looking for. That's good that you can share information like that in your peer groups, because this is not competitive. BSA is not like, we're not at a retail banking group hiding what we're getting ready to roll out. This is different stuff. We can work together. Louisiana 2 weeks ago, this never happens anywhere else. The Louisiana Bankers and the Louisiana Credit Union League had their BSA meeting together. That's really strange. I know. It's odd for me too, because I had to remember to say account holder instead of member or customer, because you don't want either side getting mad at you. But it's interesting how that goes. Well, we started this conversation about de-risking, and I want to get back to it a little bit. Because it sounds like, almost every bank I know has somebody they don't bank. We don't bank, whether it's marijuana, because if only 4% of the country's banks in the country are willing to bank marijuana-related businesses, then you're talking here about a very small percentage. So we know most banks are de-risking marijuana-related business. Now, what about hemp? I'm thinking hemp's good to go, right? Your hemp program is approved. It's been approved by the USDA. I'm sure you've got some growers here. I know we do it in Louisiana, and I'm sure Florida does too. But anyway, so we probably are going to be good to go on hemp, I would think. It's just you're going to have to separate your cannabis program, because hemp has been decontrolled. It's not on the controlled substance list. CBD oil from hemp is not on the controlled substance list, and it's going to be near to impossible for you not to bank people who are selling CBD oil from hemp. They sell it at the grocery store. So you shouldn't put, we don't bank hemp. Because you are banking people that sell hemp. So you want to go in there, and we'll talk more about this afternoon, but you may not want to bank tier 1s and tier 2s, but you might want to bank tier 3s, your low risk ones, because you're going to be banking them anyway. Money service businesses, non-resident aliens, Southwest border, international charities, hemp or marijuana, third-party payment processors. We don't bank private ATMs, Bitcoin ATM service providers. Benny's Car Wash in Baton Rouge has Bitcoin ATM. So then that got me curious, and I looked it up in Louisiana, how many Bitcoin ATM machines are there? There were 28 in that little state. At one point I looked up yours, I don't remember the number now, but I thought, oh my God, y'all have them on every corner. That's why I like to come here. In case you don't know it, y'all are very cutting edge on stuff. Okay? You might not know it, but you are. So, and I was looking at your hemp website this morning, and we'll come back around to that, but it looks like they're even licensing it to go into food and to pet additives and all kinds of stuff. So I don't think that's approved by the FDA, but it is approved by Michigan. So, and I did use CBD oil on my dog because he had a lot of arthritis. It seemed to help him. And like, you're getting your dog high. I said, no, it has no hallucinogen. We all got to have a little fun. So, but anyway, so this de-risking thing, really have to think about it. Are there any others that you say we don't bank that you can think of? Y'all might not do international businesses. We don't bank international businesses, or you look at them one at a time as they come in. So, but these are the ones I see the most often. And the FDIC, I like to show you pictures of these, not that you can read them. Yeah, so there was no intention on my part that you'd be able to read this. But when you go look for it, that you'll know what it looks like. And again, you'll get the slides. If you get the supplement, you should get the slides too. And you can print them out bigger. But this right here talks about, this came out in 2015. This was the first time the FDIC weighed in on de-risking. We want you to bank your communities, it said. Okay, that was at the same time that MSB stuff was going on, but yeah, yes, exactly. And so a lot of times these seem kind of contradictory. Geographic de-risking, the World Bank put out how people can't get correspondent bank accounts anymore. Some people won't do correspondent banks because you don't know what's coming through them. And that would probably be really risky with international correspondent banks with Russia right now. I mean, can't even imagine what that might look like. And Southwest border, de-risking along the Southwest border highlights for, this was the Governmental Accounting Office. So there's been a lot of things that have come out on de-risking. Here's another one, just showing you some of these. Correspondent accounts, the withdrawal of correspondent banking relationships. And so the AML Act of 2020, which passed in 2021, in the National Defense Authorization Act, right, this stuff cracks me up. It was in there. And there was a section in it. So it's in a statute. And it says that it's the sense of Congress, basically, that this is not good for anybody that we de-risk. Okay. And yet, it's the regulators that cause the problem. And so they are going to do a study, which they're in the midst of doing right now, on de-risking and try to figure out a solution for this. But this is the first time I've seen this definition in print. Now, every year I've always gone to the ABA, American Bankers Association, Financial Crimes Program in DC until the last 2 years because it's been virtual, and I'm just, I want to go. I want to talk to y'all when I go. I learn more at lunch than I learn anything else. So I want to be there. Well, it was probably 10 years ago that I first heard the word de-risking. That's what you have to go for to get the buzzwords, right? So I go get them, bring them back to you, and then you know the new buzzwords. But I've never seen a definition in a statute. So it's in the statute now, and it says de-risking means actions taken by a financial institution to terminate, fail to initiate, or restrict a business relationship with a customer or a category of customers, rather than manage the risk associated with them. So the understanding is that this is not good. And so there's going to be a formal review, particularly in the area, it goes on to say, of charities, embassy account, money service businesses, and some other things. So they're going to really look at this and this idea that we don't bank. So my idea has always been, it's kind of like a tree. Like if I ask a question, are you a US person? I'm at New Accounts, and they say, no, I'm not a US person. I'm from, India, whatever. Okay, then it is, are you an elected official? That would be probably my next question. Because then I got my country, I already got the country would be the second question, because I want to know if it's a high risk country. But then the third question, are you or any of your family members an elected official? And if so, then what level? I mean, because again, if they're a payroll clerk, that may not be so scary as somebody that's directing government activity at a high level. And so you're going to work up the risk scale. Now, you may say, I'm going to slice across here on the tree. And you may bank a non-resident alien, but you might not want to go to the PEP level, and you might exclude some countries, the ones on the FATF list. The 4 or 5 that are always on the FATF list, not the just don't have good beneficial ownership like us. So it might be that you're not going to say we don't bank non-resident aliens, but you're going to pick your level of risk that matches your 18 branch bank. And you could probably do better than the one that's 1 branch in here. So you could take more risk because you have more people. So that's kind of what this is about. It's kind of finding the risk level, not saying we don't bank, but finding where we can live. Or we may do non-resident alien account, but we're not going to do interest bearing. And I see you can pick kind of your stuff in there, where your level of risk is. Like money service businesses, I don't know that we all want to be in a money transmitting customer level where money's moving fast and their accounts are going in and out and it's Bitcoin transmission. But it shouldn't be that big of a deal to bank a local check casher, right? And say, well, they cash treasury checks. Okay, put the treasury checks under the black light. If they're purple, like LSU purple, then they're good. If they're not, don't take them for deposit. So these are the things. All I'm trying to do this year is crack open this nut in your mind. Because remember the drip? I know how long it takes y'all to change, okay? And I'm patient. So I'm going to start cracking this open before the regulators crack it open, because I'm hearing it. The regulators told us to get some MSB, my own bank, 25 branches. We got to go get us some now. We told them all to leave. Petticoat Junction. It's a convenience store in Virginia, near where my dad is. It's out in the country. You get your little snacks and chicken salad, and you get on the river. You drop, wrapped in there. You go there, called Petticoat Junction. So I see their little bank deposit thing. It's my cousin's bank. She's the BSA officer there. Now, she has told me we don't have any third-party payment processors, but Petticoat Junction takes checks for the energy company there. You can pay your energy bill at Petticoat Junction by check. So are they a third-party payment processor? They are, but yet my cousin thinks she has none. Okay, so I would say most convenience stores, a lot of them take payments for somebody. So how would you be able to tell? You look at the deposit. The checks are made payable to the energy company and not to Petticoat Junction. So then you got a third-party payment processor because they're all payable to the same entity. You had ACHs coming in. Maybe they would be payable to the same entity. I don't know. I think it's more checks in rural areas. So is this a high-risk third-party payment processor? No. So if you're cutting through the risk tree at your level, low risk, which most of you probably are, Could you bank Petticoat Junction? And it really is called that. But they have no website. They have no internet. I mean, this is Virginia in the mountains. So that's this is the new way I want you to kind of think. Where can we live without? And if you think that I'm dripping like a little drip of water on a hard rock, that's you. When you go back and tell your management, I told you we can't bank all these, we need to start maybe thinking about banking this. What are they going to say? No, we haven't had any trouble, so let's don't do it. And it probably won't have any trouble till this gets through, whatever they end up doing on this. Okay, just start to think about it because it's in a statute now. So this thing that came out, which you also can't read, November, I'm summarizing this, just be glad you can't read it. I'm giving you the cliff notes so we can get done in 2 days. But this says joint fact sheet on bank secrecy and due diligence requirements for charities, nonprofit. All the regulators are on it. This is a whole page that came out about charities, and they're saying, we want you to bank charities. Now, you do have to look at risk. We understand that, they say, but they want you to look at these things, this whole list. So when they updated the FFIEC exam manual, the section on charities looks exactly like this. So they give you your risk factors here, basically. They also tell you what questions to ask. What's the purpose? What's your mission statement? Where are your geographic locations? Where are your organizational structures? Where do you incorporate? Who's your donors? Do you have any paid staff? Okay, so are you going to ask that to the 2 moms and the soccer kids account? You might have to figure out, when are we going to ask this? We're going to ask this if it's a 501c maybe? Are we going to do it on the little local coffee clutches? Probably not. But you should ask some questions. I'll tell you what, most of the fraud I've ever seen is on the little nonprofits, not on the big ones, the benefit accounts. I sat next to a CSR, helped her write her new account procedures. I went there once a month for months, only to find out later she was fired. Her and her husband had started a nonprofit organization to raise money to pay this guy's hospital bills. They had raised all this money. They were going on elaborate vacations. They used to call those 3 CSRs at that main office, the 3 musketeers. They were besties. But the other 2 are like, how can she afford to do this? They make the same money we do. Her husband does same thing our husband does. So how is she doing this? Well, she was on vacation and they looked at the checkbook for the nonprofit and every check was written payable to her. So she didn't defraud the bank, but she defrauded the community. So those are the ones I hear about. There are things like that. But again, you can tell from the checks. If you're watching the checks, if anybody's watching the checks, you can tell that the checks were not going out to pay hospital bills. They were going out to pay her. And that's what they were doing. And then you wonder, I wonder if I taught her how to do that. You do talk, you telling people in class, like CDs, $2 million, the CSR stole off the CDs in 19 years, almost 100,000 a year, because they let them make partial withdrawals. So she took it off all the elderly. They'd come in and went $500. You sit right here, let me get you some coffee. I'll go get you your cash. 5,500. 5,000 in her pocket, 500 to the customer. There's no statements on CDs. It went on for years. They couldn't find it. She was beloved and trusted. When she was arrested, she was 62 years old. And she had been at that bank her whole life, but she'd been stealing for them for 19 years. And she said it was easy. You don't do statements on CDs. Y'all allow partial withdrawals. So the customer doesn't know that the face of their CD, because they have these withdrawals going on. The face of their CD, they don't know where they are. So she was very good at it, what she did. So again, that's what we hear of. So the whole thing now is in this FFIEC exam manual. Remember how I kept telling you they changed the language of this thing? So when you go pull your exam manual and you really start looking at it, they don't call this high-risk products and services anymore and high-risk customers. They call it risk associated with money laundering and terrorists, and they have an introduction that's called customers. They changed that. So the whole idea here, second paragraph, examiners are reminded, and they're having to remind them because they're telling us to de-risk, don't de-risk. But examiners are reminded that no specific customer type automatically presents a higher risk of money laundering, terrorist financing, or other illicit financial activity. Further, banks that operate in compliance with applicable BSA and reasonably manage risk related to unique characteristics of the customer relationships are neither prohibited nor discouraged from providing banking services to any specific class or type of customer. And those are the two sentences I might pull out of there and put my policy somewhere. Might have to craft it a little bit differently. But I think we're starting to see this. They want us to bank everybody, then don't give us a list of high-risk customers and say these are harder when we're overworked now. Is anybody here putting in 40 hours a week? I mean, I think you're putting in more than 40 hours a week. I mean, I hear 40, 50, 60, 70 sometimes. And then I'm like, you can't keep that up. You got to get more help. And they're like, they won't give it to me. So if I don't do a better job, if I can't figure out how to do my job, are y'all facing some of that? Because I think it's tough out there. And it's a really an understood job, I think, by the board who would give you more staff if they saw what you were doing. I mean, how long does it take you to file a SAR?
You're talking like just to file it, or are you talking like from alert to SAR?
From alert to SAR.
There's lots.
A day?
lot of work. It's a lot of work.
A day. From alert to SAR. Because some are 2 or 3 days and some are half day. Right? Okay, so how many SARs do you file a year? Nobody's gonna say that. She did not
No,
say.
I should have sat in the front.
Now I know you know. Okay. So if you file 100 SARs a year, times a day, are you with me here? You only have so many business days a year. That's what we're talking about. And hopefully that's all you're doing is SARs and you're not also doing CTRs. Are you reviewing CTRs?
Oh, yeah.
So SARs and CTRs.
Cases.
Somebody
Case
else does CIP? Somebody in the back checks CIP, the main person in the back. Yes. Hope they're strict. So you're with me here. It's like sometimes we have to really break down the hours for people because they don't understand how much all this takes. But it's not like you're working alone. You have a collective group of people that are helping you, like tellers are probably helping you fill out CTRs, but then you got to check them because they didn't put occupation. So that's what I think is the problem right now. It's like we're running lean and mean. It's a great job. It's an interesting job, but we're very, very lean and mean and having to do a lot of work and a lot of paperwork on this stuff. And so we're trying to figure out how to do it the most efficient way that we can. But you're really undervalued, I think, in a lot of times in the understanding of how many hours it takes to do your job. And that's what makes it hard because your management wants you to manage BSA. And your job is to manage BSA. And here you are filling out reports. And that's really not the same thing as managing it. And that's what gets hard here is trying to pull up and look at things from the big picture. Where are we? Where are risks? What's going on when you're down here filling out, how many SARs a week? It's a tough job. It really is. And y'all look so nice and calm and you just learned to get your game face, I guess. It's a lot. The FFIEC exam manual here in this section talks about no specific customer types, oh, I think we're past lunch, automatically present that higher risk. So again, I read this to you, forgot it was in detail on here. But they talk here about, again, you should be doing your normal steps, CIP, CDD, and looking at those particular characteristics. And I think we can kind of cut across risk and figure out where we can live in our risk. We have to identify, measure, monitor, and control risks customers may pose. And again, what I take away from this is not all customers pose the same risk. Any one group of customers is not necessarily high risk, and to manage the risk of the customers. And what they're saying is de-risking is not a good thing. It's not a good thing for our society to do that. Yet they're going to have to make some adjustments on these exam manuals, which they're starting to do, so that we can bank some of these higher risk customers, because it got very difficult on MSBs. I mean, that was grueling for those first years. We had those rules on MSBs for people. All right, well, we'll stop here and we'll go to lunch. I would really like we could do lunch in 45 minutes. Can we do that? Want to try? Okay, let's do that. I'll give you a few minutes at the end of the day. I'll go to dinners.
That's right.
Do whatever people do.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
I've never not said that. Yeah, no, I have agreed. We definitely need more.
we need more investigations. I think we can get the investigation of non-technical officers.
Yeah.
Calls on BSA officers.
We have like we have like 3 days that
We've all got like our things we love to do, like board lessons.
Yeah.
I like to do some branches to read.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the different,
you see this.
Please report.
Well, and if you stay out there with them, they will.
Yeah.
But if you don't, they won't.
Yep.
We don't do it. I don't know what time it's supposed to be.
I'll be honest, I don't.
I think 4:30 is when
That
it's
is-
out there. Yeah, 'cause it's like 3:30 to 4:30, so there's like questions.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I love some loose time. I want to go look at your campus website. Wonder if that's a comment I'm supposed to look at.
Oh, the chat,
Yeah.
yeah.
I better. Oh, it looks good. For everybody else.
Yeah, there you go.
Sorry.
I went by in the morning so fast. That's pretty fun.
Never as fast when you're sitting.
Just gotta make sure you stay away because you want to be engaged. Yeah, then you should. Right. It's like, used to go like, yeah, doing so many different things.
I'm just glad, you know, I don't drive into anything. I get work. Oh. I like to sit about my feet and I don't get
No
distracted.
distraction. Not looking at the first flame for air or-
Yeah. What you're talking about.
That's what I found. Email being shared through the computer. So many little distractions.
First of all, but you're also.
Right.
Yeah, that's true. No, it's like, that's the question. I know.
So I think I would find a tape. Yeah.
Increments here and there, yeah. So with this, not wanting to de-risk, are we no longer de facto regulators for AML schools? Not required to check their BSA and their own policy? Sure that they're doing independent testing. We saw it first.
Yeah, you can't win.
Both sides of your mouth. They're just talking about. Giving you the information. It was. What they said.
Oh, that's not that bad.
I think you can find a way to.
Like, see, we really do. this.
Local check cashers. Is, local third-party payment process. Check, no.
There was 22 on mine.
And you might. What they think.
So if you run into the same issue with them, because they're still, it's not. It's like some people that I don't have. So I think, you know, I'm not, I guess, I just, well, no way, physically.
Just hear what I say. But
I keep looking at it, and I'm like, that'd be great. Because we do have some local ones, but. Yeah, I was gonna say, I still back there, they're all, they're all still silent.
Junior class.
I taught.
Do the training, they don't know any of the products. So then I looked at those products.
Oh, yeah, oh, they still know. April of 21 through December of April of 20. Real quick, 68 or 69. Right, but that was like, it was crazy when you did it like that. You just dealt with during COVID and everything. You just dealt with wanted to make your bank functional, but.
Anyway, so we have.
That's what I had. Looking at a basis change. That's what it comes down to.
They have so much.
National City
It's not big.
I was there. No, I was at Quincy.
Oh, it's a-
That's my
Yeah. Oh, yeah, if it's free with debit cards, so we have.
It was National City. It wasn't that. It was the big thing that. If you didn't have, it wasn't your, everyday customer management tab. Although a certain dollar amount, you have a certain revenue amount. It'll be nice. I just think today, plus the first two. Right. Yeah. And Huntington just bought, ours was. We went to chemical and then
Remember.
TCI and then it's now Huntington.
We tried.
I was gonna say, you mentioned my vacation. We get it a lot.
So I did. Yeah, I've been there.
My sister-in-law. She's gone to work. I like working there. I share.
So.
Actually, I did that.
$15, $20 online accounts just to get informed or. It does take
Facebook settles are. Facebook settled.
She got that password. She's in Texas. I don't need money.
I do not want to. As long as we stay in the market, we're in. Yeah, but I mean, we're still there.
Yeah, but you have more control. Like they don't.
Yeah.
They don't have. Oh, yeah.
She said.
That's. I think it's just a deterrent, but it's working. I think that it's like all you need is
Yep.
Well,
We cut off.
Yep.
so we have to.
ability.
Got the branch.
Oh,
That's- Yeah, so.
Because him, you're lucky, but where they're coming actually. Yes. It has for years. And I haven't been in for 4 years, and I still know his account number. Yes. I don't miss him. I do not miss him. I mean, he was good to us. He was good to hear. He was appreciative.
They do last.
He should be really young.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right.
It's a guess. We don't take cash out from
That's the other town. Or whatever, you don't have to, let's say. You don't get that information.
I wouldn't straight away.
Visiting with after
And not in any of his other locations, it's the most repeated He has the same one.
Oh.
But it's in our system. But there's.
Shower. Really.
Would you mind trying?
I know, now I get it. I clearly got that.
But really, a lot of times, the initial
I just want to show you what it looks like.
yeah, I can
Yeah, just when you think about it.
But the
And he
point
says, that's gonna be the
is.
slide number, not the
Yes, it's gonna be the slide.
We still do the arcade business, so it's just like money to go use. That would be him.
Yeah, if you think about it, just kind of stuff that's going
You're fine.
question, are you gonna talk about? You know, being that when we open those properties, cash amounts, ACH amounts, wires. We do. We do. Is it? Okay. If we have. Check it out. Yeah, right, right, okay. I'll have to go back and look at the slides that you gave us to see. Right, for the exam, still expecting us to get.
Yeah, I think, you know, again, they're saying no one to
We are, we get pushback. Yeah, we don't do CDs. We do CD. Customer. Yes. So I'll go back and look at my slides and see if it answers the questions.
There is the questionnaires that what we struggle with here.
Oh, I know.
I know I have that.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yes, we do ask why, so I don't think we break out. Thank you.
They're not different in the red.
Like.
Okay.
Which probably is.
But like, everybody would be driving around.
Okay, we use us here.
Remember the car?
Yeah. Hopefully.
That I used to. There's other things. We had integrated. Yeah. That was like I tried to. I'm being an auditor now, but I used to be on the front line, so I was super to it. Yeah, I know. The reporting and everything, but in everyone's alert is so much.
Now, what do we do with the balance?
You should tell her to say, I want all the cashiers.
They kind of told you that.
And you used to get my shift report, you could say, I want to change this. No, that was it. I didn't tell her since it was. And then I put it in Excel format so that I can make sure that when I audit them, we are. So I didn't keep it back.
Nope, that's not what I want.
Yep, I and everything from our director, the cash report from director.
Oh, yeah.
The check report. I manually put it in Excel.
It's informative, so.
I need to make sure that it's in order and the reversals
It
are
really
correct.
does. But it probably feels.
Yeah, from the bank that I was at before. Oh, okay. And now I'm. Okay. So I oh, wonderful. Okay, good. Okay. I think you said. Try to handle a couple questions that came up. It's going great. Okay. Okay. I'm good. We're gonna start back up at quarter till. I think that's what I told you. 45 minutes.
It was just,
You guys see a lot of traffic. So I think it close up. Yeah.
While we're waiting to get started back, does anybody have any questions about anything?
Leaving.
we might make it.
Oh my goodness. One of the. Been around forever and a lot of people retired. People do it for years and trying to get permanent pictures.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm on 3 years. So, no big experience. So you're back, we're going to right after the day.
Going where?
Shop or no, it's community event.
Oh,
for the bake.
Oh.
So we're doing,
You said it can.
At least lately.
something.
At least
So,
something.
it was the ones that were fundraised over women's opportunities.
Yeah, that's the word.
That's a greater, I've got a greater bars of wine. It's not the best thing to do, and we're definitely.
All right. It looks like everybody is just about back. Most people, hope y'all are making your way back.
You're looking at.
We were talking, I think, a little bit about where to find some of the supplements, and I'm showing you that on our website. I also had a question about account due diligence versus customer due diligence, which I guess some banks look at it that as two separate things. And I don't, but on my questionnaires, I do. So, I mean, I asked those questions. So if you'll look right with me here, if we're talking about what things would I think your regulators care about, I got asked a question about this on the break. This is the business one. So yeah, I think they want to know how they're formed. And then, yeah, I think they do want to know transaction things, like how many deposits, how many withdrawals. And the transactional part is, I call it account usage. I think y'all are calling it account due diligence. But I would kind of want to get a baseline on how they plan to use their account and what ways they want to use it. And then the types of products they might be using. And then looking at the specialized stuff like your MSB questions, your privately held ATM questions, your charity questions, which I have still as non-government organizations. A lot of people now call it nonprofit organizations, NPO. I think I would do some cannabis related questions, some third-party payment processors. And some businesses by their nature, you're not going to have to do all of these questions, but you would know, like a law firm is not processing third-party payments. You know, you wouldn't ask those questions, and they wouldn't be a charity. So you can design your questionnaire. I like to build beneficial ownership into the questionnaire, so it's more fluid. So I would have it in there. And then I would have the person that signs off on it. And then all the exemptions. These are all the exemptions if you ever wanted a short version of the list of the current exemptions. So these are the exemptions for CIP and beneficial ownership, and then just the ones for beneficial ownership there. So that could get you maybe some of this stuff that we're talking about. But yeah, I do think account activity is an important part of getting to know the customer. I mean, there's references in the Federal Register when CDD came out about baselines and understanding the customer's baseline and what's normal for them. And then even on the consumer accounts, I would probably do, let's see if I can figure out how to do this. Always tricky when you're on somebody else's stuff. Where's my back button? No such thing, huh? Let's see. Okay, so this is the website under this tab, resources. It's really simple. This is all these profiles. This is the one for consumers, for banks. And it looks like it just downloaded. I would even do it for consumers. I think I have a mortgage one on there. But even consumers need to be asked some basic questions. So if you don't have one, these are in Word. You can download them and adapt them to your heart's content. But yeah, I would ask account usage questions if it was me. So everybody runs their shop the way they run it. And but I don't know that you can get away with not trying to develop a baseline now. I think it's great when y'all do this online, you know, when it's in the new account process and they can't skip sections like they can on a paper form. But if your little paper still works, right? And so it's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with doing a paper version of any of this. And as you go back, let's see if this arrow is going to work here. Yeah, that wasn't it. Frequently requested. Yeah, it's under frequently requested, but all your BSA supplements are there right now. So you can see the anti-money laundering manual that we reconfigured. That's the Anti-Money Laundering Act manual first. That was last year's. That bill that came out with the de-risking and all that stuff in there. And then the FFIEC manual, hemp manual, you can see marijuana state law, CTR examples, SAR handbook. I put all the instructions in the handbooks for you, so you don't have to go try to find the user's guides and all that stuff. OFAC handbook up to this point on Russia. And then beneficial ownership. And then the audit worksheet is up to date. And then so all that stuff is free. And it won't be up there forever. It's up there for this class and next week's class. Okay. So we'll leave it up there 30 days or so because these are also things I use for webinars. So can't give them away to anybody but y'all. So they'll be up there for about 30 days. So anything you need, just download it. Or when you get your link from Stephanie, whichever is easiest for you, because IT has gotten crazy out of control and it's hard to sometimes get those links to open. So this is Cindy is my solution. And if you can't get her link open, you might be able to get our link open because it's been working with other banking associations. So we'll help you get your supplements because that's what you're here for. 2-day school, you ought to get something, right? So that's what you get. And all of that there for you to use. Now try to get back. Oh boy, back to the PowerPoint. There we are. Oh, there we are. We don't want to start over, right? The screen sharing. So is this a new? Got to reshare? Yep.
Anybody see where I am? Please don't make me go back through this. Must have to. No, there it is. Okay. Use share. Hard to see from this side over here. There we go. There's a share button. Okay. Yay. I can learn. I can. And we're on slide 192. Did that help at all on the enhanced due diligence and account activity? Yeah, you might want to go down through my list because that's what I've adapted over time, and you can see if that matches what you have. But I think the only thing I saw criticized in that Texas Community Bank thing, the consent order, was, or maybe it was USAA, I'll probably start getting them mixed up, but one of them was not asking international questions. So do make sure you build into, are you planning to do any international transactions, ACH check? We only have 5 channels of money right now. We have cash, we have checks, we have ACH, we have wires, and we have debit cards and credit cards. Now, I think we will eventually have another official channel of money, which will be cryptocurrency, when they eventually do a centralized bank on that. And that will be another payment mechanism out there. Right now, it's sort of more unofficial because everybody's using different payment mechanisms and they're going through different sources for the cryptocurrencies and the Bitcoins and things like that. You know, it's funny, I was going to buy Bitcoin, you know how I do to practice so I can teach all about stuff. And I went in to buy a Bitcoin, of course, this was a lot of years ago, and it was $700. And I was like, a Bitcoin, 700. And I was like, no, I'm going to wait till it goes back down to $200. Do you know I would be retired now if I had $700 Bitcoin? I got cheapskated on it and I didn't buy it. And I was like, what a dummy. That'll go down as the great mistakes in life. But anyway, the one time I should have acted. But I just didn't have an extra 700 laying around that. So anyway, it's funny how we see stuff. But what are y'all seeing on cryptocurrency, by the way? A lot of ins and outs, money coming in, money going out. They now have it on their tax return. There's a line item, I think, on the 1040 now. But do sign up. I know y'all get every email known to man, all your regulators, but do sign up for irs.gov too. A lot of the tax crime comes in through there. The newsletters, that's also important if you do anything else at your bank, like IRAs and stuff like that. But a lot of fraud and the cryptocurrency and how they're taxing it, how they're trying to tax it, and how you're supposed to pay taxes on it. A lot of that's coming in through the irs.gov. They have a newsletter that comes out. And I know this isn't a BSA topic, but you know, I tell y'all all kind of stuff. We're probably going to get an IRA law change before the end of the year. Okay, Secure Act 2.0, I'm calling it. You know, they moved everybody up to 72 and they're talking about moving everybody up to 75. And a bunch of other stuff, closing the back door Roth and some other things in there. So no point in doing training on it though, until we know what it's going to look like, but it's in the Senate. And it's gone through the House, and the Senate's not opposed to IRA bills usually. That's what people keep asking me about the Safe Banking Act. Safe Banking Act has gone to the Senate 6 times, and 6 times it has stalled out because of Mitch McConnell. The guy. He wants something more comprehensive. He doesn't like the bill, the Safe Banking Act, because it says banking, 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 and he wants something more comprehensive. So everybody keeps saying it's going to pass this year, but I don't think so. But I could be wrong because it wouldn't be the first time. But anyway, I don't think you're going to get the Safe Banking Act this year. You might get the legalization of marijuana, but you're not going to get the Safe Banking Act. So they're trying, I think, the Senate to put together something more comprehensive, which then it would be legal for everything, not just for banking. But our poor customers in that business, whether you agree with the business or don't agree with the business, going around with armored cars full of cash is dangerous. And they have their own armored car services now and all this crazy stuff. So it's just a dangerous business. But I think that we'll see some changes on it eventually because the state banking laws have gone so far ahead. I think we're 37 states now with medical marijuana laws, 17 or 18, maybe it's 18 with retail marijuana now. And everybody's in on hemp, growing and cultivating hemp. So that's a whole different animal, but it's all coming from the plant cannabis. So when you get in there and write that policy, make sure you write cannabis, you know, don't do marijuana or the other, because you have a cannabis department now. And you should be able to use that department's website to navigate through writing your risk assessment, your policy, and your procedure, even if the answer is no. But that's what you do. And I also had a banker call me and they got kind of the examiner, I don't think they wrote them up for it, but they wanted them to do a risk assessment on cannabis. And they said, no, we're just not going to do it. And they said, you can't say no, you got to have the risk assessment, which brings us to our current topic. And really and truthfully, I thought about this over the years that if you work your mind in the order of the exam manual, you will probably never go wrong on a new topic. What's first in the exam manual? Risk, how to do a risk assessment. Then the 4 pillars. Then they go into CIP, CDD, beneficial ownership, filing suspicious activity reports, and doing CTRs. So when you add a new product or service or a new customer group, if you work always in the order of the exam manual, you won't go wrong in your thinking, because CIP comes before CDD, which comes before enhanced, and so forth down the road. And it really makes sense. Like I've got a webinar coming up, writing a BSA policy. Well, I just use the exam manual to write the policy. I mean, it has all of the stuff in there. It has more than the reg. You need more than the reg. So, I mean, it has the stuff about like national security letters and stuff like that. People say that's plagiarism. No, it's not. It's a government, it's a document. So it's public, that you can copy it. And then when it says examiner should check, our bank does. Really. So if you had to revamp a section of your policy, you just use the exam manual to do it and cut out the stuff you don't need and add in the stuff that you do need. But it's much easier to kind of work from that, at least as your checklist. And each section that's in the exam manual, you know how they have paragraphs there where they explain things to you and explain things to the regulators. You just work down that list of everything that you have in each section is in your policy. You're fine. You know, you're going to be fine. It doesn't have to be that long. It could be shorter, but you can edit a lot of that stuff out. If you're going to write training for your bank, the first couple of pages in the exam manual are the history of BSA, when it started, the order of the laws that came out, what's placement, layering, integration. You should teach it like that. You should teach BSA in the order of the exam manual, okay? And if you do it like that, then covered core, covered core, covered core. Now the crimes, you got to go back all the time and talk to them about, right? We got new crime, this is what's going on, this is what you got to watch for. This is what we want in our referral. Y'all have a referral form that you used? Okay, if you don't, there's one of those on our website too. You can just download it. So, you know, just always start gearing your mind to think in that order. And you don't have to make up a lot of stuff. You can use stuff from the exam manual to do your training. What is CIP? What is CDD? And then you thread your own documents through it. Like if I'm talking about CIP and I'm talking about info, docs, and non-docs, then I'd put your checklists right behind there, what you do. And that's the way to work this stuff. And it really saves you a lot of time, because otherwise you got to think, what do I got to put in here? Well, I'm going to put in the policy, or am I going to put in the procedures? Or am I going to put in an exam, some words from the exam manual, and then clip in our policy paragraph and our procedures? Works pretty simple when you do it that way. So risk is first in the exam manual. Risk is not a part of the BSA regulation at all. But does everybody know you have to do a risk assessment? Okay. So even though it's not in a regulation, and even though it's not in a statute, at least if it was in a statute, you'd say, oh, well, it's law. It's not in anything. But they say that we have to do a risk assessment. Now, in that list of documents that you're getting with your link are the 3 national risk assessments. And this is the first one right here, the money laundering one. This one is that, and that's the link to it. But what you want to do now is the same kind of thing that I'm talking about, which is if they gave you the list of risks, you want all those risks to be in your risk assessment, okay? They gave you a list. So you use this table of contents, just like you would use your FFIEC one to write your policy procedures. You use this to go through the threats, and then they talk about professional money laundering. And all of this is pretty hot topics right now. Ransomware, big topic right now. Foreign corruption, domestic corruption, the drug types, opioids, heroin, cocaine, all of those things. Exploiting stimulus measures, vaccine fraud, fake cures. All of these are risks to our financial institution of crimes. And if they bothered to update these this year, then you should bother to get these risks into your risk assessment, which I just added 40 hours of work to your life, right? That you don't have time for. So that's why you don't want to work hard at this. You want to use the tools that they gave you to do it, and take it from there. They go through vulnerabilities, talking about bulk cash smuggling. Some of these you've already got, funnel accounts, cash-intensive businesses, the misuse of legal entities, virtual assets, complicit merchants and professionals, compliance deficiencies, and then luxury and high-value goods, which is bringing us to Russia, where they're starting to try to go after the luxury items on oligarchs and stuff to stop this. Now, 30 countries have put sanctions on Russia. 30 countries working together that control half of the world's economy. It's a lot of money we're stopping. And that just goes to show kind of what we do and what we can do. And we could probably do even better. But that's what we do as BSA people. We put our hands together. We're one branch to the next branch, to the next branch, to the next branch, and we form a net over our banking system in the United States. And yeah, it feels like we're doing a lot of stuff for nothing. But if we didn't do it, can you imagine the criminal funds that would be going through our banks, and they'd hijack our banking system? So this is a public-private partnership, and by holding hands together with this program we have, we form this net over our banking system, and we do protect our national economy. Because right now, I would think the cyber criminals would really be after us from the Russia side of things. You really see more of this activity. And this is the terrorist financing. That's the one I forgot. I know I come up to it. That's the terrorist financing. So again, adding that to your risk assessment. And then the one on proliferation, make sure you get that one in there. And so again, that's what's important here as we're talking about updating our risk assessment. So make sure you get all that in there. And again, it's the risk your financial institution has for financial crimes. And it's so much broader. You know, I remember, of course, I've been doing training a lot of years. And I train tellers, and I train new accounts, I do IRA training, do all this stuff over the years. But I remember telling tellers, if the money smells like marijuana, tell your BSA officer. Now, all the money smells like marijuana. So that's the point. I mean, hope you like the smell of marijuana. I know. I can remember tellers telling me, the customer comes in and they're blowing it in the pipe, you know, in the tube, and they're like, yeah, it's like, enjoy, you know. So I tell BSA, okay, when they would come in the cloud of marijuana smoke, you know. So like we don't know. You know, there's probably only one person in the country that didn't know what marijuana smelled like, and it was my mother when she was alive. She was so innocent, but I was at jazz festival one year and I left her, and I mean, this is a side story, but I left her and I came back. She was surrounded by all these young people, and it was a cloud of marijuana. These nice young people I'm hanging out with. She's like, yeah, you're stoned. So, but she didn't have a clue, you know. She thought they were hand-rolled cigarettes like they used to do back in the country. So she didn't know. So I said, she obviously didn't go to public school. But anyway, that's some funny stuff there. But And I think we had some chat questions too, and I'll come back around to those. I see some more chat questions. There's 9 chapters rewritten in the exam manual. So we reconfigured the exam manual back to the way it used to look. And so when you get in there, you remember the first 50 pages or so were rewritten in 2020. So if you didn't catch up with that, you want to focus on that, especially the section on training, which we'll look at a little bit later. And then they changed it from the core, and they now call it assessing compliance, but they updated CIP, they updated the CTRs, the CTR exemption CI has 2021 behind it. So those are the ones you particularly, here you go, special measures, reports of foreign financial accounts. If you have any of this stuff, make sure you get in there and update those. And then this section, which they updated charities, PEPs, and what was the other one? Privately held ATMs was the other one. And put in that new section that we looked at just a little bit ago. So just remember, it's rewritten, it's not new law. There's no regulation on privately held ATMs. There's no regulation on PEPs. There's no official definition of a PEP. And they redefined PEPs in here. And again, we're on slide 207 here as you're coming around through this. And you can see here, this gives you a lot of indicators. So if I'm working up towards my exam, these are the things that I think would be important to the regulators is the new stuff. Anything that would be new, all the audit procedures need to get changed. This is the stuff you do training on. Make sure you hit that. As though some of you were telling me you do training. So make sure you hit your branches with whatever you do on privately held ATMs. Make sure it's up to date. And charities and other nonprofit organizations. It was funny because I taught a webinar called BSA hotspots a little while back, and this lady emailed me, everything you said in the webinar is on our exam. See, she didn't have that experience of a nice exam. And she was like, and I listened to the webinar after they left. I was like, too bad, she told me. I was like, yeah, that's why you do your webinar before. But anyway, I'm telling y'all the same things. If they've added this, rewritten it, and made it a priority, you make it a priority. So that's what you want to go in and look at. They're giving you tips here. Also, if you do training at your institution, there's a section in here called red flags for money laundering. Right there. You see that? It's appendix F. Do your training off of that. So you go in the front of the exam manual and you scoop up all that stuff about the history of BSA. You tell them about each little section of BSA, one slide. You do your red flag training off of here. There's a red flag in there that says personal accounts used for business purposes is a red flag for money laundering. You have to isolate each one of these things because they're important on their own. So I said, you know, again, my memory is long. So back at Hibernia, we put business accounts and personal accounts. We'd ask them, are the checks coming in payable to you or are they coming in payable to an entity? And they say, which is better? I say, well, if they come in payable to you, we can put you in a consumer account. That's a $5 service charge. If I put you in a business account, $25 service charge. So back then we did it to help people. And now look at all your faces. You don't like a problem. Me and CSRs like me are the problem. Who we're trying to help customers get us cheaper account, which now y'all have a cheap business account usually. If it's a small business, they're only going to have a few transactions, blah, blah, blah. So anyway, I was over at the processor doing some training and they're FIS-based processor, okay? So their system, Jack Smith doing business as Jack Smith. I'm like, really? Please tell me, no. And they're like, no, we can't get them to do it. We can't get their legal team to change it. Yes, we can. That's stupid. That doesn't even look right. Debbie Crawford doing business. DBA means I'm operating under a name other than my own, by definition, okay? So it just cracks me up when I see stuff like that. A lot of the resolutions, it'll say, Get Technical Inc. operating under the trade name Get Technical Inc. No, that's not a trade name. Get Technical Inc. operating the trade name Yoga Studios or something. If there's no trade name, leave it blank. It doesn't have to have a trade name. Neither does a sole proprietorship. They can operate under their own name. And that's easier. And they can have an EIN under their own name, because the EIN on a sole proprietor is assigned to the person, not to the business. And people are telling me, oh, we made that single member LLC get an EIN. I said, why'd you do that? Well, because they have to have an EIN to have a loan. No, they don't. This is tax reporting. A tax reporting government says you can use a social security number on a single member LLC. So, just, those of you starting in this business, ask questions. I mean, I get 100 emails a day. It's not a problem. I'd rather you ask me than we build a crazy, account documentation crazy thing. But anyway, we're going to fight that fight on FIS. So just get ready. Remember what I told you, a drip of water. This looks stupid. Debbie Crawford doing business. That's Debbie Crawford. You shouldn't have to do that. You should be able to open a sole proprietor. Oh, my favorite one, my hairdresser. So how do you do your business? She's a sole proprietor. I said, well, do you have a doing business as name? She said, well, they gave me one. I said, what is it? It's Lauren doing business as hair. I said, do you get checks paid? I went with it for a little while. Do you get checks paid for hair? She said, no, that's my occupation. So some CSR and some banks saying DBA means your occupation.
Oh, my God.
Doing business as plumber, doing business as pizza. I don't know how many she's got like this now. Can you imagine? They don't have a strict person in the back of the house. If they did, that stuff would not be happening on that. So again, use the things you have. You don't have to make things up always. And then if you need war stories, which sounds like none of you do, it sounds like you all have some crime stories. FinCEN, you can go in there and they have the convictions on SARs. So you can see this SAR was filed for this and we got them. Those kind of stories. That sometimes helps your tellers understand. Because one of them years back, the teller had seen a customer wash the money and it was ironed. And because the money was so perfect, that teller told BSA, and it turned out they broke an $18 million marijuana ring with that first SAR. So then they started connecting the dots. So that is odd. People don't iron their money. Now, after Hurricane Katrina, we all washed our money because it had been contaminated. But that's a different kind of laundering. All right. I'm just saying, that's a whole different thing. So when you make your training plan, our institution's risk for financial crimes, you should go over your risk assessment with your customers. Now, your employees, you shouldn't go maybe into, deep depth, but you want to let them know you're a low risk, medium risk, and why you have that kind of risk institution. What is BSA, the Bank Secrecy Act, and how is it organized? I would go back through these kind of slides like this, the CTRs, the SARs. And right now, a lot of people do training, what I call shotgun training. They bring everybody in a room like this, and they shoot the shotgun and hope they got to the right people on the right topics. And it's okay. If you're small, that's what you do. Done it a million times. Pizza night, you invite over for pizza, you go do a couple hours training, and you cover everybody, tellers, new accounts, lenders, whatever. It's not the best way to do it, okay? If you can come back into more a people and job function and curriculum, like doing the curriculums that make sense. Now, I have done a 3-hour BSA training for banks where the first hour and a half is for everybody. Then we dismiss the lenders and operations people and we keep the tellers for another hour to do CTRs and things like that. You could do that. So that would at least be somewhat tailored. I like to do lenders separate. I like to do the board separate. I like to do operations separate. And then I like branch staff together. If you break it into those 4, and usually the board is 20 minutes. They'll never stay for more. And I did, if y'all buy that director series from OCL, on course learning, the one they sell through the state association, that thing is so cheap. It's a couple $100 a year, $300 or $400. And you have all of those director programs. So you don't even have to do it. I record the one for BSA every year. Cheap stuff for your directors. It's really interesting that I would think every bank in the country would do that, but it's really, really affordable. So 20 minutes at max for your directors. I don't try to keep lenders more than an hour and 15. Mortgage people, you have to do, if you do mortgage people separate, you got to do that in the morning because they have closings in the afternoons. So you always do your mortgage people in the beginning. Mortgage people don't think they have any BSA risk because they turn down the loan. But it's an attempt, so if they attempt and they turn, so you got to go down the denied loan list because probably they're not telling you. And if you do mortgages separate, you might want to just because it's a different animal. Then that would be different from your other lenders. But you could put the other consumer lenders in with your branch staff. That would be okay. Keep your commercial lenders separate. But if you're going to do that kind of stuff, then I would say operations not more than an hour. You want to go over this new electronic fraud, all this stuff that's happening, the COVID frauds and stuff. And I would try to keep branch staff to 2 hours, probably with a little break in the middle, something like that. And you can do a Zoom meeting now. You can bring everybody in and look them in the eye on Zoom and make them take a quiz at the end. I would test them. Doesn't have to be a hard test. It could be like 10 little questions or something like that. And I would make sure that I hit all the hot ones: cyber, elder, human trafficking. Might want to add ID theft, CDD, funnel accounts, trade-based money laundering, COVID-19. Those would be some of the top ones. And all you got to do is look down your advisories and you can see kind of what needs to be done training-wise. Do y'all do your own training? I would think you would. Yeah, why not?
We have online.
Just online? Do they have a score they have to make?
Yes.
Is it the same class every year?
They change it up a little bit.
Okay, because otherwise that's equivalent.
Yeah.
It defeats the purpose.
And it's based by the job description.
Okay, so they can tailor it a little bit. Okay, great. So again, this section in training right here has some pretty good tips about what to do, because what we find out is we get a call, can you come over and do lending training? Why? We didn't know our lenders had to have job-specific lending training. It's an exam manual. It's not in a regulation. It's an exam manual. So there are red flags on FinCENs you can search for mortgages, for commercial loans. There's red flags you could get to them. I would want to get to them, the lenders now, particularly some of this stuff on the Russian oligarchs, because you don't want them in alone with those, because they don't think you have to drill down. And that's one of the reasons you have to drill down right now. So you have to provide training for appropriate personnel. The training should cover the aspects of BSA that are relevant to the bank and its risk profile. And appropriate personnel includes those whose duties require knowledge or involve some aspects of BSA AML. And then your own regulator will also have something on that. And then it talks about, that's the Federal Reserve, talking about BSA compliance program. And it says again, showing you there how that's the Federal Reserve, and then that's the FDIC. So they have the same stuff in their red. Training should cover BSA regulatory requirements, supervisory guidance, and the bank's internal BSA AML policies, procedures, and processes. Training should be tailored to each individual's specific responsibilities as appropriate. Take each one of those sentences and isolate it, because that's what they're doing. If it says the regulations and your policy, then it means the regulations in your policy. So not just the regulations. And then targeted training may be necessary for another illicit financial activity risk, certain business lines, operational units such as lending trusts, foreign correspondent banking, and private banking. So if you do have a private banking department, I would probably want to do them separately also, and try to pull things that are more directed to them out of that red flag list. So that's what you're looking for. Again, you don't have to use all the red flags for everybody. Use the ones that are meaningful to that particular group. I just, I started going through and then I just quit because it was overwhelming. Every advisory that comes out, every single one of them since the beginning of time has red flags for money laundering in it. So if you pulled every red flag out of every advisory, are you with me here? So you really have to focus on the ones, not only these in the back, but you have to go back to the ones on human trafficking, human smuggling, elder fraud, pick the big ones, identity theft, and cyber enabled crimes. There's some on that. Because otherwise, if you didn't look at every advisory in light of who needs training on this, that would be probably a problem. Plus, every single advisory comes out is giving you more SAR instructions. So if you took the base SAR instructions and every time an advisory comes out, you go add that instruction to those base instructions, then you're building, because as the cyber advisories tell you different things to do in the narrative than you would do in the regular narrative. So each advisory that comes out adapts your SAR program and your red flags program if you look at it that way, because that's what they're supposed to do. If you go back far enough, you're going to see the SAR review activity and trends before advisories. You want to read about insider fraud, right, for SAR filing. There's a whole bunch of stuff in one of those old SAR activity review tips and trends. But probably the best place to find insider red flags would be the FDIC's risk compliance manual. It's like pages. They'll tell you every way somebody can steal money from your bank. I went to a program one time that was called KYE. I thought it was like, I signed, I went over there, I went to this breakout session. I thought it was know your enemy. Know your employee. Because a lot of times banks just fire tellers. And you might file a SAR on them, but they just, you know, it's not a big, you don't make a big thing out of it. They just go to work for another bank. So they just moved from one bank to another, doing whatever they were doing at your bank at the next bank down the street. And then you're sitting here and you can't really say, you know, what's going on. But the SAR is probably the only thing that you can. So the overview that you can do. Overview of purposes of BSA's regulatory requirements are typically provided to new staff during employee orientation. So you should have a BSA program for orientation. And I've taught some of those too in my day. So again, that's just short, big picture, all that stuff in the beginning of the exam manual, the history. So you might not be doing the training, you may be directing the training department to do it, but you need to make sure these things are covered. And that's the big stuff when you're talking about it. You, the BSA compliance officer and compliance staff, should receive periodic training that's relevant to remain informed of the changes, which I think 2 days ought to do it for you. That's a lot of training back to back when you're used to going. And the board of directors and senior management should receive foundational training when they start, and then they should be informed of changes. And they might not need the same level of training, but they have to have some understanding is what it's telling you here. They've got to understand the basics, and the board of directors is not interested in BSA. So they just want you to take care of it. And you will, except for the best way to get their attention. And I always hate that. I hate being a drama queen all the time. But all you gotta do is put a couple of consent orders in front of them and that'll do it. I don't think we're doing any of this stuff, but this is what happened to this community bank. So I hate to be the drama queen. You know, this is what the fines would be this bank paid. I mean, that community bank in Texas failed to file 17 SARs, and they were fined $8 million. Wow. I mean, they had other issues, but don't you think the SARs are the big issue? They failed to file 17 SARs. I just can't even believe it. So periodic training for appropriate personnel should incorporate current developments, changes to BSA regulatory requirements, supervisory guidance, internal policies, procedures, and processes, banks, products, services, customers, geographic location. And any changes that you've had to your technology, because your technology for retrieving CTRs and things like that changes too. So again, coming back to some of those things. And then training programs should include examples of money laundering, which is why I'm saying use those red flag examples in the back. I still think the regulators are hot on cashier's checks where the remitter and the payee are the same.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
we have a lot of those. I don't know what's going on. It seems like since COVID, we've had tons of people, they think they're hiding money or saving money in cashier's checks. Government.
Are they older or younger?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's a variation.
Okay, well, my own bank, I was talking to the BSA officer, FDIC examiner thing. And so she was telling me they had a customer come in, buy 5 cashier's checks for $10,000 each. Examiners were, you're filing a SAR on this. Now, their bank president is a lawyer, their compliance officer is a lawyer, and they have a lawyer that reviews documents for a 25 branch bank. Are you with me here? So if you're gonna come and tell us we gotta do something, you better be on it, because we're gonna push back. We're not gonna be rude, but we're not, that's why I bank with them, I love them. But this deal, so they called the customer, said, look, we see you're storing these cashier's checks. Is there anything we can help you with? And, you know, it's unusual, just trying to be nice about it, find out what she was doing. Well, her husband gambles. So when he was up, she grabbed 50,000 of it, put it in 10,000. So she's hiding money, all right. From him. So they went back, told the regulators that, and the president told them, we're not filing. We're comfortable with this. And of course, you know, the problem with that is they remember the pushback. So you have to be kind of careful about the pushback sometimes. So they remember that stuff. But in that case, would you have filed? No, she got enough trouble. So again, and this, we had another one. Remember when the IRS was running around telling everybody that customers are structuring, they would send them a letter saying, quit structuring. IRS was sending out letters. So y'all would file the SARs, the IRS would send out a letter saying, quit structuring to the customer. So if you're their only bank,
They know.
They know.
here comes the customer to the BSA officer.
The letter.
Yeah, to the branch, and branch calls the BSA officer. BSA officer comes down and they said, how does IRS know this about us? And the BSA officer, you may need this one day. The IRS has their ways.
They need that one.
I'm telling you, that's a good one, isn't it? So,
Question in the 17 SARS that Texas Bank didn't file, if it's the bank's decision whether or not to file. I guess I need to look at that. I don't remember that one. So I guess I need to
yeah,
look
I
at more
remember
information.
17 SARS, but I think it was the international stuff was what they were focused on there. Not go back and really look at it, but
Not just
seven-
structuring or some real basic
I
stuff.
don't think so.
Okay.
But they claimed they failed to file 17 SARS, which, you know, is your decision to file. So,
Yeah, so then the $8 million fine seems.
well, the 8 million was for the whole thing. They thought they were running a core BSA program, which previous regulators had thought they were doing a good job.
Yeah.
That's the word on the street anyway.
Huh.
But I bet you're running a real clean bank right now. You know, it's funny because that little bank in Louisiana that survived that consent order without selling out,
Yeah.
they're probably one of the best banks to go see a BSA program right now. I can remember when another bank was on a consent order and the same thing, they just got real strict. This is the way it is, boom, these are family-owned banks and they just are real strict now. So they're the best ones. But now this little bank, the other little bank that was on the consent order is now banking 19 marijuana-related businesses. And I'm like, and they've gotten through it. They haven't had a problem, but I'm sure they're very, very strict. Now, in Louisiana, the medical marijuana is grown at the 2 universities, LSU
Medical. Okay.
and Southern. Okay. Medical marijuana.
Yeah.
And it can be grown on site, which is probably a good thing because everybody be breaking in there, I'm sure. But anyway, they grow it on site. That means they got to rent land from somebody. Yeah, so somebody's a landlord right there. But they formed an LLC for this purpose to grow this medical marijuana. And there's 19 accounts associated with those two companies, and they're there, they're handling them. But again, you've got a public entity, and there may be less risk with all of that, maybe.
Yeah.
You know, don't know. Haven't seen the transaction activity in the account. So again, this is the training program. And banks should document their training programs. I think you do a good job on that. I just wanted to go back through this again. All personnel has to be trained. I don't think the guy or the girl that cuts your grass needs to be trained on BSA. But anybody that's got some kind of customer touch, contact, it's not gonna hurt them if they go through the training, okay? But it's not, I don't think, mandatory on those folks. So the more risk you have, the more training, because what does training do? What's the M word? It mitigates risk. And so it lowers the risk. The more you train, the more you talk to those branches that you're out there talking to, the more they can help you, the higher the level of risk, the more the training. And then again, I just pulled this. This is the high intensity drug trafficking map. And these are your counties. I will mispronounce those names. 4 in Western Michigan, and we're on slide, I can't see the slide number. Okay, I'll give you a slide number in a minute. But again, this is talking about the population, 5.8 million, 78% residing in eastern counties. And there's a list of your high intensity drug trafficking. So when you get to the big map, when you click on your stuff, you'll find your Michigan high intensity drug trafficking areas. And you factor that in. I'm not sure that it's really a big determinant about money laundering. More people, more money, more drugs, I guess. And if you want to know what kind of drugs you do, did everybody get a slide number on that or page number? 234. Okay. But are y'all in any of these counties?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes? Okay.
That's right.
So if you go into the map and you get into those counties, you can go further and find out what kind of drugs you do in Michigan. Yeah, I think so. You get equal attention to fentanyl and heroin and, well, marijuana is legal, right? So why bother with that one? But meth. So that actually kind of helps your branches too. It makes it more real when you start to look at, okay, and they tell by the number of people that go to rehab and the number of people that are arrested for those particular drugs. So that's how they know the numbers on those. So those are your high intensity drug trafficking area. So just track everything, make sure you're, so orientation, online, telephone, do a mix of things. People get so tired of those online classes. And do a mix of things. Try to make a game or something. Do mini webs. Do, you know, popping in for your high crime moment. What's the high crime of the week? You know, you can do fun stuff, little pre-recorded video things that you can do for them. And that'll help when you're looking at some of these things. So document everything and what training they need. And again, the regulations and your procedures are going to be real important there. So if you went down the exam manual after risk assessment, you would do CIP, CDD, suspicious activity reporting. I show the SAR to staff. I show them a blank SAR. I do it in every.
It's like, wait, what?
Yeah, I don't show them a filled out one. But and then I take each section of crime and I blow it up. I want them to look at what we have to check off. What are we looking for? That really seems to help sometimes. So yeah, I would show them the SAR. It's not a secret. It's a secret who you filed on. It's not a secret that there's a form out there.
Wow.
No, I do it in all staff training. I do it for the lenders too, because again, there's a whole section on mortgage lending in there. So that would be helpful for them to see. They're really focusing on mortgages on this. So I show them the CTR, I show them the SAR, I do training right off of it, the crimes. And then if you tie your referral form to those crimes, then they'll know how to fill out the referral form. Because structuring, do they have a suspicious inquiry? Even if they ask you about structuring, I want to know. I want you to go over here and check this box on my referral form. Send it to me. Because if they asked about structuring, they're going to structure. Right? They're going to structure. And it was so funny, you know, like how some people don't, currency exchanges, old school tellers don't show them in and out of the system. Right? So old school tellers just do the currency exchange. They don't show that it went in and this is the customer and it went out, right? And then you're missing maybe some CTRs, which is a problem. But also when their new system at this one bank made them start showing who it went into and who it went out of, they found their board of director was exchanging cash, one of them, for over $10,000 a month, cumulative, for a guy that owned like a hot dog stand. Now, what is he doing? Because the tellers were just exchanging the currency and not showing it in. The new teller systems, you got to tell. But I still know people that have ledgers. It's a bank in Louisiana that doesn't have a teller system. They still run tickets and ledgers. And when the hurricane comes there, they don't have to worry about it because they still roll in the way they always have. And that's like why I cash on Reg CC. It's not available to the next day because I can't show it. They can't show it in the same thing. So it's kind of interesting. So
On the currency exchange, we had a bank I worked at before, we had Jack Henry tax. And at the time, we were the biggest bank, the biggest customer they had. And we, during an exam, they asked us about the currency exchanges. And we said, it doesn't run, we don't have a transaction for that. So it cannot run through teller system. And so they told us basically it has to, because it has to be tracked.
yeah, I
So we
agree.
went to Vertex and we told them, we have to track this. And so they did, they changed the software and added those transactions to the software so we can track.
Yeah, I still run into some systems that don't do that. Seems like more lately they're doing it because we're not getting our CTRs. We're failing to file CTRs because we're currency, you know, exchanges add to both sides.
Oh, yeah.
So you could add a deposit and a currency exchange and this side's over 10 and you missed that because you weren't weren't logging them in. And I don't know if it's a have to, but it's like if I found it as a regulator, I would tell you the same thing.
Right.
You got to get it. It's like I have a bank that's in 8 states over in the East Coast. And they wanted me to do some CPR training for them. So I said, no problem. So we did it. And it was like, we can't add our ATMs in. We balance at noon. And I'm like, you still have to add, they didn't let deposits in their ATMs, but they had cash, but they had withdrawals. And if you're not doing your withdrawals on your ATMs, they could have done 10,000 in a branch and 200 at an ATM, 10,002 out of that account. Then you're not getting all your CTRs. She said, we haven't done it since ever. So I don't know what to tell you, but you now know. So you've got to fix this and you're going to probably have to backfile some CTRs if you can figure it out. Yeah, and I don't know what they.
Because sometimes that's what makes it go over.
Right.
The customer takes out 10,000 and they don't realize, oh, Friday I took out $300.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it's going to aggregate together.
Well, and it gets kind of worse than that because your customer took out 10,000 and then they go get cash back from Walmart.
Right.
That's still coming out of their account.
Right.
And I called Vincent about it because I was like, and the bank was going, no. And I'm like, yeah, I think so. Comes out cash in, cash out of the account. And Vincent was like, yeah, if they came and said, write an extra 20 for at the grocery line and they took cash back, cash came out of their account that day, even if it was through Walmart.
How do you know that though?
Yeah.
It was showing up in their system some kind of way. Yeah.
I was gonna say, I actually had that question and the rep I talked to had said, they said, no, and it was an ATM that wasn't like ours, it was offsite, and they said, no, only on your cash net.
No, that's not a right answer either, because I got it in writing from her, and I'm going to show you tomorrow that you do count privately ATMs. Yeah, and that's the problem with calling them. They got 5 people on CTRs, that's it for the whole country, and you get a different answer. But we got it from them in writing from another bank, And they said yes on privately held ATMs. If you have the information, if you can't get it, then you don't do it. But you're supposed to balance those two pages, those location pages with the 25 and 27 page. So that's the, I mean, it kind of makes sense. I mean, just because it's coming out of Walmart doesn't mean it's not cash out of the account. And somehow they could track it at their system. So I don't know, how that shows up. So anyway, don't invite, I'm not trying to start a whole thing, but I just say ignorance is bliss sometimes. And then, your curriculum should include these things and then your high-risk services, of course. So again, board of directors training from the exam manual, they have to be trained. And again, regulatory, I think we covered all of that, yeah. So your question is, what's happened that your board needs to know since your last training? You won't know till tomorrow afternoon. But at least they need to know the new beneficial ownership. I think they'll be happy about that. Even though it's an undo, I think they're gonna be really glad. There's a softening of the position on the CDD rules, maybe you might wanna tell them about that. Any new advisories that are out, you wanna go through the 2022 advisories and bullet those for them also when it comes to this stuff. All right, and so that brings us through that. I wanna go back and get these questions or chats here, and y'all are gonna have to probably help me with this because I can't see where my mouse is. Oh, there it is. Same. Ditto. Huh, I like it. They got their own chat going on. Yeah, remote cannot see the slides. I think they can now. I'm back to screen sharing. We are just seeing the Dropbox. That all, is that all resolved, remote people? I think I finally got the screen share up. Okay, I had a feeling those 6 were there, but this was a good one. We struggle with is an account we want to close, but it still has a balance of fraudulent funds that were deposited. We have a customer who received several ACH deposits, and he was instructed to make withdrawals and purchase and mail gift cards. That's pretty common. We were able to catch it and freeze the account before all the funds were withdrawn. Now, what do we do with the balance to close the account? Any ideas?
Was it multiple ACHs? I'm sorry, I didn't see that, so.
Okay, let's see if we can go big.
So
Go
it's
big.
like one, you
ACH
can send it
deposits,
back,
fraudulent
yeah,
funds.
if it's one, for one company, you can send it back to that, and a check even.
Okay.
But
They're telling you to send it back.
I mean, or if it's just a little bit, cut it back to the customer, it's $10 or something, and close it, be done with it.
Yeah,
Like, there's a lot of variables there that we don't have answers to.
yeah, I agree. But we're depositing. Customer received several ACH deposits. They're doing that now. They want you to want the customers to buy prepaid accounts. And that's kind of what's happening here. So,
When it was the unemployment, you couldn't get a hold of the unemployment agency because everybody's blowing them up. You could cut a cashier's check and send it back.
yeah,
But now, there's not enough information there to get. At least for me, I'm sure everybody here probably has a different viewpoint, but.
anybody else?
I feel like if the ACH just came in their name with the ACH rule, theirs,
Yeah.
if it's fraudulent, you're closing the account, you want to deal with the fraud.
It would kind of be nice if the crook gave them money for a change. Close the account the way the account reads, give them the money, yeah, be done with it. That's what the consensus is, unless there's a merchant you can identify,
Yeah,
but this
again,
doesn't.
There's a lot of variables there that I feel like we don't have all the answers, but get rid of it, it's basically.
Get it off your books is the big answer on this. Okay, so who has done their training already this year? Y'all are all doing online training? You don't do any live training?
Boards like that, the rest of the folks.
We went, during COVID, we went online, but we're going back to live this year.
this year? When is it scheduled?
this fall.
So this fall, you're gonna do it? And is that your normal time frame to do it?
We normally do it more around the summertime, but now that we are not online and there's lots of vacations around that time, we
Push it back.
pushed it back so we can not have as many courses, or as many makeup courses to get people in.
So how do you do it? I mean, because I've done it my different ways, but I'm always interested, how do you do your training? Is it one class that they all go to? Is it shotgun or do you tailor it?
We tailor some of the stuff, but everybody kind of attends. We actually go out, we have 9 branches, so we'll kind of go geographical too. So you're dealing with mainly the tellers and some of them, and then we will have lending. They're mostly at the main or very close to the main, so they'll come in for theirs.
What about operations? Do you do something separate for them? Maybe
Some-
not historically, but you might
Yeah.
think about it this year. So much of it has been operational this year, hasn't it? I mean, you're talking about wire fraud and you're talking about ACH fraud. They're catching a lot of that. It kind of goes back, I was thinking about those economic impact payments. We tell people, well, you can close a joint account. Somebody wants to come off, close the joint account, or you take their name off, have them remove themselves. But then those economic payments were coming in to those accounts that people had been removed off of. So now coming back to thinking maybe account closing on joint accounts is better because there's no way for people to know they're not on that account anymore. And ACH can't look at every ACH and match it to the account. Although they've begun doing some of that.
And we just recently attended a webinar, me and the keeping the ACH department attended a webinar that was put out by somebody else. Because obviously, I need to get the knowledge too, be able to look for it, train it even more thoroughly, but I didn't feel like I had that much that was going on, so we all attended together.
Well, I'm with you on cyber crimes for me. I mean, really, I don't even know what the difference is in some of those drop downs that we'll look at tomorrow on cyber crimes. You're talking about, I thought, okay, maybe I need to go to a cyber crime school. So I looked up, are there any cyber crime schools for bankers? Well, there are. $8,000. I decided I can't afford that. So, or I won't afford that. So I was like, but I think that's going to become a specialty on BSA, is the cyber side of things. I mean, when you do those drop downs, do you know what every one of those are? I mean, I might get through malware and suspicious email address, but after that, I'm, kind of lost. You have to look it up. So the best way to learn something is to teach it. And so that's why I thought I need to do a cyber crimes and SARS class, and then I'll make myself learn all that stuff. That's sort of the way we all are. What about you guys over here on your training? What are we doing?
For us, we do both. We do online and we do, well, it was in person, but during COVID, obviously, but it was generally an in-person training.
Like a Zoom kind of thing,
Um,
this last year or two?
yes.
Yeah,
It was the same basic training, but it was just recorded
Yeah,
instead of me being in person.
yeah, I've done some of that too. Record stuff for a bank, they get it and then they play it when they want to. What about y'all, the rest of you? You're together, y'all are not the same, yeah, and you two, what kind of training do y'all do?
We're auditors.
Yes.
Oh, you don't care. So you're gonna check all this stuff. Gosh, I shouldn't have told them all that. What about this table? What are you guys doing for training?
So learning management systems, so online training.
Okay, good.
Targeted to the different departments and areas.
Okay.
And also producing annual BSA video
Okay.
where we talk about our processes and procedures for referring
Mhm.
to also the types of frauds that are current trends that will most be possibly affected. So, like what you said, go through the guidance.
Yeah. See what's new, make sure you get those. Are you folks at the same bank as she is? What kind of stuff? Yeah, you're new, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we're just real small bank, 30 employees.
So
We do an all-staff training day.
Okay.
At least once a year, and then we just do the BSA training, it's just like that. There's some online that goes out each year as well.
that's good though. I mean, you can do that if you're small. Like, are you under 20 employees?
like 30 of us,
Okay.
3 locations.
Yeah, that's like pizza night or on holiday, you bring them in a half a day and give them something. And what about the rest, you guys here at this table, what are y'all doing?
We do online training and then we have one day a year, we do an all-employee meeting. So we cover different topics that day.
All the have to do trainings. Yeah.
But that's what our online is, our required training, and then we'll get hot topics for our all-employee meetings.
Okay, I like it. How about you guys back here? Online only, and then what about the rest of you?
Yeah, we do it online until somebody comes walking down and you hear the mom steps walking down the hallway and they knock on the door, you know, they're in trouble.
Then you get in your face training. I like it. So,
I do also, we do online also, but I do quarterly trainings for retail staff, so I get CTRs and get elder abuse. Each quarter we do it.
and you could do common errors then, like if you see a consistent error coming up across, you can. Yeah, like occupation. And you know, how many times have you taught CTRs and somebody's still gonna ask you, what if they don't have an occupation?
Too many.
Retire.
I don't think I've got.
They
I've
were
got
born in
CTRs.
Like, wow.
Yeah, has any of your tellers ever been offered a bribe for not filing a CTR? Yeah. The last trial, not that you know of. So the last teller I met, which was 2 years ago, before COVID, she was offered $25 not to file a CTR. No, she said, no, sir, and that's when it's nice to be quiet and polite. She just said, no, sir, thank you. And then she, you know, then on, I said, you told BSA afterwards, and she said, yes, I did. How about at this table, what are you guys doing? Online? And doing any? So if anything else is going on, you just fill it in there. What about over here, you guys? Online? Yeah, I like a combination. I think they get like, oh, here it is again, the same questions, here we go. And at this table, what are you folks doing?
We do online and send out periodically statewide broadcast with issues.
That's a good idea. I like sending out those advisories sometimes, targeted to certain departments, like especially like those ACH frauds and stuff, and that's the ACH department. You can always just use the advisory itself. You don't have to rewrite it to get information. Yeah.
We also have a newsletter that goes out like an email, and so then we highlight an employee if they caught some amount of fraud and what the fraud was.
Oh, that's good.
And they get a prize.
And they get a prize. And they get honored and.
Yeah.
Okay.
But then it kind of explains, you know, what the fraud, we kind of explain what data rights and what the fraud was and how they caught it by paying attention or whatever, you know.
Oh, yeah.
So it kind of makes people aware what's going on.
I think that's great. What about you guys?
Progress as well. Generally, we see in person, we do a lot of small banks. They'll do orientation is big, and then annually, and then in the last year they transitioned to like virtual platforms for
Yeah.
online.
Now, do you work for a CPA firm? Okay, good for y'all. Anybody else here from not a bank? Okay. My CPA is my CPA because I train them on BSA. They audit banks. So I train their auditors and then they audit banks and then they check me. So I figure if they're good enough for the banks, they're good enough for me. So far, I haven't had an audit by the IRS either. But the auditors have a whole different mindset about things. And I think, especially CPAs, you know, they have a different, more legalistic, I think, mindset than even BSA officers. So if I said something to you like the customer wasn't claiming income and now they tell you I'm claiming income because I want to get a house, right? I'm not showing income because I'm hiding my cash from the IRS. What would a lender think about that? They would say it's, you know, normal. What would a CPA say about that?
Question.
It's fraud. Okay. Hiding money from the IRS is a crime, right? So that's where we get into some of our differences where we're thinking everybody does that. You know, if you're going to put asphalt into your your house and you get an $8,000 price if you pay cash and you get a $9,000 price if you write a check. So what do you think's happening to that $9,000? So when the customer comes down and puts the $9,000 cash in the bank, or it doesn't, and there's no cash in their business account, or they have no business account, it's because they're running a business off the books. Like in Virginia, the air conditioning guy at the family, farmhouse came in and put in a unit in the office. We converted the garage into an office there. And basically he said, I said, how do you want me to write the check? I don't have cash. So write it to me. So write the check to Chuck. And he's asked what I did. He told me a little bit more about his business. And I said, what are you going to do with that check? And he said, well, I'm taking it down to your bank and I'm going to cash it. And I said, okay, there's money there. So when he gets down to my bank, he's not my bank's customer. So he's cashing a check drawn on the bank. So should the teller tell you that the check's made payable to him and it says air conditioning services on it? They should tell you. Because Chuck's got a couple $100,000 worth of equipment in his side yard because he also does septic tanks and blah, blah, blah. Are you with me? But he doesn't have a business account. He said, when me and my wife need money, I just get it out of safe and go put the cash. I mean, people will tell you stuff.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm like, you really shouldn't be telling me all this. But he's probably telling his bank that too. I'm cashing his check to get cash. And I'm running my business off the books that probably make several $100,000 a year. Because I know a septic tank's $25,000. He's doing several of those a year. Plus he moves dirt and he does all this other stuff. So Chuck, the air conditioning guy, is hiding money from the IRS. What does the CPA say about that? That's a crime. What does a banker say? They all do it. I mean, within a couple of days, I heard it from a waitress, my hairdresser, my air conditioning guy. It was funny, but it was like my waitress was telling me, oh, I've been hiding, I never playing cash, but now I am because I want to buy a house. I go in, couldn't get in my regular hairdresser in Louisiana, so I went to a different one. And because her mother's a banker. So I go in and it says, if you write a check, write the check payable to cash. We take cash and we take checks made payable to cash. So am I going to write a check made payable to cash? No, because then y'all will think I am buying drugs. Okay, so no way I'm doing that. So I had enough cash to pay her, thank goodness. So I was just getting a trim. Are you with me here? What is she doing with all those checks made payable in cash? She's going to the banks that they're drawing on, the couple of them in that little town, and she's getting the cash, and then she's keeping it, and she's running a business off the books. And look, everybody in this country knows small businesses doing this. If you're ever given two prices, you're dealing with a money launderer, okay? They're hiding money from the government. And that's what I tell, I do some little training for the Chamber of Commerce in my town now. I've gotten more involved in the chamber since I'm not traveling. And I went to one of these new business things and I told them, don't lie, claim your money. Use QuickBooks, show your cash in, invoice them, get a trail. That's the best thing you can do, because when you start trying to think you're smart, that's when your bank is going to be filing suspicious activity reports on you. And that's been sort of some of the problems that we have. When do we actually file that SAR? And that we'll be talking a lot more about as we go on. All right, take a break, come back, gonna do some more. Not too much more, we've done a lot of it. Let's see if I can figure this out again.
When you were talking about the businesses, yeah, and we've had a couple where someone goes and they're gonna do construction on their house. But they sit there
And that they won't give them cash, but they'll write them like 5 checks for like $8,000. And they're on the same day, they're in numerical order. And so then the guy, the construction guy, he'll take some to our bank and then he takes some to his bank. And so he's structuring, but it's like on the file, the SARA knows, we put the person that wrote the checks and the person that's cash, because she went along
They're
with it.
complicit.
Yes.
To me, I
Right.
think you become
Even if the guy
complicit.
asked for it, would you do that?
No, I wouldn't do it.
Right.
And that's like, I told the girl that runs my office, she said, but it's a $2,000 difference in the cash price when I ask for it and the check price. And I'm like, you do what you want. First of all,
We see so much of that.
I know.
Because it's like a whole different price. Oh, I'm getting construction done. Well, that doesn't make it right. We get it, but it's like, yeah, but it's like they were doing it with checks. And he would take
Like
like,
checks are different. It's one thing if you say, here's your cash price, and you're kind of innocent. You don't know about.
right, but she sat there and wrote like 5 checks all out to him on one day, all the same amount.
Because they want to keep the IRS out of your
Yeah,
business,
and
but
so-
now you just got them in your
Yeah,
business.
so we put her on it too.
Yeah, I agree.
It's
Yeah,
like, yeah,
that's different. That's not me taking the lower price because I didn't know any
No.
better.
no. I mean, and it might have been her idea, but it might have been whatever, but it's like, we can't tell who was wrong and who was right, so we put them all on there.
I'm with you.
It's
I
like,
would do the same thing. Okay, now let me see if I can figure this out again. Where was my internet? Talking. Up there it is. I don't know. Okay. Where's my internet? Somebody tell me where it is. It's gone. New share, that's not it. More. Huh. We had the internet, now it's gone.
We talked about it. Okay. That's right.
So, yeah.
Right, yeah. You wash your hands a lot more, don't you?
I would expect. So like.
You know, yeah, Gary's like, I'm sorry.
Survival experts. Like 5 of them, like kidnapped somewhere. Hard to sit.
I have a hard time believing
I mean, I
that.
put ranch on a lot of things. Like every time.
It's a pain.
Yeah.
So, welcome back, everybody. So for fun, have y'all ever gone to the FinCEN website? And, yeah. Just playing around a little bit. Have you ever done any of that SARS statistic stuff, just to see how many SARS? That's kind of fun. I was teaching a SARS and check fraud program, and in 2014, we filed as a country 87,000 SARS for check fraud, because a lot of check fraud is small. So, you know, at least 87,000 hit 25. Last year, we filed 237 SARS where the box was check fraud, you know, that it was checks. And then at the beginning of this year, we're at 107,000 SARS on check fraud. So I was like, you know, I was talking to this group, that was a bankers bank group, and I was like, you know, I think what we need to do is go back, talking about training a little bit, back to fundamentals on checks, and really work with our staff and our people, make sure front of the check matches back of the check, matches account. Because some of this stuff should have been easily detected. There's typos on a lot of checks that I've seen that are fraudulent. Word Forest Bank instead of Wood Forest. I mean, it didn't even make sense, Word Forest. 70737 dash and then no numbers after it. So it's been interesting, some of that. But And so if you go SARS, remember they used to do that pie graph, and I don't know if you can still turn it into a pie graph, probably you can, but I didn't try to figure that out. But I used to love to do that with people, because when you take your SARS, for example, and you reverse engineer in and say, are my numbers running like the nation? And if they're not, why? You know, like if the country's filing 11% of their SARS on mortgage fraud, then why am I not? Is it because we don't have a mortgage department, or because we don't do mortgage loans? Or if it's so, if your piece of the pie is this much, like what was it, hitting 14% or something like that on elder fraud at some point? As that's one that's increasing. And if not, then why aren't my people telling me about that? Also look down branch lines. You have 10 branches, 8 of them are giving you referrals, 2 of them aren't. Why? Are they in such a small area that there's just not a lot going on? Or is it because you got a branch manager blocking BSA that just doesn't believe in BSA? A lot of people don't like BSA. Customer-friendly folks at your bank won't like BSA. And they don't realize that we're holding hands across the nation and the world trying to prevent the $2 trillion criminal enterprise from getting in our systems. And we don't do a great job of it all the time, right? Sometimes they still get through, but that's what we do. And so they don't really understand that. And so again, sometimes that helps, like, you know, be able to say, every other branch is giving me 10 referrals and y'all have nothing. What's going on? You don't like me? You know, use humor. Humor is a great, you know, door opener sometimes. It's like, but y'all must not like me if I get no referrals. So what's going on, or how can we help you? How can we help you detect financial crimes? Because I'm sure some of your customers are hiding money from the IRS since everybody else is in the country. So it has to be, you know, it's sad. And I would be curious to hear this a little bit too. Like, when are y'all going in and filing SARS when you know they're hiding money from the IRS? Or are you not? And that would be hard to say in class, but it's an interesting conversation, isn't it? When do I pick my battles? And when is it worth filing? And when is it a hairdresser that you just, it's not enough money to be worried with, you know, that kind of thing. And check hiding has really kind of gone away, except for big check hiding. Multi-million-dollar check hiding is still happening, big businesses. The new hiding is the mobile deposit thing. Okay, so I mobile deposit more than once. So that's why we're gotten so strict about mobile deposit only for this bank and my account number and sign my name. So I can't mobile deposit it at 3 banks, because that's kind of what's happening right now. So just be careful. That's risk management, because people will say, well, Capital One doesn't make them, you know, put for mobile deposit only. They got big pockets. Have you ever seen their campus in Richmond? If you ever see it, you'll understand they're a whole town into themselves. So they have, like, it's as big as a university when you drive in there. So it's just, they have bigger pockets. They can take more risk than the average community bank. You don't want to have a $7,000, $8,000, $10,000 loss. You don't even want to lose $1,000. Because when I came up in banking, they used to tell us for every dollar we lost, we had to go out and get 100,000 in deposits. Now, whether they were lying to us back then, I don't know. You know, that's one of those things you think now you wonder about. So here you are, Michigan. Cannabis Regulatory Agency.
We're not proud.
Depends on which side of the argument you're on. James is not proud, but the rest of you might be. We don't know. So when you get in here and you take a look at it, let's see if we can get in here, see if I can see it. Sections. This is just developing, you know, it's still kind of on the old website because this is new. There's your hemp processing. There's your medical marijuana, adult use establishments, your medical facilities. And let's see what we got. What else we got in here? You're very well organized, though. I'll give you that. And then you've got resources and, of course, file a complaint. And that's your applications and forms. Statewide marijuana monitoring system, cannabis regulatory agency licensing reports, calendar of events. So what I was looking at, particularly over here, because I'm thinking we're going to start with hemp. You get into hemp and it's going to take you still back to your Department of Agriculture, I think, when I was looking at it this morning. So you have hemp processors, hemp, industrial hemp processing program fees, how to include processing location information with your application, hemp grower information. Yeah, it's still over, I think, over here. So your regulation will be here, your definition of it. Hemp cultivation, hemp grower registration, hemp processor. And then it looks like you have food with safe hemp ingredients, safety for hemp microgreens. There's your report, your disposal, your sampling. The hemp laws, that's where you'll get your policy from. You go to the hemp laws and you use the definitions there. What's industrial hemp, what's a processor, what's your whatever, because you have to have some definitions. It looks like usually on a lot of these numbers to know for hemp growers. There's a box that I got into later. Let's see, processing. So this is your licenses, you got pest management, and then you've got food and dairy. So you keep clicking through these websites. Food and ag. Let's see, where's hemp? Up a little bit. Ah, thank you. Does that take us right back where we were? Let's go to food and dairy. Food and dairy. Is that got hemp in it? Might not. It should. I'm ended up somewhere that I don't think that's where we want to be. But basically, what you do with these websites is you find all your hemp-related businesses, what they could be, processors, pesticides, which ones have licenses, because those are going to be the easier ones for you, meaning that would be your enhanced due diligence. You'd get a copy of the license. So you play around with these websites till you get a whole list of what you can do with hemp in Michigan. And it looks like it's taking you in and out of the new one and the old one and the agriculture one. So you want to be looking through there. But what I was observing this morning when I was playing around with it, looks like you have food. It looks like you have animal CBD oil products and stuff. It looks like you have processors, cultivators, destroyers. Somebody's got to destroy it. If it goes 2 weeks too long, it'll turn into marijuana. You grow it too long. And you're going to have, those are going to be what I would call your tier ones. Anybody that touches product is tier one. Anywhere you get a license is probably your tier one people. If they touch product, handle product, transport product, they're probably going to have a license, even for hemp. And so that becomes your list. These are the ones could be tier one. Tier two would probably not touch product. They might be your fertilizers, your whatever. But I saw some fertilizing things on here too. There was some licensing for that. So whatever is not maybe licensed, but still a part of the support of the business, that would probably be your tier twos. And then your tier threes would be the CPAs, the lawyers that, you know, might be a minute piece of their business. And so that would be your tier threes. And then you got to do the same thing really with CBD oil from hemp. So again, are you going to packagers, transporters, you know, the ones that process, are you going to do those tier ones? Or are you gonna come on down, and just bank the convenience stores and the grocery stores that are selling CBD oil from hemp? I don't think you could have a policy that says we don't bank hemp. I think it would be, I don't think you could. I think your customers are all selling CBD oil from hemp. Convenience stores, grocery stores, I mean, it's everywhere. So I think you're gonna have customers that are selling CBD oil from hemp. So that is legal on the federal level and it's legal on the state level. So that should be probably the safest position for you, where you might want to live, and you might not want to do tier 1, tier 2, you might want to do tier 3 there. So however you define the tiers. And what we're talking about, hey, that's cool. Hello? Nope. Hello? Somebody's unmuted. Yeah, you can ask a question if you want. So my thought is we're in on hemp. It's just how in. We're gonna get some hemp customers because it's everywhere. The CBD oil made out of hemp. I mean, I walked in a chiropractor's office the other week and it was selling CBD oil. So you go to have a massage, they got CBD oil massages now. So how are you gonna not be in that business? You're gonna be in it. So that's kind of what you have to think about. You may choose to stay out of the marijuana stuff because it's still a federal crime, but you still should start learning your state's rules on it, because if I'm wrong and the Safe Banking Act does drop this year, then it's a go. And there's going to be a lot of business and a lot of money to be made in some of that stuff if you want to have customers. Do any of y'all charge like an MSB fee? How much do you charge? Can you say? Or is that a competitive thing? I know some banks charge like 500, 200 flat fee a month.
Yeah, it's ours is flat.
Okay, that sounds, fairly common. So if you have MSBs and you charge flat 200 a month, can you imagine if you had an MRB, what you could charge flat a month and what they would do? I mean, they would pay it. And some of these businesses are very legitimate. They're medical dispensaries, and they're not selling retail marijuana, they're selling medical. So I would divide it into 3 categories: retail, medical, and hemp. And I would kind of do a cannabis, is my big thing. I would build it into my BSA policy. I don't think you need a separate policy for it. And I would build it into there if it was me, and I would do the risk assessment, add it to my risk assessment, and then have my management make the decision about we have or we don't have. So a lot of this stuff, you have to fiddle with it a little while, each state. Like I fiddled a lot with Louisiana because I grew up in Louisiana and I work with a lot of banks in Louisiana. Theirs is very different than this. This is very advanced. It actually says, I think, in a lot of your stuff that you're trying to be the flagship cannabis state. You're trying to do it, if you're going to do it organized and better. So it talks about some of that in some of the news articles and stuff about Michigan. So you're very organized about it. You have this regulatory agency. They're going to make money doing all this licensing, and the state's going to make money off of it. If it's going to happen, I'm not sure that you're not going down the right path. I don't know, because I think it's going to happen. It's almost inevitable. But anyway, whether you agree with it or not, that's, kind of the strange world we're in right now. So I'm thinking, I'm seeing some of you with very turned up, snarly looks. You're not receiving this information well.
I was just thinking, isn't it a percentage still somewhere? I don't remember where it was written, but when you can identify everybody as a hemp customer or every chiropractor, even though like that's a very small percentage of that person's business. So but for us to tag everybody, there's no way you'd be able to monitor that. It would be somebody that's a higher percentage of their business is even the heating and cooling industry, if they do 1 or 2 businesses for the marijuana or hemp, but the rest of it, they're all doing houses and everything else. That's not necessary to consider them high risk or.
Okay, let me just say this. I understand exactly what you're saying. That's a risk decision.
Sure, yeah.
But there's no percentage in anything that was put out by FinCEN. Okay.
No guidance.
There's no
You have
guidance.
to put it in your own risk
Now,
assessment.
you'd have to put in your own percentage. And you'd have to say, that chiropractor's office, that's less than 1%. I don't even want to know about it.
Yeah.
You know, and that, I think you can make an argument for that. I think you could put that in your tiers. You know, that anything less than 1%, we wouldn't even call it a hemp related business because it's incidental.
Yeah.
And that may be the way you can approach it. But there's nothing in the guidance that says that. Now, y'all had a credit union up here. What was it called? Live Life Federal?
Yeah. they're
They
all
got in a
together.
bunch of trouble on, they're on a consent order right now, $69 million credit union, right? And if I remember right, they weren't following anything in the advisories. They were not filing SARs, they were not, they didn't have a CIP, a CDD, and enhanced due diligence. They weren't, why are y'all smiling at me like that?
You're getting all the facts right.
Yeah.
I read it. Because I thought, this is one I would read as a roadmap of what we don't want to be doing. If we're going to get into business, we want to go right down that 2014 marijuana related business thing and follow it to the T with all of this that you have here. I mean, this makes your job easy because again, your state laws are on these websites. You can get the definitions of all the medical of the industrial hemp. You can almost get the tiers off of here. And if you want to do a percentage, then that's fine with me too. Just you're going to have to decide what that is because there's nothing out there on it. I always say like maybe 10% or 25%, but some people make it lower than that. Some people higher, like below 50% or something like that. I see that out there, but I don't, I can't support it anywhere. I hear it all the time, but it's a risk decision, right? So that's what you would be thinking. So who in this room, because it sounds like all of you are arms crossed, lips snarled up. Y'all don't want to do these businesses at all. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I got some more hands now. They're not, don't let them shame you over here. No shaming. You bank them?
Not tier ones, but we bank tier 2.
Tier, what you call tier, because
What we
again, we
call-
have to
again,
define it.
yes,
You have to
yeah,
define tier 2 and tier 3.
Yeah, and we have a set limit for our tier 2s, and then we don't count our tier 3s. Like if it's somebody that's working at a bud tender, working at a dispensary, if they're getting a check with taxes taken out, we'll tag it, but it's not of any real interest to me.
Okay,
It's a legitimate business.
okay, let's hear what y'all are doing.
We do it all.
You do it all. Medical, retail,
Dispensaries.
dispensaries, do you charge a fee? So your policy says you knowingly do it all.
Pretty much. I don't work specifically in the cannabis department. We have our own,
Oh.
we have our own BSA group for cannabis.
That would make sense.
So I know,
Can I come visit you? I think I tell everybody, I'm going to Michigan, I'm gonna learn some stuff.
we have pictures of pot plants in our corporate building. And it's
How many branches do you, how big are y'all?
just 6.
Six branch bank, you're the pot bank.
I don't know if we put that at the record. Union Bank.
I like this.
We watch the check, who the checks are drawn
Yeah.
off. Give us an idea of our customers' activity.
She's thinking
It's a
about it.
fascinating industry. And the amount of money in it is unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
So what services are you offering them?
Pretty much anything, like most of their cash is courier pickup. It doesn't come into our locations. So cash management. Wire transfers.
You can put them in Swift. I mean, that, I don't, go ahead.
We bank cannabis as well, and I've been in this role for 2 years now. We started with 1 CRB and we now have 6. And our fee structure, it kind of fluctuates from towards the client, but I will say we charge a 1% of deposits fee. And in 1 month, we made over 10 grand off of 1 CRB. So if there's money to be made, we kind of tailored it towards them. They're our longest customers, so we've structured the fee more in their favor now because we realized that they were making us 10 grand a month plus, you know, to hold their money. So kind of tailored it towards them a little more, but just, yeah, it's a great, and that was just for one client. So
I love it. I I love it. And I don't think you want to be behind the curve on this or you're gonna miss your opportunity. You gotta be right on the curve if you can get it. That's why I would probably go ahead and do hemp. And I would put a fee in on hemp too, because they're still struggling. I would,
Smaller institutions have a little more people interest, but we also have a cannabis department. Oversee that whole program. I at the same time and assist her, but
and you're BSA?
yes.
Okay, so she's cannabis BSA.
Yes, yep.
Her mother would be so proud. My mother would be so proud. Oh, God. But yeah, I mean, technically, I guess you could say I'm a cannabis related business because I do make income from cannabis conversations. Who else in here? Okay, back here you had, tell us some stuff.
Yeah, super comprehend all of the. But same thing for your figure injection, we do have set.
So that one body is dedicated to, how many customers do you think you have now?
Under 30.
Okay, but that's a lot.
It is, and we have two, not a department, well,
Two
yes,
people.
we do everything, yes.
Do you have a cannabis department? You're the cannabis people. I love it.
Well, you
Okay.
know what very well?
Oh, yeah.
It's still evolving, we're still growing as we take on more and different types of businesses, we kind of see where we're at.
Now, how long is your risk assessments? Like paragraph or two, couple of pages? Pages. And what kind of risks did you look at? Just if you can remember any off the top, any of y'all speak up, because it's going to help all of us.
It's literally everything. That we do the things that we don't do, we still put out the risk assessment. But I can't even feel time because of it.
Did you hire somebody to help you with all of that? You two made it up. Okay. Everybody in here wants to hire you now.
Yeah, we've been in this a long time, I mean, a decade we've been doing it, so it's not anything that's still does. So all you people that are just brand new, keep going, it's so much fun. It's so happy to be here today.
And you haven't lost any money?
No,
Had any problems with regulators? Are you following that 2014 guidance to the letter?
yeah, that's the letter.
Okay, so your risk would be out of that coal memorandum, I'm thinking, selling to minors, selling on public lands. You read that coal memorandum, it's got a whole list of things that they're worried about. And that in the red flags, there's a whole list of red flags become your risk assessment. It's what I would use. I'd use the stuff they published. Then use it to prove my way. Huh? Yeah, I mean, this state is different. Like in some states like Mississippi, that ain't ever gonna happen. Okay, they can't even get through hemp. So Idaho, you could drive through with hemp. Idaho and Mississippi are the two most conservative states, but I think now Idaho has a hemp program now.
I was just gonna add, we also use a third-party software to help us manage this.
Okay, can you name that name?
Yeah, it's Shield Compliance.
Oh, yeah, I've heard of that. They call me
Yeah, it's great.
Shield Compliance. Yeah, I've heard of them. They're national, but they focus a lot of here because y'all are cannabis people.
Biggest customer for them, Michigan.
You are their biggest customer?
One of them, yeah, they pretty much hold a lot of.
Now, were they the ones that helped you file your SARS?
They do, yep, they actually file through Shield Compliance.
Because you gotta file, how many SARS a year?
Continuing is every 90 days and do an initial, and then of course, if there's any suspicious activity. Quite a few.
So, yeah, 3 SARS a year, they say, in the FAQ number 16. We'll look at that tomorrow. It's supposed to file, and see, I don't really understand FinCEN math because it's 30, 90, 30. And that comes up to $450 a year on a 365 year. I'm not sure how that works, but okay. I'm just too logical. I mean, I need my Captain Kirk years and not my Spock years. But I'm like, how do they do this? How do you, but a lot of people don't wait 150 days. Whatever you do on your stars, just be consistent, like we said before. So are you guys, you nodded your head in purple over here?
Yeah,
You do them also?
we used.
Is everybody else in here using Shield? No, you do your own thing in the back, right? How about you? You're using Shield? Okay. So that might, was it expensive? Yes.
You said it was 400 some days for 320 filings.
Well, I mean, the FAQ number 16 says you have 30 days, 90 days on recurring, and then 30 more days to file that recurring SAR. So that's 150 max days. So I don't think a lot of people do that though. I think, but you don't want to really get more than 3 SARs in a 12-month period, it's just time consuming. And so if you file on day 91, 30 and then 91, I don't think there's any problem. Just try to be consistent if you can about how you make those decisions. But they give you up to 150 days. But I wouldn't want to be running down to 149 and getting a car wreck and not get in there and get my SAR file. No, in my luck, I'd have a flat tire on the interstate. Nobody could come get me, Yeah. And I'm a pretty lucky person, but I wouldn't want to push it. I mean, that's risk management though, right? We don't want to push it quite down to that level. So I'm saying that. So who in here is doing marijuana related businesses that's not using Shield? You guys are not using Shield. Anybody else? And how expensive was expensive? Do you know?
Our invoices vary and it's kind of like an a la carte service too. I mean, we have some vendors that we put in there too that are licensed MRBs. They're not our customers, but they're our vendors. So we monitor them for negative news. Just to stay up to date with the licensing, and that's like $10 a vendor. But overall, I would average our monthly invoice to be around 16 to 19.
Okay. And you made that up on one customer, 10,000.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, 30 of those, but yeah, I can see that. But the nice thing is that they do the SARS for you because it's the same old, right? It's the same old information unless, what if somebody escalated? Would you get that alert that something was going crazy?
Yes, yep, we would.
And then you can make a different decision because it might be a marijuana termination SAR then.
Exactly. And all their transactions are put through the metric system, so they align with our software system. So it triggers cases, so to speak, on all their transactions. So we just have to go in there. Cases. In the software, it's tedious, time consuming.
And it ties in with your current BSA AML you said? And what are you using for that?
We use Jack Henry.
Okay. Is that Jack Henry's yellow hammer?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The other thing that's really nice with to show
So do you think the examiners are predisposed to say if you're with Shield, you're probably doing a pretty good job?
it's a common provider.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that helps you.
Yeah, they're nationwide.
Yeah.
We have more from our bank. Our Shield software runs about 12,000 a month.
12,000. And how are you recouping that money? And what does your fee income look like?
You know, it's got a lot of zeros.
Well, this is a very interesting discussion, isn't it? Anybody else can add some more to it? Because this is very helpful, I think, to the other banks. Probably very reassuring to the other banks too, that this is not going to give you a go to jail card at this point.
How many BSA officers do you have just for your canvassing? How big is that department?
We have 6 people.
Well, myself and one other BSA officer. And then we have It asks for how many accounts do you have? We have 6 now total. So it was just me, and we just took on more and more accounts that handle it, so we hired a professional.
And are you hiring somebody from the industry cannabis? Are you hiring a banker and teaching them cannabis?
She was internal. She actually worked in our deposit operations, so she had done the bank. The back end, but not necessarily the cannabis stuff. So trained her fully in cannabis related materials. She's come a long way.
You can learn right off these websites. I mean, the roadmap right here.
Yeah.
I mean, I would take me but a week to write policy and procedure and just using a website, copy, paste, paste, paste. These would be the licenses. Here's my, because you got to follow the exam manual, right? We do a risk assessment, then we do our CIP, then we do our CDD, then we go to the 3rd mile. We look at enhanced due diligence, set it up. I just pull all the licenses off of there, divide it into 3 categories. And whatever management wants us to do, then I figure out a fee schedule. And y'all are all over the place on fee schedules, it sounds like, from a percentage to a flat fee.
The
And the
site
rest,
visits are the best.
huh?
The site visits are the best. We don't get samples.
She's qualifying that by saying the site visits are the best, but no samples, right? Darn, what's the point? No, I'm square, no. I know what it smells like, that's all. I am still a square Girl Scout, you know, my wild moment is a glass of Chardonnay, so that's it for me. I just, yeah, I know, I mean, you know who you are, right? Square is a square. It doesn't mean I judge it, though. I just think it's interesting how y'all are, I want to learn some more about this, but we're gonna get out of here because we got to go back to our, find my PowerPoint again. Where were we? There we go. I think it's that one. Okay, let's see if that's it. Yep, okay. So yeah, starting this section right here, kind of, and a lot of you have seen this. I actually think this conversation is probably more beneficial. Let's see if it'll let me do my thing here. Okay, quit that. Go away. Won't let me get to the bottom of my PowerPoint, will it? It's 64 degrees. I can get to that. We'll just stop. There must be something over here where I can get this bar down. Oh, well, let's just hold for a minute. It'll go away. Maybe. Maybe it'll let me do it this way. No, I don't want to try that. Okay, so we want to come back around to this. This has been very interesting, right? Everybody, even those of you that are like your management's like, no go, we're not doing it. A lot of bank management feels that way. We don't like marijuana, we're not doing it, we're not doing anything. Now, I think you probably would start considering hemp because that's legal both federal level and the state level. So again, this is kind of some of the stuff that every bank's just different on. This is a very lively conversation compared to what I normally hear. Okay. And I'll just tell you that because the states I go into, or a lot of them are very conservative and they're just not having anything to do with it, period, the end. And that's the way their bank management feels, but this state is different. I mean, you got this whole department, this whole industry building here. You got to think about it, especially from the revenue point of view, if you can figure out how to do it safely, which is, you know, part of it. So I think you're okay for hemp right now. Again, you still got a federal problem with marijuana. It's still on the controlled substance list, and so is its extract. CBD oil from marijuana is still a federal crime. I don't think they're prosecuting anybody though. I think, you know, Department of Justice has said they're not going to come after anybody. And I think we're going to get marijuana legalized before we get Safe Banking Act. It's my opinion. But That's just an opinion. It could be completely wrong that it passed next week. You never know who could get to Mitch McConnell and change his mind. But he wants broader legislation, and that's sort of what we're running into with this. We got another chat, it looks like, or no, those are the old ones. I don't think I cleared those. So when we talk about then a case study for marijuana, you start off talking about hemp, that hemp is a varietal of a species of cannabis, and it's different from marijuana because the THC level is no greater than 0.3%. And when President Trump was in office, he signed the 2018 Farm Bill. The previous bill was the 2014 Farm Bill, which some states were involved in and some states were not. So that preserved the authority of the Food and Drug to regulate, U.S. Food and Drug Administration to regulate hemp. And maybe I can get it up here. Oh, no, that way,
Yeah, right there.
right there.
No, left. One more over. Yes.
I can't see from here. Okay. I like to come near my slides. They said, are you gonna stand behind that podium? No, I lean sometimes on my stool. So this whole thing has been really, really interesting. And you can go to the USDA to find a lot of this stuff. So the 2014 Farm Bill and then the 2018 Farm Bill. So you can't interfere in interstate transportation, all of that. And basically, so state and tribal plans must be approved by the USDA. So that's basically what's happening. There's a couple different ways you can go here. You can go direct with the USDA and have your hemp growers register there, which y'all are not doing, or you can get your plan approved by the USDA, which you are doing. And then basically all of this stuff became part of it. So on slide 256, this is your hemp guidance that came out. So if they drop guidance on one of these high-risk customer groups, what do? We follow it, even though no government publication can tell us that a thing is high risk anymore. Remember that statement. So yeah, right. Just try it. October 31st, Halloween of 2019, the USDA issued their final rule of how this stuff was going to be destroyed, what became negligent violations and stuff like that, which many of the states are now mirroring in their own plan. And the whole thing said it's no longer a controlled substance. You do not have to file suspicious activity reports on it unless it's suspicious. It's not like marijuana, which is a federal crime, so you have to file a suspicious activity report on it. And they are required to comply with the 2018 Farm Bill, and you can decide what kind of products and services. And it talks about up here that you have to comply with CIP, suspicious activity reporting, CTR, and risk-based due diligence. Isn't that sort of in the order of the exam manual, right? So after doing a risk assessment. So it gives you a whole bunch of citations for this. Sometimes the footnotes are really interesting, but hemp grows until it can become marijuana. That's the biggest risk. The biggest risk is your hemp growers become marijuana growers. And there was that article in Nebraska newspaper when I was up there, the husband and wife farmers, they went 2 weeks past. They tried to push it as close to as they could, so it would be the best hemp possible. And it turned into marijuana and it had to be burnt. So I'm like, ooh, that'd be fun. No, so you're kidding. We're just having a little fun. So hemp growers run illegal products. Testers and transporters may not be legitimate, and you may be having customers using the hemp business to run other illegal. And it could there's a lot more risk factors than that, right? It's all of those things once it becomes marijuana. So using these red flags that we would go through, the business receives more revenue than may reasonably be expected. What's going to happen, and why I ordered that marijuana dispensary kit from California when this all started 10 years ago, I wanted to get an understanding of what the business profile would look like. You know what I'm saying? So if you had if you were in Arizona and they have, I don't know, they divided the state up and they divided up the medical dispensaries. So each dispensary can have 100 patients. Each patient can have 6 ounces of marijuana. Ounce of marijuana was running $2.50 when I looked at it. So you take 100 times 6 times $2.50. If there's more money running through that business than that, then you need to know why. You know, it's like you said, you know, some CSRs will tell me customers don't know what their numbers are. They know. I know my numbers. I've been in business 30 years. I know I make more money in the first 5 months of the year than I do the rest of the year. I could probably almost tell you per month what I make per client. Business people that run businesses, they know their businesses, or they'd be out of business. Now, I'm not CPA level, okay? Like, I don't know always how we get to the numbers on that subchapter S tax return. That's a mystery to me still. I like to, I think I need to go back to a single member LLC now that I could do that. But, you know, it's like, but I in my head know my base numbers. And if we can understand the business and the numbers, then we can understand that that's what they'd be running through there. So you may not do some kinds of businesses, but maybe if you can define a dispensary like that, you might want the dispensaries. Now that might be somebody you want to make. So again, it's whether you can quantify it enough to mitigate and eliminate a whole lot of that risk that would come with it on this. Are they depositing more revenue than your other ones? You know how y'all have convenience store month. I'm gonna get my convenience stores and I'm gonna look at them side by side, see what they're doing. You could have hot month. You could get your dispensaries and look at them side by side. You could see which dispensaries are doing, you know, crazy numbers and which are not. That might tell you something. That's something wrong there. So again, because the states are getting in and they're heavily regulating this stuff. Are y'all in any other states? Yes. What other states?
Illinois, Massachusetts.
Wow, what different states?
They're the same business owners. They're all just common owners.
For your pot business or for your bank?
Oh, just pot business.
Okay. Is your bank in other
No,
states?
sorry.
Is your bank any of your banks in other states? None of y'all are all Michigan people, huh? Nobody's in another state. That's really interesting, isn't it? We got questions? From Bankers Online, there are questions in chat. Can you repeat audience questions into mine? Yes. And slide numbers, 260.
Do you want me to pull those up? or-
Sure.
All right,
Okay.
let me get, have you looked at any of them? or-
Yeah, we got all those.
Okay.
We got that one. We got down to here. We got ditto. We're all good. Yes, yup. We got that. Keep going. When I was trying to switch screens. Okay. We had a situation. Yes, stop there. Cindy Morley. All right.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
So let's go back. Where'd she go? Okay, there she is. We had a situation with checks and tried to send them back, but the bank wouldn't take them. We ended up doing a cashier's check and closed the account. I think that was for that earlier question, maybe. Yeah. You have to return checks by midnight the next day. If you don't, you eat them usually. Okay. So I think that's about fraudulent items. You only have till midnight to return a check. And then your customer has to tell you in 30 days. So this sounds like it related back to that earlier question. We do combination online live training, live annually, perfect. Online training is targeted. We're around 55 employees. I like that.
Yeah,
Huh?
we do ours on Columbus
That
Day
was
as
if they
well.
do their training on Columbus Day.
Because
that's
the bank is closed, but we still come in to have a work day.
I know.
Yeah.
I've been asked to do that. I'm starting to be reluctant to do that though. Can you come because it's a holiday? Are you hear what you're saying? No, I like my holiday. You want me to be off? I've done some of those all-day bank training days. We do, okay, we cannot hear all the conversations and a microphone would be helpful, okay? How many MRB accounts are handled by one employee? That would be for you MRB banks.
We have, for us, Shield, we have invested more into software than we have
Into bodies.
into bots. So I can't really, we have invested more into software than we have invested into bots.
Okay.
We have 6 employees and we have a very large program for MRB customers.
Lots of zeros.
Lots of zeros and commas.
Because you're paying $12,000 a month, right? Minimum in fees to your vendor.
Correct.
I knew I got in the wrong business. Could you hand that microphone over to the ladies inside? You can see our MRB bank too. Can y'all talk about how many people? Yeah, you can do it. I'm doing it.
I mean, so there's the 2 of us that are the primary overseers. Now, that doesn't mean to say we don't enlist people who are more familiar with businesses that work with us. So while we do, primarily everything that goes with it, we do talk to everyone else in the bank. And it doesn't matter if you're, if you're a CSR or you're a lender or loan officer, deposit person, we're going to engage you to help us to a certain degree. So when you say how many people do we say it takes, we say it takes a village. It takes everybody
Okay.
to know everything.
And you had about 30 accounts, am I
Yeah,
remembering that
yeah.
correctly? And we have the mic up here because they have hired cannabis people, I think, right?
Yeah. We have 6 employees in our cannabis department. I don't know how many accounts we have, because I don't look at that stuff on a daily basis, but it's a lot.
It's a lot. So more than 30?
Yeah.
More than 100?
Yes.
More than 1,000?
Yeah.
Lots of zeros.
Lots of zeros.
Okay. Who else had staff? Somebody else had staff. Oh, back here, in the back. I'll get your names down, Mike. No, like, no, don't learn my name. Yeah, you want me to know your name.
So we just have one CRV specialist and then I kind of support her. So once we have 6 CRV accounts and once we reach that 4 point, we hired her on. So she monitors all of them, but again, we work really closely with Shield, so they help monitor as well, so.
And I think one of the questions was what vendor are you using? And most of you are using Shield, sounds like, yeah. And then you're also tying that to your core, right? And yours was Jack Henry, and yours was Jack Henry, okay. And anybody else, yours Jack Henry? Jack Henry's popular up here, huh? Yeah. Yeah, we get a lot of FIS in the deep south, it seems like. So it's a whole different thing. But Jack Henry sounds really popular up here. Okay, and then let's see what else we got. Who is the vendor? That was Jack Henry or Shield with it. We use Verifin to file SARS. Is anyone using CRB Monitor? Anybody using CRB Monitor?
Is that a software?
I don't know. Sounds like a name of a company.
Stephanie?
Who is that? That is Stephanie. Stephanie, if you can help us with what CRB is. I have a feeling that's a software. Microphone is great. Thank you. We like to make our remote people happy too. Okay, any more chats? It is a software that monitors the registry. Oh, that would be nice. Oh, you wonder then if you go call on them. That would be kind of interesting.
They say it was CRV one.
CRB Monitor. I gotta look it up.
To the end.
Yes. Okay. I'm forgetting to check that. Thank you for coming and fussing at us in a nice way. Y'all aren't telling me. Y'all gotta tell me when you see stuff in the chat. Because remember, I'm over here. Just sit it on the table. Put James in charge of the mic. He can run around.
I'll run around. Okay. As long as I know how to turn it on.
The left one.
He doesn't want to work for an MRV bank, though. I'm catching on to your politics on it. Chardonnay, that's all. No cannabis for me. Cat, yeah, I should go cabin once in a while. Well, remember, I live where it's 100 degrees, so, yeah, Florida's heating up right now. I brought some of it with me because I brought jackets and sweaters because it was like 60 and 50 when I looked last week, and look at it now, it's so pleasant here. I thought, this is why people live in Michigan, because when I usually see it, it's like snow this deep. But it's beautiful out there, yesterday especially. All right, so we left off saying use these things. So when we go in and we have the month for looking at convenience stores or hotels or other high-risk businesses, then you would also perhaps dedicate some time to go in and put these companies that might be similar side by side and look at them, the retail ones, the dispensaries. Does anybody do, you said everything, so retail too. Retail back there. Okay, great. All right. And so that brings you, this is not going to click again. I think you have to come in here one time, right? Are we sharing this? You are screen sharing. There it goes. Let's see if we're working now. Yeah. So the USDA is really behind all of this and hemp, and they have their regulations and their program on their website. And their key provisions was about negligent violation and disposal and testing and all of that. So your state law has to mirror this to get approved. Oops. And so hemp, you could operate under the 2014 Farm Bill, which some states are still doing, operate with approved plan from USDA, which you're doing, operate by having your folks directly register with USDA, which your state is not doing. Or you can have no hemp plan at all. I think everybody's on now. Idaho has a hemp plan now, and Mississippi, I think, passed one. I don't think they're gonna do their own plan, though. I think they're gonna make people register with the USDA. So they're not, but they're probably the two most conservative states in the country. So on that, you'd think maybe Texas or some of those, but it's not been. Texas is sort of middle of the road. They have medical, they don't do retail. Alabama, medical, no retail. Georgia has both. Florida has a lot. Florida's a different state like Michigan. They have food products and other things. This tells you the stuff can be mailed. And then in 2020, we got more guidance out on this. And basically, this is what we do. This is what we follow. It says either a written attestation by the hemp grower that they are validly licensed, or a copy of license. I would just get the copy of the licenses, for whatever you're doing. Go down to your state map on hemp, your website, get a list of those licenses, add it to your checklist. So CIP, let's say these hemp businesses are LLCs. So what would you get for an LLC in the state of Michigan? Operating agreement, articles, EIN or SSN, that's your basic. You're gonna ID your signers, you're gonna get a resolution, and you're gonna get a signature card, and you're gonna do beneficial ownership. So that's phase one. So phase two would be that questionnaire we looked at, kind of, how much cash deposits, withdrawals, wire transfers, international, that's CDD, phase two. And if you're gonna go that extra mile, the third mile, to make yourself comfortable with this business, then what would you get? You would go to the Michigan state, website, and you would get those appropriate licenses, and then you would tie it with anything else that they've asked you to do in this guidance. So that's basically how you work this, and that's basically how you work any account, any customer group you're bringing in. So that should be it. I'm really, really interesting to hear so many of you are in, because I don't think that was true 2 years ago. No, when we were all together 2 years ago at Michigan State, didn't Michigan State have a good football team this year?
Oh, yeah.
Remembering that correctly? I am an SEC girl, but I occasionally put my ear to the ground. Hey, did y'all hear we got is it Brian Kelly from Notre Dame is at LSU this year? Oh my gosh, he's gonna be go Kelly, I guess. But I don't know if that's a fit, but it's funny anyway. But anyway, Ogeron got into trouble. He was running around with some young girls, I guess. So anyway, it's always interesting. So a customer appears to be engaged. This is your red flags in a state or jurisdiction which hemp production remains illegal. That would not be likely. A customer appears to be a state licensed hemp business as a front or pretext. These are your risks. These are your risk assessments. Customer engaged in hemp production to conceal activity. That's what you're worried about. So you have to monitor them. I would put them as high risk initially. I don't think you have to keep them as high risk. I think you move them down, but I'd start them in as high risk for a while and then move them down if you know they're a hemp related business. So when I was here 2 years ago, before COVID, there was a lady in the class who said to me, who stayed with me, I only have one question on my questionnaire, both the consumer and the business one. And it was, does any of your income come from hemp or marijuana? Why would she put that on the consumer questionnaire? Yeah, it would explain why they're depositing cash. You could have a doctor who's writing, you know, those, you can't call them prescriptions, written orders. And the doctor could have unusual amounts of money that might indicate something was going wrong, but you might want to know on the consumer side. But on the business side, that just started the conversation. So if they said yes, then they have another questionnaire, okay? But on her main questionnaire, which I kind of like keeping that main questionnaire a little skinnier, she only had one question, and I thought that was wisdom. Where is that lady here today?
It's probably my bank, was it Suzette?
Yeah,
Yeah,
sounds
yeah,
right.
it's still that.
One question, and then if you answered a certain way, then you have a whole nother questionnaire.
Yes.
But you need that question whether you bank marijuana and hemp or whether you don't, because you have to find out they're doing it to not bank them if you're not going to knowingly bank marijuana or hemp. Is anybody still holding back from hemp? Y'all are still holding back? You guys too? Just conservative board of directors?
Conservative BSA.
Conservative BSA.
Okay, so BSA still saying no, is that it? Okay, and the rest of you that are in the cannabis business, are you getting a lot of hemp customers? Not really? It's mostly marijuana?
Problem is, I think it's relatively easy. Yeah. Turn the microphone. on
Yeah,
myself
let's get the mic.
here. Go on. Okay. I think it's relatively easy now to bank the hemp growers, but I don't think that's necessarily what we're going to see. We're going to see the people selling the retail products. And how do we know that that CBD oil is made from illegal hemp versus a marijuana product, since both are state legal in Michigan? So are we the de facto regulator for the hemp business? How far do we have to dig down to make sure that they're dotting the i's and crossing the t's, or are we just okay accepting the business license and finding out that they're licensed in the state of Michigan? But again, that's the growers, not the retailers. I think the retailers, where we're going to see.
Because you're
the
thinking
potential
I'd
issue.
take growers over retailers of hemp.
Because I think it's easier to do so, but I don't think we're going to actually run into the growers in North Michigan. I just don't think.
It's
That's
too
gonna be our
cold.
customer base.
We have someone to come see.
You can grow it
Yeah.
inside though. I mean, obviously people grow it inside.
Yeah.
It would depend too. I think you'd have to divide your products, because I mean, are you gonna
Let's let
wanna?
this mic come around a little bit.
Yeah. Okay.
I think you would wanna watch what products you banked. I mean, are you gonna wanna lend somebody to potentially let their crop, go 2 weeks too far and they lose their entire crop, and you've lent them money based on what they were gonna make on that crop? That could be potentially a problem.
Do you file a SAR because now they're an MRB, because now they have a marijuana product? not a hemp product?
If they go too far to negligent violation, which is that 0.5, yeah, that's probably more on the criminal side of things. But I actually, if they destroy their crop, they're compliant, as long as they're following the law. That's not the problem there.
Yeah, that's the, but when you're looking at what products you're gonna offer them, do you wanna lend? Do you wanna
Right.
offer them?
Now, I come from an ag state that we do a lot of ag lending in Louisiana, and there's crop insurance on this now.
Yeah, because I was saying we bank, we have it like Homer.
Pass that mic around.
Yeah.
We have a lot of banks in the rural areas that don't get much, but they get a lot of farmers. And so I could see us doing loans on crops that are not ready or, in the future. So it would be, I feel like it'd be the same risk with the marijuana crops or the hemp crop going into marijuana versus, let's say it's a cow farm and the cows get mad cow disease and they have to take out all the cows.
Right,
So
same,
it's
there's
still a
some,
risk.
yeah, agriculture is a risk, period. Is that rice really in that rice silo? Which 5 banks in Louisiana learned $38 million worth of loans. The rice wasn't in the silo. Okay? And the guy's not in prison yet. That was a couple of years ago.
So I never looked at a CBD product before, but does it specify in Michigan that it's from a legal
Yes.
Yes.
hemp plant
Okay.
versus marijuana?
In the back, we've got, what is your name, please? Alicia, thank you. I don't want to say, hey, you again.
I just wanted to say, we actually have a hemp grower that we bank, and we required their product list that they sell. So they gave us their product list, and then they gave us all of their Abbott laboratory results, I guess you could say. So we were able to see how much THC was in each product and how much CBD was in each product, to prove that it was hemp level and not a marijuana product. So they had a handful of products, they did lotions, oils, I mean, you name it. But we just required all that information to verify. I actually spoke with Kristen from FDIC and we reviewed it together, and she kind of told me what I was looking for. And we just took it from there, and everything was legit. So she definitely helped.
Now, I haven't dug enough in your website, but a lot of times they require audits. You can ask for a copy of the audit. Whatever your state requires to prove that it's hemp, you can ask for. So if they have some kind of an annual report they have to file, you can ask for a copy of that. They don't, and they shouldn't be relicensing them if they're not in compliance.
But what about the mom and pop grocery store with product on the shelves?
Yeah, again, that's their word for it, that it's legal.
I
That it's hemp.
just want to say there is a difference. Hemp doesn't turn marijuana. They're both cannabis plants, but hemp is hemp regardless of the level of THC. So it can't turn one into other. The MSU does really good articles and studies on it. If you'd like to look into it, it's all free. But basically what they refer it to is a Great Dane doesn't become a Chihuahua, but they're both dogs. So
No, that's not what I've heard. So I'll be interested to read that.
I'll
but-
just look up MSU's
Yeah, I will.
program.
But that's not my understanding, and that's not what was in that newspaper article. So, anyway. They're trying to do it by seed, I understand that, but that's not my understanding. It's kind of like hydrangeas, you put certain things in the soil, and the Louisiana Department of Agriculture is saying it can go the other way, so. We'll see, but anyway. That's the risk, is that they're growing things they're not supposed to be growing. So whether or not it turns into it, or whether or not it, comes from a seed, we don't know what they're growing. They look alike. So. Okay. We can all keep arguing about that. But anyway, okay, so where were we on this? So I think we've learned a lot from each other on this, and I will, check out the MSU stuff too. But it really doesn't matter because it's going to look the same, and they could grow a legal product, whatever it was. They could grow anything. They could have other types of drugs there. So it could be any of those things. So we look at it as time goes by on this. But I think I would just trace down through my website what we can do and what we can't do. And it's really up to the state to regulate that. We're just going to get copies of the licensing. Yes. So I think there's a point where you have to let that go. Are we selling hemp related products or not? And maybe that goes back to that percentage of business. If it's so minute to the business, the CBD oil, if they're selling CBD oil from hemp and it's at a chiropractor's office, then is that so minute that you're not going to even call it a hemp related business? I don't know. That's where you guys have to make these decisions. We don't have a lot of guidance on this. What you have
Some
is,
of us are there.
Yeah.
We know that a lot of the businesses might sell a small amount.
Mhm,
And we're just saying it's kind of incidental,
mhm.
so we're not considering that a related business.
Put your mic on.
Oh. All right.
Yeah.
I feel- I was just saying, I think we're all aware that we may have some businesses that are selling a minute amount of CBD oil, and you know, it's just an incidental amount for whatever that business is. And so I think a lot of us are just putting blinders on rather than identifying them as unrelated businesses and doing enhanced due diligence.
Well, I don't think anybody asked you to do a look back. So I don't think there was any requirement we go back to the people we've already CIP'd and CDD'd and whatever. They're already existing customers. I know some little banks that have done look backs, but I wouldn't do it. I don't think I would go back unless I had some indicator in my monitoring system that there was something funny going on. Then I might do a look back, but nobody has said we have to look back. So the only, we've only had a few things we had to look back on. Beneficial ownership is when we open a new account. CIP was 10/1/2003 forward. And so that's a different thing on all of that. But I don't think you were asked to look back. So that would be my defense. If it came up, I don't think I would do a look back on that. And so your policy could be really just that simple. In our state, the definition of marijuana is blank. Our bank's policy is bank or not bank marijuana. In our state, the definition of industrial hemp is blank. Now, I'm sure you're going to write a longer policy than that, but it doesn't have to be that fancy. I would probably go in and build in the definitions for my state, so it would get a little longer, knowing me, because I like long things, long, trainings, lots of slides, lots of technical. So I would probably have a longer policy than is necessary. But I'm trying to show you that this could actually be pretty short, actually. It could be just something like that. And then that's your regulatory agency. And you have all of those resources. I mean, most states don't have that. They're just out there winging this on their own. And they don't have all of this. I mean, the Department of Agriculture in most states is pretty well conceived. I mean, they have all the hemp and hemp stuff. But your state actually has a lot here to help you. And if it's a revenue source, you're going to have to think about it for your bank, right? Things are getting tight out there again. There's not a lot of spread. Overdraft fees, that you get sued on overdrafts probably more than anything in the world. The legal risk on overdrafts is huge. So this whole representment thing, did y'all read the last FDIC highlights on that? If you cross over, okay, watch that. They'll start suing us on that, which I think they've already been doing. But they were focusing more on, having a check put back through. And now they're, even a merchant putting back through an ACH is a representment of an item. So there's been some interesting stuff with that. And then industrial hemp here and hemp processing and hemp processor licenses. So I just think you put it into your new account interview and you do a CDD CIP like this and enhanced due diligence. Whatever your state requires. If your state has audits, you can ask for a copy of the audit. If your state requires training by employees, you can ask for a copy of that. You can ask for anything that the state of Michigan does. Anything that your customer has to do, you can ask for a copy of it. And that becomes your enhanced due diligence. That's not going to help you worrying about, are they selling marijuana instead of hemp? That might be a site visit if you're worried about it. You'll be out on site visits every day for the rest of your life. So again, I don't know that I'd do that look back. I don't think I'd go back. I'd go forward, on this. And then marijuana is still a problem because marijuana extract and marijuana is still on the controlled substance list. I know a lot of you are treating it like it's a legal product, but it's still illegal at the federal level. And that's a problem. So thank goodness nobody seems to be worrying about it because a lot of you are already down the road on this. And this guidance that came out that the Live Life Federal Credit Union got into a lot of trouble for, they weren't following it. So verifying with appropriate state authorities whether the business is duly licensed and registered, reviewing the license application, relating documentation submitted by the business for obtaining state license, requests from state licensing enforcement authorities, developing an understanding of normal or expected activity. I think you would do that anyway. And so you just have to go down this list just exactly the way that it is and build your procedures. And people argue, well, this is guidance. You don't have to follow if it's guidance. You got to get out of that mindset when it comes to BSA. Guidance is law. So it's the same thing on, so these are the SAR filings, but I think your real added value there with your shield was them filing the SARs for you. That just takes off 3 SARs a year for 100 customers. That's huge. Because that's what they had told me, that they were filing the suspicious, and I never could really figure that out. So they somehow tie into your system to do that, I guess. So that's interesting. And then marijuana priority SAR filings, and then the marijuana termination. And then it helps you, gives you a whole list of how to tell whether it's suspicious or not suspicious. But you know, it's funny, you read all these red flags, all these advisories over the years, all these red flags. Money laundering is money laundering. If they're selling services like human trafficking and human smuggling, they're trying to hide the source of the money, right? If they're selling services like illegal drugs, fentanyl and all that kind of stuff, they're trying to hide the source of the money. If they're stealing somebody's identity, they're trying to hide that. So it's still always placement layering and integration. It's still trying to hide the money. So whenever you're trying to hide the money, you use the same techniques, which is fake companies, surge cycles, structuring. So when you read a lot of these red flags, the reason they sound the same, although they're geared to the particular crime, is because they are the same, because they're trying to hide the original source of the money. So you got Joey, we've talked about him in the past, the donut shop. He's running a perfectly good little donut shop, a little cash before COVID, making a living for his family. And then his daughter wants to go to Ole Miss, which turns out to be a $40,000 tuition thing instead of LSU, which is, you know, more of a public school and has better tuition rates. And so she gets in this $40,000 a year school or whatever it is, plus her living expenses. And now he's thinking, how am I going to do this? You know, we're going to be lent up. So his friend Bob, the drug dealer, has been asking him for years to run some extra money through his business. So he starts doing it. So every Monday, they not only deposit for the donut shop, but they also deposit $2,000 cash for the money laundering. And Joe gets $200, and the rest of it gets paid back to Bob because he's a contractor as a 1099 income, becomes legal money. So it's going so well for them that they go to the bank, they get another loan, they buy another donut shop. Joey does. So now he's running another $2,000 every Monday. You keep going up the road, he buys another donut shop in the next town and another donut shop, to the bank sitting on 15 loans for 15 donut shops that are laundering money every Monday. Are you with me here? Because when do you eat donuts? On the weekend, at church, at the slumber parties, right? Wherever you are, there's donuts on the weekend, and you're going for a healthy run. They've got donuts. Okay. I love this. I love our country. So what happens though is Bob, you know, he likes to taste the product sometimes. So he gets pulled over and he gets a DWI, DUI, and basically what's going to happen then is he's got in his car cocaine, he's got guns, and he has receipts for Joey's donut shop because he goes in there and buys donuts occasionally. That's all he's got in his car. So now DEA is like, great, Joey's in on it. And guess what? Joey is on it. So they go bust Joey and Bob. Bob calls up Joey. Joey is the money mule here. And the bank's sitting on 15 loans. Who's going to get the donut shops, the DEA or you? It depends. If you're complicit in any way, you just lost your collateral. Are you with me here? Yeah, that's what happens. So they will treat your loan officer pretty shabbily to figure out if your loan officer is complicit in the crime. And that is money laundering. And they could have been selling anything. It doesn't have to be drugs. It could be any criminal activity, and they're laundering it through a legitimate bank. Those are the ones that are hardest to get. Their integration. You got legitimate and illegitimate money in the same account tied to a loan. You got a big mess going on. And I think we have a lot of these accounts in our bank. We just don't know. We just don't know. Thank goodness we don't know. Because that means we'd have a really rotten loan officer. For example, the city of Natchitoches, Louisiana, about 10 years ago, had a mayor and an insurance agent who went to school together. And the insurance agent says to the mayor, why don't I send you a bigger bill? You write me a bigger check. We'll take it over to the bank, get our friend to cash it. And then we'll pay for the insurance policy, and the two of us will split the money, the override. So is the loan officer in on it or not? Is he a goober or not? They determined was just a goober. And these two guys went to school with him. So we initialed those checks, and the teller told me, I knew it was wrong. I knew we shouldn't have been doing it. We were cashing checks to the city of Natchitoches. You know what city that is? That's where they filmed Steel Magnolias, in case you ever wondered. Okay. And that's the kind of stuff that we get involved in all the time, and we're not put on alert. But again, when a check is made payable to an entity, it should never be cash at your bank, because that's what leaves room for the fraud. And whether it's a donut shop, whether it's a check, whether somebody's stealing checks from the city, you know, whatever the fraud is going on, that's what we do. We're trying to catch it and not take a loss and not have our customers hurt. So it's very interesting with this stuff. What would you do if it was one of your board of directors exchanging over $10,000 cash at your bank every month? How do you file a SAR on a board member? Maybe we should talk about that tomorrow. Huh?
Very careful.
Very carefully, Mary says, very carefully, yeah. So sometimes we have a subcommittee called the audit committee.
What if they're on the audit committee?
And if they're on the audit committee, then you're really in trouble. Here's the file. Same thing with all this insider fraud. You got to file a SAR at any dollar amount. And by the way, that's not in the regulation either. The regulation only talks about $5,000. It doesn't talk about insiders at any amount, and $25,000 if you don't have a suspect. So this is all very interesting. Well, that's enough of this. I think we've already done this. What are the risks with marijuana and hemp? What possible policies could you develop with those risks? I think we're there. What do you say? Enough for one day? Yes, we got to. Oh, thank you. I got a check. We have a few businesses that sell CBD products, and we do site visit once a year and check places. Okay. I mean, if you know it, like if we say from here on and you know it, you would probably have to do that. That's great to know. That's great policy. All right. And that's the last one. All right, remote people, you are free. Tomorrow morning we start at 9. You do not have to be here an hour early. You know where it is now. So, butts in the seat by 9. I usually stop at 4. This time you sacrificed a little bit of your lunch, so I'm gonna let you on free. So you are free. Have a great evening. Bye. See you tomorrow. Yeah, we need it tomorrow. I'll put you in charge. At least it gives you a reason to get up and down, right?
You too. It is. All right, come on, watch.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, what? I'm not the person to ask.
I'm just thinking more about.
Can they leave their stuff here?
Yeah, of course. Well, you change the linen, so you have to put on your jacket.
That's okay.
Yep.
Chair works.
That works.
You can leave your stuff here.